Let Your Heart Beat Again, A Breath Without Life novel, Book 1, an inspirational love story, written by Janith Hooper, performed by Dannul Dailey. Chapter 1. Rebecca Harper couldn't remember a more perilous drive. Slush dashed down her windshield in sheets. The old rubber on her wipers was shredding with each swipe, soon to leave metal scraping against the glass. Why hadn't she replaced the tattered things long before now? Her hands tightened on the steering wheel of her Nash Rambler until they ached, her eyes straining against the darkened sky and blinding sleet. There was no one else on the road, no one dumb enough to risk life and limb to be out in a storm like this. Being raised in California's Central Valley, she'd never had to deal with such changeable weather. Snow, then rain, then gusts of wind, then slush. She was losing sight of the pavement by the minute, and why did they make these Wyoming roads so narrow anyway? Something shiny caught her attention. Two shiny somethings. Eyes! Her dad's mantra swam in her head. Don't swerve, don't swerve, don't swerve. All the same, she didn't want to run over whatever creature it was, frightened by the storm. Move! She shouted into the car, ignoring the chant in her head. The steering wheel turned a few degrees to the left under her grip, a subtle course change, or so she thought, as she feathered the brake. Too hard! The back end came around. Turn into the skid. She did. Overcompensated. Felt the car drift. Along with the next flash of lightning, she saw a glimpse of the life she'd lived and its gaping void. Robbed of her life mate, stripped of her life's purpose. Her car started to spin. Her heart skipped a beat for lost love, and nearly beat out of her chest. She was going to die. With each circle round, she begged God to spare her, to give her another chance to stop coasting through life and seek out His plan for her. And then it began. An ear-splitting scrape, a horrid moment of weightlessness, the sensation of being pinned against her seat back as the front end dove. The car crashed down with a screech of twisted metal. Rebecca's forehead whacked the steering wheel, then all went strangely still and quiet, except for the thumping in her ears and airy sensation in her brain. She noticed every blink as if her eyelids were set in slow motion. Think, Rebecca, do something. Then came the pain, waking her to the moment. Dazed, her head lolling against the steering wheel, throbbing in time with her heartbeat, she barely noticed the hiss of steam. Wake up! She jerked her head up. Overwhelming vertigo pulled her back down. She cocked her head on the wheel again. Wake up! I'm awake, she said back to the phantom thought in her mind. This time she raised her head slowly. That was better. Glancing around the car, she noticed her purse upended on the floor. Nothing else seemed disturbed. Outside, the headlights glowed hot against a levee of mud and beaten-down weeds. The whole car was at a tilt. The sky beyond was dark as molasses with an occasional flickering of silvery light. And rain. Tons and tons of rain, making the hiss louder and the steam thicker through the cracks of the car's hood. Taking slow, deep breaths, Rebecca worked at settling her trembling limbs. Another intake of air. Exhale slowly. Okay. Better. Here she was, stranded outside of Sundance, no one around for miles, Wyoming. Now what? Take stock. She was breathing, unrestricted. Good. Glancing down at her legs, she moved them, one at a time. A shaky hand to her head revealed a lump already forming. A smidge dizzy, but her vision wasn't blurred. Okay, I think I'm good. No real damage. She squeezed the steering wheel, forcing the panic to subside. Now I'm talking to myself. It's okay. It's okay. She inhaled a deep breath to stop her own jabbering. Nothing to do but wait for a fellow fool to drive by. Rebecca rehashed her latest tangle with the eldest Cooper son. Sure, he'd been left in charge to manage 3 brothers, one unruly, and an entire ranch. But why did he always have to nitpick her? So what if her meals were less than stellar? She was a darn good housekeeper and a better counselor. With a father she'd never met, who had never been there for his sons, she glanced through the windshield as the storm intensified to a new level of fury, driving torrents of rainwater against her car. A shiver of apprehension snaked down her spine. She pictured Trevor having to slog through the mud to her aid. He'd be furious. She wouldn't blame him. He'd warned her not to go out in this downpour. Had she listened? Oh, no. Not righteous, know-it-all Rebecca. She could take on the world, even if she knew nothing about this particular part of the world. A flash of lightning lit the interior. A roll of thunder followed on its heels, shaking the crumpled metal surrounding her. She was an idiot. Here she was stuck in a ditch, and by now had worried Trevor. When he found her, he'd save her, then probably fire her on the spot for being such a dimwit. She sagged against the seat back. She already adored the handsome, messy, mixed-up brutes at Cooper Bar 6 Ranch. She was sure she had helped them. How could she leave them now? Headlights flashed across her face from the rearview mirror. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thinking she needed to get out and flag them down, she glanced at the buckets of rain and decided against it. They might not see her and run her over. Maybe not even realize they had. Thankfully, the headlights moved to the shoulder of the road, then right behind her. She focused on the mirror and saw a large man step out of a vehicle, tugging up the collar of his heavy jacket to just under his hat brim. He tilted his head downward against the assault of rain. Hunching into a jog, he quickly reached her door. With one knuckle, he rapped on the glass. She couldn't see much in the dark and the icy rain, but his hat brim touched the window, so he was close. Close enough for her to notice a heavy scarf wrapped around his neck and a few days' growth on his chin. She squinted, trying to catch a better look at the man. He tapped again, snapping her out of her troubled thoughts. She felt the flush of embarrassment when she realized he'd just wanted her to open the window. Taking hold of the handle with shaky fingers, she rolled the window down, then shivered at the gust of wet wind that hit her in the face. He moved in closer. To shield her? When he opened his mouth to speak, the night sky burst with light, and Rebecca saw the most vivid blue eyes and magnificent face she'd ever beheld, until the boom of thunder and impeding darkness circled around them again. "You okay, ma'am?" he said in a deep, robust voice. Another shiver ran down her spine, not from the cold. I'm fine." She glanced down at her lap, as if to see if everything was fine. "I'm pretty sure I'm fine," she said, and hoped he heard her. The wind was picking up. It wailed about her car, sporadically dashing against it. The man reached up to stuff his hat on harder. "I need you to get out of there. Will it turn over?" He nodded toward her ignition switch. He had to get her out of here? Was it possible Wyoming men were unusually such gentlemen? Sure as shootin' the ones she'd lived with weren't. She tore her eyes from his, feeling the loss. Turning the key to off before trying to turn the engine over, her heart sank when nothing happened. "No, I'm sorry." "Nothing to be sorry about, ma'am." He reached down for her door handle. Tried it. Locked. "Can you unlock the door?" This time, his voice held impatience. She guessed she should have anticipated what he'd want next. Though this man looked like the typical Wyoming cowboy type, from what she could see, she didn't know who he was, for goodness sake. Attractiveness meant nothing when it came to behavior. How was she to know if he could be trusted? Taking a fortifying breath, she made a split decision to trust him, though she couldn't remember the last time she trusted anyone. She unlocked the door, then tried to open it. Stuck. She shoved against it. He pulled from the outside. Really stuck. "Hold on," he said. I'll come around to the other side. Problem was, the other side was half immersed in a ditch. The kind man was going to be soaked, not only by the rain, but by the waters that must be racing down the gully by now. She rolled up the window pane, then slid over to the other door. The car rocked to one side a bit further. She froze, trapping a breath. When it steadied, she breathed easier. Slowly, she reached to unlock the passenger door, then stretched down to pick up the workings of her purse. He yanked the door open, thrust out a hand. "Just a minute," she said as she frantically scooped stuff back into the gaping handbag. "No!" he barked. She jumped at the command, but understood since the water must be rising. One last scoop into the bag, and she slung it over her shoulder, then grabbed the man's hand. An unexpected jolt shot up her arm at the contact, but she ignored it, figuring it was the warmth of his hand to her icy one. He gave a sharp tug, sliding her out so fast, if he hadn't caught her to him, she would have ended up in that rapidly filling ditch. He was standing knee-deep in the speeding water, solid as an oak. He reached down to lift her into his arms, but she squeaked a protest. "What? Are you hurt?" he demanded, glancing up and down her body. No, it's not that. You can't carry me. There's the rain and the water you're standing in. There's bound to be sticky mud." He glowered, stopping up her words, then bent again to lift her. She pushed his hand back, determined not to tell him why she didn't want him to carry her. She was 5'8", and though slender, she could blame her weight. All women thought they were too heavy, but he was a man. He believed that. "I can walk." "Ma'am," he started, but she didn't give him a chance to argue. "I'm too heavy." Her face flamed at the lie. He stared at her, the corner of his mouth twitching. Before she could say anything more, he smiled in full, lighting the dark with glorious white teeth. Then he had the gall to burst out laughing. If she could have maneuvered enough to plant her hands on her hips, she would have. How dare he laugh at her? Through a lingering grin, he said, "You're getting wet. I'm soaked from the head down, drowning from the feet up, and you're worried about how heavy you are? You're one strange lady," he said, then laughed some more, scooping her up before she could protest further. Startled, Rebecca squealed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. When he slid the first time against the slick bank, she clung tighter. When he slipped the second time, she yelped and buried her face in the wool of his scarf. Goodness, what a stubborn man. They'd likely both end up in the churn of ditch water now. Surprisingly, he got to solid ground and sloshed his way over to his truck. Opening the driver's door, he flung her in, not so gentlemanly this time. He glanced back at her car and let out an exasperated growl. "Why didn't you turn your lights off? Did you even grab the keys?" She gave him a sheepish grimace, then her eyebrows flattened. "You hurried me," she grunted, slammed the door shut, and made his way back to the passenger side of the little Rambler. Sticking his head into the car interior, he gave her a wonderful view of his backside. She should look away. Yes, she should do that. But somehow her eyes didn't follow her righteous thoughts. Before she could worry any more about it, he'd switched off her lights, looked to have grabbed the keys, then backed out. He pushed the door hard against the tilt of the car and battering of water from all directions. Before he could step out of the way, the car slid a little more in his direction. "Watch out!" she shrieked, though she knew he couldn't hear her. Quick on his feet, he lunged backwards and kept his footing, though the water was funneling up his legs, spraying him in the face and drenching him as if he stood in the middle of a geyser. Finally, he sloshed his way out of the torrents and towards his vehicle. Before he opened the door, he ducked down. Rebecca had scooted to the passenger side, so she could only see the top of his back. By his motions, he looked to be dumping his boots of water, then stuffing them back on. When he opened the door, he was out of breath and out of patience. if the scowl on his face had any indication. He jumped in the truck, looking like he'd taken a swim fully clothed. Yanking off his hat, he dropped it between them on the floor, then started his truck with a roar. Rebecca searched her mind for what she could say, since she couldn't stay quiet under the best of circumstances. Thank you for saving me." His head jerked toward her, a scowl still present. "Won't say it was my pleasure. But how about glad to be of service?" His words were curt, but what did she expect? At the very least, she'd annihilated his plans. Probably his hat and boots, too. She caught his intense gaze and matched it. "Well, thank you for your service." Her words seemed to stop him. Or was it that she hadn't let his gaze intimidate her? His attention shifted to her sodden outfit and on up to her stringy hair and dripping face. A sudden shiver hit her. She crossed her arms over her chest, mortified by how bedraggled she must look, when this man, as soaked as he was, still looked absurdly attractive. She'd forgotten to take a coat, and her sweater was plastered to her body, as were her jeans. Her long hair hung in strings down her front and back. She was sure her mascara was streaked down her face. She wiped at her cheek, just in case. When his gaze refastened to hers, his had changed. He no longer looked annoyed, but she didn't know. Something warmer. Feeling uncomfortable now, she reached up to deal with her hair. A quick glance at him told her he was watching. Averting her gaze to the soggy hair she'd pulled down over her shoulder, she nervously twisted it. Excess water squeezed out and onto the seat. She froze as she stared at the puddle. Her eyes jerked back to his, heat flooding her face as she wiped at the mess. "Heavens, I'm so sorry." Unpredictably, he chuckled, a pleasant sound. "I think we're way past worrying about my seats." Her smile dropped off as he stared into the depths of her eyes. Lightning flashed, making her jump. A few seconds later came the roll of thunder, farther away this time. Still, she couldn't seem to unlock herself from those soulful eyes. It was almost as if they had anchored to her soul. Time slowed. Every one of her senses was alive, as if the static and the lightning had ignited them. She was aware of the sheets of rain, the occasional white light, the rumble of the heavens, the world receding to just the cab of the truck and the magnificent man in front of her. Before she could analyze just what she was experiencing, his hand rose to her face and carefully pushed the clumps of hair, still plastered to her cheeks, back with his fingertips. Then came his palm, cradling her cheek. Her heart galloped at his intimate touch, though she curbed the urge to squirm. With his thumb, he wiped off whatever was on her cheeks, probably mud or the mascara she'd worried about. His touch was so tender, so personal. This stranger, this annoyed stranger, seemed to have guided his thoughts away from their circumstances and onto the attraction she felt as well. But then, what did she know? Her sister Susanna would tease her that she never knew what men were thinking. She avoided them, so she knew less than zero about the creatures, other than how to corral them when need be. Was she even equipped to trust another man? Was she ready to try? "You have mud on your cheek." "Ah, yes. See there?" She released the breath she had been holding. "Just helping her clean up, then." "Thank you. I'm sure I'm a mess." Those compelling eyes stared into hers for so long, she began to heat up from the inside out all over again, though she was trembling. "You must be cold," he said in that rumbling voice, now with an edge of huskiness. He turned and reached behind his seat to produce a blanket. He draped it over her shoulders, then pulled it into her hands at the front. The contact made her shiver again. She grasped it, laughing nervously. "Do you always Carry a blanket to help damsels in distress? Yes. Oh, now she really felt foolish. He was just being gallant. She'd been flirting. She turned her body to face out the front window. I should get back. I don't want to worry anyone. Court couldn't strip his eyes from the waterlogged woman before him. The last few months had been some of the most difficult in his adult life. He was soaked to the bone, annoyed beyond his limit. He craved home, and yet this young woman he had to rescue had caught his attention like no other ever had. Who were the people she didn't want to worry? The people he found himself unaccountably jealous over? But he bit his tongue since she'd obviously dismissed him. Facing forward, he put the truck in reverse to back away from the little rambler. What kind of genius drove that roller skate in weather like this? He glanced at the half-drowned dolt beside him and all the mud and water that had been slopped into the interior of his brand-new Ford pickup on her account. He should have been peeved, but he wasn't. It seemed fitting somehow, considering how he'd earned the truck. "Where is back?" Court asked. Shoot. Well, I'll direct you. For some reason, I'm not remembering the exact address right now. Court grinned to himself. Was that a ploy to stay with him longer? He hoped so. It had been a long time since he'd had such a strong attraction to someone. Too long. Take your time. He pushed the gear shift into neutral and turned on the radio. Since only the static answered back, he clicked it off, then turned his head to face her. Her wide eyes stared back at him. She wasn't a classic beauty, but that's what attracted him. Her uniqueness. Her nose was long, her smile wide. Her skin looked silky soft. "What's your name?" "Rebecca," she said. That sounded familiar, but for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. As he watched, cute expressions crossed her face in the dimness of the cab, lit by what little dash lighting there was and the ricochet of his headlights against the Rambler. He found himself wondering what all that long hair would feel like once it dried. Earlier, when he had gazed a peek down her body, the clinging clothes barely left anything to the imagination. And his already raging attraction had taken a giant leap ahead. He still remembered the feel of her in his arms, the softness of her against his hands, and wondered if she was as generous with her body as the widow Mayfield had been with hers. And just behind that thought came an irrational hope that she wasn't. "Are we going?" Her sweet voice broke into his musings. "Do you remember where you live?" he asked, trying to keep the amusement out of his voice. She jerked her head to him. "Oh, I'm staying with some people. That's why I don't remember the exact address." Then she laughed, a beautiful, throaty sound with an open-mouthed grin. "You must have thought I'd lost my mind. I should have explained." "It's fine," he said, feeling a thread of disappointment wind through him that she didn't have a permanent residence here. He threw the truck into gear and backed them off the side of the road and into the street. "Which way?" "Back the way you came. I was on my way to the grocery store for ingredients I forgot for my supper of—" She stopped herself, hesitated, then sighed. "Anyway, that's where I was headed." "Do you still want to go there?" "Be glad to take you. Anything for a little more time." She seemed to think that one over. "You know, I really shouldn't. Would you mind terribly just taking me home? I was on the side of the road for a while. They'll be worried. I need to get back." Who are they? He wondered again, making as tight a three-point turn as the truck's long wheelbase allowed. "I was just coming home from a long time away." He didn't know why he told her that, but she seemed easy to talk to. He enjoyed female company. Clara Mayfield had been anything but a conversationalist, and even carnal pleasure hadn't been enough to compensate for the fact he didn't really like her. If Cooper Ranch weren't in such a serious financial strait, he'd never have taken the job at the Widow's Spread in the first place. Home, that's what he needed. the good, uncomplicated haven of messy bachelors. "Oh, why have you been away from home?" Rebecca asked, breaking through his thoughts. He glanced her way. True interest seemed to dwell in her eyes. He couldn't see the color, but those eyes were big, with long lashes, and filled with a refreshing innocence. Relief deluged him, relaxing his tense muscles and opening his mouth to offer more information about himself. Managed a ranch up north. The job lasted too long. I'm glad to be back. I understand. There's nothing like home, though I'm kind of glad to be away from mine. Another glance told him she was still shivering. He turned the heater up. Why's that? I'm a little old to be living with my parents. She laughed, snorted. He chuckled. Was that a snort? A hand came up from under the blanket, covering her mouth. Sorry, she mumbled through her fingertips. What was that? He said, turning his head toward her. When she gave him a sheepish look, he laughed. She laughed with him, then snorted again. Then they both roared. If my dad could hear me now, he'd have a tizzy fit, she mumbled to herself. Probably thought he hadn't heard. Oh, that big a fit, huh? He said, then chuckled when she gasped. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this light-hearted. It was good to laugh. Not once did he let loose at the widow's place, and he rarely did at home. Yes, he's been trying to teach me to be a lady my whole life. He says snorting is definitely not on the list of ladylike behaviors, especially in front of a man. Just then, all references to her home life and her dad sank into his besotted brain. May as well put a fire break up now. How old are you, anyway? She sucked in an indignant breath. A lady never reveals her age, sir. How old are you? 41. There. That should kill anything happening between them. In his side vision, he saw her stiffen, but only for a second before she lifted her chin and said, Just a babe. I figured you were pretty young. Another unexpected laugh escaped him. Yeah, he felt young all right. Maybe the old saying, you're as old as you feel, was true. He felt as though he'd already shed 10 years since tapping on Rebecca's window. Just then, Rebecca practically bounced off the seat and pointed. Oh my gosh, there's the entrance to the ranch. I almost let you pass it. Cord whizzed right by. No, you're mistaken. That's the Cooper Bar 6th entrance. I know things look different in a storm. Maybe a few miles down? No, go back. That's it. I know where I am, she said, sounding irked. What are you talking about? He slowed the pickup, finally turning off at a wide entrance to a side road. He threw the gear shift into neutral and turned to her. Take me back there, please. She had tensed. Even her words were pinched. The look of unease is what persuaded him to do as she asked. He didn't want her afraid of him. He'd take her there, prove to her it was the wrong place. Then they'd venture on. Fine. He turned the truck around in the larger space proved easy enough. Now he had to let her convince herself she'd been mistaken. They drove in silence until he reached the entrance and turned in. Here? This is where you want to go? Yes. Thank you. She pulled the blanket up closer to her chin, as if he'd been after kidnapping her or worse. That made him fume, but he kept it under wraps. Maybe he'd teach her a lesson and dump her there and drive off. Then what would she do? He wound around the long drive, missing the potholes he knew as well as the face of each of his sons. Catching a glimpse of the ranch house relaxed him. The 2-story dwelling he was so proud of loomed before them. Streams of light came through the large rectangular windows in the front, welcoming him home. Man, it was surprisingly good to be here. He pulled the truck up to the walkway leading to the front door and stopped, glad the rain had ended momentarily. He slung his arm to the seat back and turned toward her, waiting for her to tell him he'd been right. This was not where she belonged. She smiled. This is it. Thank you so much for everything. His mouth dropped open, but the words were jammed up in his throat. She swung the blanket off her shoulders and handed it back to him. The sight of her sodden clothes over that soft body scrambled his thoughts as he tried to make sense of what she'd said. Grabbing her purse from under her feet, she opened the door and jumped out before he got his tongue untied. She turned back. "Thank you. Again. Goodbye." She hesitated, giving him one last look he could have sworn was regret, then clicked the door closed. Stunned, and a whole lot discombobulated by the big-eyed woman walking toward his own home, Cord saw Trevor open the front door of the house and dash down the walkway toward her, a look of pure rage distorting his features. Rage? Cord was on the ground and rounding the front of his truck when he heard his son berate Rebecca. "I was just coming to find you, you daft woman!" "Hold on there, partner," Cord hollered as he entered their view. "You speak to her that way again and I'll knock you on your backside." Rebecca turned to Cord. "No, it's okay. He has reason to be mad. "Coop?" Trevor said. "Apologize to her, son," Cord roared. "Son?" Rebecca echoed, looking from one man to the other. "You're his son?" she said to Trevor. Then, as if some great revelation came to her, she turned and stared at her rescuer, her face contorting. "You're Cord Cooper?" Cord was within a couple of feet of her now, as was Trevor. Over Rebecca's head, he glowered at his son. "I said apologize now." Trevor was his height and brawny as all get-out, more so every year. Even though his firstborn refused to call him Dad, he pounded respect for women into all his boys and expected no less. Rebecca, trapped between the two of them and nearly a foot shorter, was glaring up from between them. Cord caught her fierce expression and glanced down at her, momentarily distracted. "What?" he said, a little too harshly. "So, you're the absentee father," she said with such force it dazed him. Then she scooted out from the middle of them, marched up the rock walkway and into the house, banging the door shut behind her. Chapter 2. Cord's blood boiled, at the way she dismissed him, at himself for watching the sway in her hips until she banged her way into his house. His pulse sped, his face heated, the desire to pace barely containable. "Absentee, father?" Trevor said with a sneer and a nod. "Sounds about right." Cord grimaced, but chose to ignore Trevor's verbal jab. "Who is that woman, and why is she going into my house?" Right then the front door sailed open, and 3 more of his brawny sons stomped toward him, each visibly relaxing as they laid their eyes on him. Whoever the woman was, it was clear his sons had planned to come to her rescue. Even Trevor had reacted protectively. Cord knew firsthand how closely rage and fear traveled together. He shook Colt's and Brand's hands. Bronk didn't offer. Instead, he said, "Hey there, old man. Found your way home, I see." Bronk was never one to hold back uncensored thoughts. That Hellraiser kid reminded Cord of himself in his youth. Bronk's eyes stayed locked on his own. "So, came up for breath from the pretty widow, eh?" Cord ground his teeth at Bronk's blatant subtext in the reminder of the domineering woman. Pretty, yes. Pleasant, no. It didn't go unnoticed that he felt no need to protect her from his son's barbs. Would he have if she were standing here? "Grab my bags from the back, Bronk, under the tarp." He eyed each one of his sons in turn. "Now, who's going to tell me who that woman is?" He nodded toward a light that had just blinked on in the second-story guest room. "The one who's making herself at home, in one of my bedrooms." "You're the one who brought her home, Coop," Trevor said, clearly seething, "and the one who came to her defense so blasted fast." "So, Dad, where'd you get the F-100? Is it a 59 or a 60? Brand asked, always the mediator. He'd allow Brand to think he'd distracted him. Still, he would get his answers. Fresh from the factory, 1960. Nice, Colt said. Why'd you pick red and white? You usually go for dark colors. Cord grimaced. There was no avoiding what came next. It was a gift. My bonus. All but Trevor bellowed with laughter. He endured the teasing, sometimes he undoubtedly deserved. Still, where was the respect he'd instilled in them? Trevor looked outraged. A gift? For what, exactly? Bronk strode over and nudged Trevor hard enough for him to sidestep. Knock it off, Trevor barked, shoving Bronk back. Bronk skipped sideways until he caught his balance. What do you think it was for? Stop it, both of you. It was for mechanizing her hay production, downsizing her herd, and reseeding those ranges, which will help us. Enough said. Though his sons were men now, thankfully those last two words never failed to silence them. He was tired and had already chastised himself enough over the bonus he'd received. Now, Cord looked them each in the eye, one by one. Who is the woman? You brought her home, don't you know? Bronk said with amusement in his eyes. Cord glared at Bronk. She lost control of her car on the highway and wound up in a ditch. Her car's still there. Have Stogie and Willie dig it out and take it to Ralph's tomorrow. All I know is her name's Rebecca. Care to enlighten me? They all looked to Trevor. The housekeeper and cook, though the cooking part is questionable, he said. Bronk chortled. That's for sure. Afraid so, Colt said. Hey, I think she does just fine, Brand said. She tries. Cord felt a deep dread seep into his marrow. That's why the name Rebecca sounded so familiar. Now he remembered. A slew of curse words tore through his brain. She was Roy Harper's niece and his own nephew's sister-in-law. Young and far too mouth-watering. She would be living in his house while she cleaned and cooked. We'll get another housekeeper and cook, Cord said. He scrubbed a hand down his face, feeling the stubble scratch against his palm. When he looked back up, 4 sets of eyes were planted on him. What? He barked. Why are you taking our word for it? Colt asked. Because he needed her out of here, that's why. Didn't trust himself to have her in his house. She was young, much too young. For him, anyway. He studied the 4 boys in front of him. Even added the 2 other sons who had flown the coop to the tally of Cooper's suitors. Any one of them would be better matched. He choked on the thought and covered it up by coughing into his hand. Bronk narrowed his eyes, looking equal parts suspicious and confused. Cord waved his look away. I'm not used to having a woman under our roof, is all. Bronk harumphed. You mean a young filly, unlike Maria. Cord gave Bronk a reprimanding glare for the young filly comment, but when Bronk swallowed reflectively after a half-hearted sneer, Cord understood. Bronk missed Maria. They all did. She'd practically raised his sons all by herself, saint that she was. Cord still remembered the day she'd retired and left for Mexico, and to a family who'd been missing her for years. Cord had to watch himself. Of all the sons, Bronk was the one most likely to notice his father's attraction to their young housekeeper. Let's go in. It's starting to rain again. Even as Cord grabbed 2 of his bags, he knew he'd have to go check on Rebecca. She'd been hurt in that accident. He'd seen the knot on her head. Resolved to what he needed to do, he made his way up the staircase to his room at the end of the hallway. His stomach clenched as he passed Rebecca's room. That was a hurdle he'd have to face every day. He smashed one bag between him and his door, fingering the doorknob, then moved into the room. He dumped both bags near his dresser, then went for the 2 Bronk had left outside his bedroom door. Dropping them next to the other 2, he gaped at the room he'd vacated 5 months ago. It was spotless. The hardwood floors winked up at him. The mirror over his bureau glistened. There was no dust anywhere. His bed, which he distinctly remembered leaving in shambles, was made up so smartly he could bounce a quarter on it. The small throw rugs on the floor looked to have been laundered and carefully rearranged. So, their little live-in was pretty good at her cleaning job. With an appreciative final glance at the sparkling room, he heaved a tired sigh and turned to go check on Rebecca's injury. He stepped next door and rapped with one knuckle. "Yes?" he heard behind the door. "It's Cord. Can I have a word?" "I don't know. Can you?" "What?" She opened the door and peeked out. "You said, 'Can I have a word?' Do you mean, 'May I have a word?'" He stiffened. Instant irritation lit his skin on fire. He hated being corrected about anything. What was she, an English teacher? He ramped up his glare. He would not let her put a ring in his nose. He stayed silent and let his expression say it all. She raised her eyebrows in question. That gesture opened her eyes wider, giving him a good view of the color that had evaded him earlier. Pine green, splashes of brown, a hint of gold. She paused for another moment, but when she said nothing more, she said, "Okay, then. I'll see you in the morning." Not the least bit intimidated by him, she pushed the door to shut him out. "Hold on there." He stuck a boot in the opening. Thump. "Showing your moxie, are you?" he said, knowing his irritation colored each word. "I said I'd like a word with you." "Oh, is that what you're saying?" Her mouth twitched, and there was amusement in her eyes. He didn't find it a bit amusing, especially not tonight. He gave her a brisk nod. Cord walked through her door and left it open behind him, for her benefit. "I saw a bump on your head. Let me have a look-see." "It's fine, Mr. Cooper. I'm fine. But I am a little tired, so if you don't mind." She gave him her back, walking toward and gesturing to the open door. While she was distracted with trying to usher him out, he took 2 steps and wrapped a hand around her elbow. She jumped but managed to curtail her surprise. He guided her over to the lamp and pushed the shade up. "Hold still," he said. When she finally did, he used his fingertips to gently move her hair back from her face. Her skin was so soft, and those wide hazel eyes with their multicolored depths were doing unfathomable things to him, until he saw the question there and realized he'd been stroking. He cleared his throat. "I'm just taking a look at that knot." He dropped his hand. "Do you feel okay? Light-headed? Dizzy?" Rebecca boldly took hold of his hand and drew him towards the door. "Yes, no, and no." Then she pushed him out of the room and closed the door behind him. He stood on the other side of the door, stunned. For such a young girl, she sure had spunk, or maybe disrespect. Seemed like disrespect, and that made him whip around with one hand raised to pound on the door this time. "Hoping for some late-night fun, Dad?" Bronk said behind him on a brash chuckle. Cord's arm dropped to his side as he swung to face his accuser. Bronk had always had a chip on his shoulder. Cord figured part was personality, part was being the youngest, even if only a few minutes behind Brand. Of course, it might have stemmed from the fact he never got the chance to know his mother. After her death, Cord had poured every ounce of his time into raising beef for the war effort. Since he had 6 sons to raise without their mother and a ranch to run alone, the government didn't allow him to enlist. But he had felt honor-bound to serve in some capacity. That left poor Maria to take over the majority of work in raising his 6 sons, all under the age of 5. Thankfully, his in-laws had offered some help until they died in a car accident on the slick, wintry roads of Sundance. The small, dismal regret came over him at the memory. He should have bonded with his boys back then. He often thought his neglect during those years was what caused Bronk to go to the wild side. But if that were the case, More than one son would have the same problem, wouldn't they? Of course, they all had their issues. He couldn't quite pin down what exactly, but he knew he'd caused them, and it was about time he tried to do something about it. "Hey, Dad, where'd you go off to?" Bronx said, punching him in the arm as he was prone to do. Cord shook his head, ridding himself of the same old guilt. "Is there food in the kitchen? My stomach's been gnawing on my backbone." "Yeah, Brand cooked. Some steak left. Probably a baked potato or two." "Perfect. Come with me. Fill me in on what's been happening around here." Rebecca listened at the door until the two men's voices faded off and the thumping of their boots confirmed they'd gone downstairs. Thank goodness. When Cord had come into her room to check her head, she did indeed feel lightheaded and dizzy, but it wasn't because of her small injury. The man smelled wonderful. Of man and spice and fresh rain, and those eyes. Vivid blue was one thing. The color was extraordinary. But it was the intensity that had sucked the air from her lungs. She'd never seen eyes that seemed to reveal the inner workings of a man's soul and at the same time imprison her own. She'd felt everything he'd said like it was a tangible thing while she gazed into those depths. Heavens! And his strength as he propelled her through the room to the lamp amazed her. He was the father of 6 sons, 6 grown sons. 41. Way too old for her. Though he didn't seem old at all. He was the most virile man she'd ever met. Here she had lived amongst Cord's good-looking sons for 4 months now, with no heart flutters or stymied breaths. Yet in walks the father of those sons, and Rebecca's heart stumbled nearly to a stop. She patted her chest, trying to coax her heart into a more steady rhythm. It shocked her, the reaction she had to him. Since when did she allow a man close enough to touch her heart? Catching her image in the mirror made her gasp in horror. Her face was flushed, red as a tomato. Had she been like that the whole time? Now, ruefully embarrassed, she changed into her usual long nightie, then opened a window to allow the night air to cool her cheeks. Gazing out into the murky night, she absently brushed the long hair until it crackled. The smell of rain on the breeze was delightful. She loved it when it rained. Her father always hated the rain as a farmer. Most of the time downpours ruined crops he'd spent months nurturing. So she never told him how much she loved it. More than loved it. She thrived on the way God refreshed his earth while he watered it. Thunderstorms were better yet, with rolling thunderclaps and flashes of lightning. A flash of light in the distance made her smile. Yes, just like that. Rap, rap, rap. Someone's quiet knock on her door brought her around. She stared at the door, wondering who it was this time. Her heart fluttered at the thought. It had to be Cord. His sons had never bothered her, not once, whenever she closed herself in her room. Barefoot, she tiptoed to the barrier. "Yes?" she said to the door. "It's me, Cord. May I have a word?" Oh, great. Now her stomach flipped, joining her erratic heart. "Can we talk about whatever it is in the morning?" "It's the morning I want to talk to you about." She sighed out a pent-up breath. "Okay, just a minute." Reaching for her housecoat, she slipped on the bulky, modest robe, cinching it tight, then opened the door. Cord stood on the other side, looking rumpled from the drying rain. Hair tousled and eyes trapping her with their magnetic force. "Yes?" she said, way too breathlessly. Cord stared for a moment, then stepped in, like he had every right to. She bristled at his boldness, then swung the door wide, leaving it there, backing out of his space. His gaze dropped to her robe, to her bare feet, then back up to her hair. He combed her hair with his gaze, from the top of her head clear down to where it rested on her chest. She swallowed, hard. What was it with these Cooper men and women's hair? Her little sister had shared how her husband, Jake, had always been awestruck by hers. "Okay, you're here now. What about morning did you want to talk to me about?" Her words had come out steady, though she felt anything but. "The boys tell me your cooking needs work." Too stunned to speak, she just gaped. They tattled on her? The little rats! "Meet me at the kitchen at 5:30. I want to watch what you do." "You want to watch? Is this some kind of juvenile test?" In that moment, she wondered what beyond good looks had attracted her to this man. The counselor in her categorically dropped him into the slot named control fanatic, or maybe obscenely rude. "Call it what you want, but yes, I want to watch. That is," he tilted his head down and pinched the bridge of his nose. When he looked back up, his features had smoothed out. "I'll find out what their problem is. Get to the bottom of this." At least that sounded like Cord might want to judge his sons as well. Still, her ire was rising. She wanted to poke a finger in his chest and tell him where he could take himself off to. But she wanted this job. Hard as it had been, she'd loved it for 17 weeks, along with the men she'd slaved for. So she had to find a way to appease the man in charge, not tick him off. "Okay," she heaved a resigned sigh. "I'll be there. With bells on." Chapter 3. Rebecca was in the kitchen at 5 o'clock sharp, determined to get breakfast lined up, or maybe even made before the tyrant showed up. She had seethed all night, getting very little sleep, then started right up again the minute she opened her eyes. The more she thought of Cord's condescension, the more she wanted to punch him rather than please him. Today she would make her best breakfast. Granted, she wasn't the best of cooks, but she did have a handful of recipes she was darned good at, and the Cooper sons would agree. A meal of her special flapjacks, not hard, always tasty. He'd see. She could handle this bunch. Even though he didn't call it a test, it sure felt like one. The bowl of pancake mix was next to the griddle. Bacon was frying, and she'd already gathered the eggs from the little chicken coop out back, washed them, and had them waiting in a big bowl ready to crack and scramble. It was really suppers that were her downfall. Brand, sweetheart that he was, helped her often. God bless the man. Colt was good about it too, yet they had told their dad she wasn't any good at cooking. A frigid chill came over her. Back to grinding her teeth, she picked up the bowl of batter and began whipping it with furious, rapid beats. "That's some kind of foul-looking frown you're wearing there." Rebecca jumped and swung around at the deep voice at her side. The pancake batter sloshed. She tilted the bowl to catch it, but overcompensated. The two loose batters zipped up the side and onto her chest. She squeaked and glanced down. Heavens to Betsy! She flew towards the sink at the same time Cord did, both grabbing for the wet washcloth. Their arms tangled and the bowl tipped again. When they'd finally ceased their jostling, Cord held the bowl and wore the majority of the batter, not only on his chest, but on his flat stomach and down his jeans, all the way to his knees. From there, it dripped onto his socks. Drip, drip, drip. Rebecca felt her mouth twitch. He looked like he'd been the target of a giant bird dropping. She pressed her lips together to keep from laughing, but when Cord scowled his displeasure, her desire for retribution burst from her, first in the dreaded unladylike snort, then a hearty peal of laughter, then another snort. She covered her mouth when the snort, laughing, threatened to make an imbecile of her. Cord's eyes went wide, and his lips twitched. That was a smile. He's trying not to smile. The revelation stopped her cold. She dropped her hands to her side and stared at his mouth. The bottom lip was full, the top thinner. It was a hard mouth, an enticing mouth. a deceptive mouth, because just then the corner of his mouth twitched up again. An answering smile spread across her face. Cord tilted his head down to look at his clothing. "So, you think this is funny?" It was a statement, not a question, and when he looked back up, the twitch was gone. A hard stare had taken its place. She recognized it as a father's reprimand. Her own dad had used it plenty while she was growing up. "I have to change. Stay right here." He used his index finger to emphasize the spot where he expected her to remain. "Don't do anything until I get back." He shoved the bowl back in her hands. Well, of all the... She was not one of his children. He could not bark orders and expect her to pay homage. She swung back, scooped the batter off of her aproned chest, and thumped the bowl back to the counter to begin again. By the time Cord returned, she had breakfast well underway. Out of her peripheral vision, she saw when he arrived and noted what she was doing. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame. "I thought I told you to wait for me." "Oh, I did. I'm right here," she said sweetly, though her back was to him. "I meant not to start without me, Duchess, and you know it." "Duchess, huh?" She twirled to face him, put a hand over her heart. "Is that what you meant? Oh, silly me." The old saying, if looks could kill, yep, she'd be a goner. "Breakfast is nearly ready. Would you like to call for the fellas, or shall I? Usually they just show up, ready to eat. Wonder what's changed." She tapped a finger to her mouth as she studied the ceiling. "Oh, that's right. Their wayward father has come home." Heat filled her face as she twirled back to flip her flapjacks. Why did she rib him so hard? And what would be the consequences? She didn't know Cord from Adam, but only her initial reaction to him had been what fairy tales were made of. But oh, was she miffed when she'd figure out who he was. The man who'd left his sons to toil in his absence. Cord laid a hand on her arm and turned her. She jerked at his touch, then stared nearly cross-eyed at the finger he wagged in her face. "Now see here, young lady." "What'd Rebecca do to warrant one of your lectures?" Bronk sauntered from the mudroom to the kitchen and up to the coffee pot. Cord glanced at Bronk. "Stay out of it, son." Taking advantage of Cord's small distraction, Rebecca whipped back around, sure her flapjacks would burn, and then she'd be in trouble for sure. Frantically, she flipped them, then turned to the son who gave everyone grief. "Good morning, Bronk. How are you this fine day?" The sarcasm dripped, but she couldn't quite keep it out of her voice. Full coffee cup now in hand, Bronk strode over and parked behind her as he often did. Close. Too close. But it didn't bother her any more. She'd learned it didn't mean anything. He'd been trying this method to intimidate her for months. It had worked at first. She pretty much ignored him now. "Why don't you set the table, Bronk?" Cord's voice sounded agitated. Was it Bronk's behavior? Or had she pushed him too far? Rebecca looked over her shoulder to find Bronk glancing over his own shoulder. "Why, Daddy-o? Would you rather it was you standing this close to Rebecca?" "That's enough. You—" Cord stopped himself, ran a hand through his hair, then blew out a huge breath. "Join me in the office, son." Bronk rolled his eyes. "Now?" "Right now." Bronk groaned but followed his father obediently. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief, but if she was smart, and she was, she would recruit one of her sisters to help her plan future meals. She'd be sure to give Susanna or Jessica a call soon to get more recipes. She was pretty good at following those. That is, if she remembered to buy all the ingredients. Soon, her heart thrilled at the thought, Susanna would be her neighbor, just as soon as she and Jake moved onto an adjacent Cooper parcel. Now, if Rebecca could only manage not to get fired in the meantime. "Sit down, Oates," Cord said. "Nah, that's okay. I'll just stand right here." "Always the smart aleck, eh, boy?" Cord sat behind his big mahogany desk and got comfortable. He propped one foot up on his desk, crossing it with the other, in hopes of taking the edge of arrogance off his son. What kind of trouble did you give Bacon while I was gone? What do you care? Bronk said, then paused, looking contemplative. You haven't used our nicknames in a coon's age. Why now? Maybe I was reminded there were good times around here once upon a time. And you think our nicknames will bring back the old times? Newsflash, Daddy-o. They weren't all that great. Cord winced. No, he guessed they weren't. Ever since Millie died, Cord had lost his path. Cracking down on the boys to keep them in line was all he knew. He'd never been unjust, but definitely too strict and neglectful. They certainly hadn't gotten a lot of good times. Now, it remained to be seen whether he could change his spots. Or maybe he was too worn down by life's unfair dish-outs to alter anything about himself. Maybe you're right. But it's never too late. You think not, huh? Bronk shrugged, trying to look indifferent. So what do you want with me? Cord ground his teeth. This boy always called it like it was. He felt the old familiar annoyance rising, but was determined not to fall back into bad habits. Lay off the lewd comments concerning Rebecca. Well now, you know the old saying, Dad. If you can't stand the heat... Very funny, Oates. Wild Oats. The name still applies, doesn't it? The cocky grin fell off Bronk's face. Good. Better than having to knock it off. He was darned close. Cord ran a palm over his face, mentally batting down his temper. He wasn't even through his first day back, and already the old battle lines were drawn. But his stint with the widow and her empty life had convinced him to do whatever it took to regain a relationship with his sons, so they'd want him around in his old age. He took a breath. I'm sure Rebecca has breakfast done by now, since I doubt she waited like I asked her to. Let's get it while it's hot. Bronk swung around and exited the room faster than a stallion hightailing it after his brood. Cord looked forward to the day when Bronk reminisced of his wild days and wasn't still living them. He hoped that day would come sooner, before Cord broke his thumb trying to keep Bronk under it. Cord clicked the office door shut behind him. Though guilt squeezed his stomach, he needed to send Rebecca away. And to do that, he needed a reason. Hoping her lack of cooking skills could be that reason, he moseyed back to the extra-large kitchen. But just as he had assumed, Rebecca had finished preparing breakfast. Her back was to him as she set a platter of flapjacks on the table next to the eggs and a platter of bacon next to the flapjacks. He was puzzled. The food looked good. It smelled even better. Trevor sat at the head of the table, Cord's usual spot. The glare he wore begged Cord to fight him over the head of the household spot. Well, he wouldn't. Trevor had earned that spot fair and square. He'd been here looking after everyone at the Bar 6, while Cord had been absent. Absentee father. Rebecca was right. He'd been absent for way too long. Cord took a seat at the other end, across the table from a surprised Trevor. His eldest had been expecting that fight. Rebecca slapped Bronk's hand as he reached for bacon. Oh, no, you don't. Wait for everyone to sit so we can say grace. Then you can shovel it in. Cord's mouth twitched at her motherly reprimand. Maybe this was the reason his sons berated her cooking. Maybe it wasn't about her cooking at all. He thought of his boys as he reassessed the woman in front of him. His sons needed a womanly influence, however young the source. If he could put his own attraction aside and think of what was best for his boys, it could be he'd not have her cook, but not turn her out either, possibly just housekeeping and supervising. Cord watched as Bronk avoided another slap on the hand by reaching with his other. His elbow clashed with Brand's arm, causing Brand to spill his orange juice onto the plate of bacon, and Rebecca spouted, Bronk Cooper, look what you've done. Get off my case, Bronk mumbled without looking at her. Of all the platters of food to ruin, Trevor growled, eyeing the bacon. His glare swung from Bronk to Rebecca. This meal is the only diddly-dang thing you can... Go ahead and finish that sentence, Bacon, and see where it gets you. Cord's voice was too harsh, unyielding. He grimaced. He'd already forgotten his new resolve to soften his touch with his sons. Trevor jerked his head toward Cord. The underlying fury had vanished, and Trevor looked younger and sad, all at the same time. You haven't called me that since I don't know when. His voice trailed off until it was only a muffled rumble. It broke Cord's heart, that bit of truth coming from the son he'd demanded the most from. Yeah, well, he heaved a breath. We need to get back to our roots around here. Maybe your nicknames will help remind us. Isn't that right, Mush? Colt groaned. Or how about you, Nilla? That's vanilla to you, old man, Brand said, but grinned. Respect your elders, Cord said, giving Brand a mock glare. And, of course, I know old Oates over here loves the idea, right, my man? He gave Bronk a clap on his back. Bronk gave him a disrespectful sneer. Do we need another conversation, son? No, Bronk said, then averted his gaze. Now all we need is hot dog and beanie. The grin Rebecca seemed to be holding back finally gave way to a beaming smile. A flood of warmth filled Cord. Okay, 2 questions, Rebecca started. Which one is hot dog, and which one's beanie? And why all the food names? Cord answered her smile with a rare one of his own. Clay is hot dog, since he's jumped off anything and everything since he was 2. It was no surprise he'd become a smoke jumper as an adult. Hunter is beanie. You want to answer her second question, Bacon? Trevor snorted in disgust. Give the floor to Brand. He always liked the dang nicknames. Brand ignored his irascible brother and beamed at Rebecca. Bacon, 'cause Trevor always ate all the bacon. Yeah, that had sounded like the father of their youth, not the one who'd left the raising of his sons to Maria. Honest to goodness, he didn't know what other choice he had. But every night, the real cost of running the ranch socked him square in the face. At first, he practically ran past the boys' closed bedroom doors to collapse into his own bed, sad, exhausted, and hating himself for being angry at 2 infants for his misery. As weeks piled into months, grief waned, and a new ache formed, deeper down. Whether pausing to watch them sleep at night on his way down the hall, or looking into their bright, expectant faces on their rare Sunday mornings together, Cord felt like a drowning man, clawing his way back to a surface that never came. The boys wanted so little, just their dad, and he couldn't deliver. The war ended, his workload lightened, to a small degree, and even still he waited past bedtime before coming back to the house. It was easier that way, being a stranger to 6 boys who'd grown into men as broken as himself. He often wondered, had Maria retired to be with her family, or to finally force Cord into fatherhood before it was too late? Rebecca's absentee father label pierced his heart and stuck, and he'd yet to struggle loose of it, like a trout who'd swallow the fatal hook. Bronk caught Rebecca's solemn expression as he watched Brand pull into himself. Don't let him fool you, Becky girl. He may appear to be all agreeable on the outside, but oh, what a conniver he is. Who do you think always gets me into trouble? He starts it, I finish it. Then I get caught, and he's nowhere to be found. Poor little Brand. Rebecca glanced from Brand to Bronk and back again, understanding dawning in her eyes. Bronk was sneering. Brand had a small smile tucked into one corner of his mouth. Cord felt a small smile of his own for him. Well, I'll be. Bronk must be right about Brand. And now Rebecca had figured it out too. Another tidbit he'd not been around to catch in all these years. Rebecca got to her feet and picked up the platters of ruined food. Dig into the eggs. I have extra batter, so I'll get some more flapjacks started. You'll have to live without bacon today. Hey, wait up there, missy, Bronk said from his lazy sprawl in the chair. Rebecca stopped and turned. What should we name her, Dad? And while we're at it, how about you? I'm off limits, Cord said. But Rebecca here is Duchess. All eyes swung to Cord. Duchess? Why Duchess? Bronx said. Yes. Why Duchess? Rebecca pressed her lips together. Her fingers gripped the dishes she held more tightly, a pinched indignation coloring her face. He expected Cord to embarrass her. Well, he'd never been one to disappoint, so he smirked, then gestured from her toes to her head. See how she's standing? Shoulders squared, spine rigid, no regard for the catastrophe in her hands. Sons, behold royalty. We've got ourselves a duchess in the kitchen. Rebecca's jaw clenched. His sons gaped as if he'd gone loco. For teasing Rebecca, or for his attempt at humor? Maybe it did sound more sarcastic than humorous. Good riddance. He'd asked her to wait for him this morning. She hadn't. But then, one by one, his sons burst into raucous laughter. He grinned at each in turn before chancing a glance at the Duchess. A flush of pink infused Rebecca's face. The rigid lines between her brows gave away her emerging anger or disappointment. He couldn't tell which. He should care if he riled her, but it was more important to kill his attraction. He forced his thoughts toward the strong personality he'd begun to notice, the real reason she reminded him of a stern duchess. He certainly had his fill of domineering women. The widow had seen to that. Cord held Rebecca's gaze until she caved, appearing crushed. Her mouth slackened. Her big eyes glistened. His guilt broke free and swept coldly through him. Still staring into his eyes, she rolled her lips in, then turned to carry her soggy load to the sink, practically throwing the platter in it. He watched as she grasped the sink edge, expelling a few ragged breaths. The need to come up behind her and slip his arms around, to nuzzle her neck and soothe her ruffled feelings, nearly had him on his feet. But he'd long since proven he didn't have that right. Instead, he watched as she grabbed the bowl of batter, whipped it for a few turns, then with trembling hands started a group of cakes on the griddle. Behind her, Trevor was retrieving the platters out of the sink. Cord's lips twitched when Rebecca glanced over her shoulder and gasped at what he was about to do. He dipped the platter slightly to the side, allowing the orange juice to drip off into the dirty dishes, then scooped up the extra limp, juicy-soaked bacon in one fist. Cord chuckled when the Duchess' jaw dropped. Before Rebecca came along, it had been a long time since he felt like smiling. It amazed him how it lessened the tightness in his chest, brought about a homey comfort he hadn't felt in, well, he couldn't remember when. Got animals to feed, Trevor said as he stuffed 2 pieces of bacon in his mouth and breezed out the door. An upsurge of laughter came from his sons at the table. Yep, Brand said. That's our bacon. You can be sure Dash will get the majority of that soggy mess of pork. Cord scoffed to himself. Yeah, that dog hogged the only attention Trevor handed out. He'd never seen an animal and human that were closer, not even himself and his horse, Trapper. One after another, his sons finished their meals, then drifted out the back door and into a crisp, remarkably cloudless morning. Once the door closed for the last time and the warmth of the house swam back into place, Cord watched as Rebecca slipped into servant mode, cleaning up after his negligent sons. Oh, they'd done what they thought they had to in front of their strict father, bringing in their dishes and setting them in the sink. She'd seemed surprised by their willingness to help out. By that observation alone, Cord knew each of his sons had completely slacked for the months he'd been gone, leaving the work to Rebecca. They hadn't been raised that way. He'd made sure Maria had trained them to cook and clean for when they were on their own one day. But it was no wonder Rebecca wasn't an organized cook, leaving ingredients, if not whole portions, out for her meals. At least that's what Trevor had complained about mostly. She had to shop, cook, clean up after meals, scrub the house, do the wash, and pick up after the little slobs which alone would be a task in itself. To have the gall to complain about her meals? Well, that made her hoppin' mad. His own shame filled him. When he'd first set foot in his bedroom after his return from the widow's ranch, it was apparent Rebecca had scoured it. He was no saint, having left his hoard alone with her, and the fact she'd had to handle them and not just their filth in his absence made him cringe all the more. He wasted no more time getting to his feet to join her. Together they moved around the kitchen and each other until finally the chore was done. Rebecca offered him a small smile that didn't reach her eyes before she pushed past him and out the room, leaving him to wonder what had truly gone on in his house while he was gone. Chapter 4. Guilt rode Cord hard. Had for 2 weeks since the day he'd returned home. As he mucked out one of the stalls of soiled hay the cowhands refused to let him do whenever they caught him, he pondered how he must have made Rebecca feel about her lack of skills in the kitchen, even frightening her with the possibility of losing her job because of it. Even as her cooking attempts since had barely been adequate, he'd complimented her anyway, hoping she'd forgive his initial rudeness. Scooping another pitchfork full of hay and manure, he tossed it toward the wheelbarrow, barely making it in. The problem was, he was a bad liar, and Rebecca was too astute to believe him anyway. The outcome had been one jumpy employee and more burned, undercooked, or just plain weird concoctions than he could have imagined. When another scoop and toss didn't quite make its mark, Cord groaned, then dragged himself towards the spill and re-scooped. His enchantment with the little minx was building, and he needed a way out of this whole mess before he did something he'd regret, like kiss her senseless. "Fire!" One of the twins' voices reached his ears before his son skittered around the open barn door at a run. It was Brand, face ashen with panic. "Dad, fire! One of our hay trucks out on the East Fork!" He banked off towards the shed where the small fire truck was housed. Cord's heart knocked in his chest at the memory of the hay fire a few years back they'd yet to recover from. Haying was a risky business in an area where moisture and heat caused fires, so buying the older fire truck from the city after the last catastrophe had given him peace of mind. He couldn't afford another fire like the last one. If he lost any more income, how could he keep Rebecca on? Cord shot toward the open door, spinning after Bran, wondering why he was worried about Rebecca right now with the ranch facing potential insolvency. "Is it the truck or the field?" He followed Bran to the shed. "Don't know," Bran panted out as he gave the door a hefty push, sliding it open. Cord ran to the rig's driver's side and hopped in. "Is the water tank full?" Bran swung into the passenger side. "Yep, kept it that way. Just 'cause you've been away don't mean we slacked, Dad." Cord cranked the engine over. It sputtered and caught. He gunned it towards the east road. Trails of smoke lifted to the sky. Gray smoke. The hay. "Yeah, saw the smoke while fixing that fence," he said, gesturing to yet another downed fence as they rumbled by. "Crud." "Dad, just say shh." "Stop. Don't start bad habits." Cord maneuvered around a pothole the size of a water bucket, silently cursing and promising himself to get them filled before any more rainstorms hit. "Took a long time to clean up my mouth. Your mother finally got through to me. Or maybe it was when Trev started repeating everything I said." As they drew closer, Cord saw that the smoke had changed to a caramel brown. He hoped the truck hadn't caught fire as well. He did curse this time, then threw Brand an awkward glance. "See? Bad habits." Squinting at the hay truck, he said, "I'll get us close." 2 men were on the ground using jackets to slap at what had to be small flames amongst the hay bales stacked 6 high and 4 deep. Since all Cord saw was smoke, their efforts were probably fanning the flames, giving them extra oxygen to ignite and take out the whole load. He halted as close as was prudent. He and Brand jumped out. Reaching into the bed next to the tank, he retrieved 2 extinguishers, while Brand started up the pump. Between the 4 of them, they put the fire out. He figured it was pure luck that brought them here in time. A lot of the hay couldn't be salvaged, but at least the truck was intact. Cord glanced over to the two hands, Willie and Stogie, who'd been with the ranch since when his dad was still alive. The two had to be pushing 70 by now, or maybe they just looked it. Hard, beaten down by the sun, weathered, and the brutal work of ranching for 40-plus years. Cord looked them over, wondering why they looked guilty. Willie, his wisp of gray hair usually covering the bald spot, now blowing in the breeze, had his eyes to the sky. Stogie, really Henry, was studying the ground, his skinny bent frame looking more bowed. Both ignored Cord. "What happened here, fellas?" Cord pushed his hat up to wipe his brow. "Where's Trevor? Or were you two geezers planning to cripple yourselves today?"
"You tell him, Willie,"
Stogie said.
"Why do I always have to do the telling, you old codger?"
Willie said, with hands flailing about in outrage.
"Me, an old codger? Heck, you're half a year older than me."
"Well, all right then. Since I'm older, I'm telling you to tell him,"
Willie said, thrusting a finger at Cord, then crossing his arms to rest on his big belly.
"Somebody better tell me pretty darn quick,"
Cord said. Willie scrubbed a hand up his bristly cheek, pushing his loose skin into one eye before letting it jiggle back into place.
"Well, Trevor sent us on without him. See, 'cause, he's busy. And while he was riding, I seen the smoke in my side mirror."
Cord walked to the side of the truck where most of the damage seemed to be. "All I need to know is how this fire got started." Stogie heaved a sigh.
"Oh, for crying out loud. I'll tell him, you old coot,"
he said, glancing a scowl off Willie. He turned to face Cord.
"Don't rightly know how the fire started, boss. Far as Trevor's concerned, he's trying to send a widder off the ranch."
Cord's head snapped up. "The what?"
"You know, the widder Mayfield come in on the back road."
Cord ran a hand around his nape, blew out an agitated breath. "What did she want?" Willie shrugged.
"Trevor had to jump out of the way of her fancy pants car. She nearly run him down. He sent her on her way. Well, leastwise he was trying to when he sent us on. Said he'd meet up with us at the Riley Ranch to deliver. And not to tell you."
Cord scowled, disappointment at his son taking another notch out of the shaky foundation he was trying to rebuild. "He wanted to keep Clara's visit from me?"
"Who's Clara?"
Willie said, scratching at his whiskers. Stogie whacked him in the arm.
"The widder, you fool! Who'd you think we was just talking about? Put your rabbit ears on, will you? And put a little foil on 'em while you're at it."
Okay, enough said. Do either of you have any idea how this fire got started? Were you smoking one of your cigars, Stogie?
"No, boss. Never around hay."
Cord kept his gaze clamped on Stogie's eyes. When he was satisfied Stogie was telling the truth, he nodded. "Fine. Take the truck back to the barn. We need to see if we can salvage any of that hay. Then reload it for Riley's." Stogie and Willie turned back to the truck, but Stogie stopped and swung back.
"Forgot to tell you. Willie and me seen a truck leaving the ranch afore the widder drove in. Seen a car, too, while we was on our way out, in case that helps you."
"Two more vehicles?"
"Yep,"
he said, then spit on the ground.
"Blue pickup truck back way. Car new grass colored, had no top, front way. We only seen 'em from a distance. Thought you should know."
"No top? You mean a convertible?"
"Yep."
"Thanks, Stogie. Take it slow. That load might shift, now that it's half burned up." Cord started to his truck until another thought stopped him. He swiveled back, thinking he'd asked the two men if they thought the widow may have had a chance to start that fire, but then thought better of it. asking them for an opinion was fruitless. He proceeded on to the fire truck, hauled himself in, and waited for Brand. Who drove a green convertible? Nah, it must have been Rebecca's green Rambler the old man had seen. Ralph had returned it recently. It wasn't a convertible, but neither Willie nor Stogie's eyesight was any good these days. Though a niggle at the back of his mind said he'd seen a car of that description before. And why had the blue truck come onto the Bar 6 from the back way? Only he, his sons, and his employees used the back entrance. The road was too rutted and potholed for normal travel, so it was closed off to the public. So why would Clara risk that fancy car of hers on his back roads? Clara, was she the culprit? Cord didn't think so. What would be her motive? He rubbed his neck where the tension always seemed to gather. Maybe she just felt the need to wrap things up with him. He had left her place kind of sudden-like. He'd call her, in things proper. It was what he should have done in the first place. Brand joined him, and both were quiet on the way back to the homestead. Cord glanced up at the sky, noting the dark clouds moving over the sun's rare appearance for this time of year, wishing it had been a rainy day instead to prevent that fire. He worried over more loss hacking into Cooper finances. How many more mishaps could they take before they went under? He hoped he was making the right decision, involving the widow in their future. On the way back to the ranch hub, Cord thought about Willie and Stogie, and how they had no real way to put out that fire. Where were the extinguishers that belonged on the truck? He'd need to pin them down on that. Those two were pretty shifty, good at covering things up, or avoiding them, especially if they hadn't done their job right, or if they thought they were in trouble. Truth be told, if they weren't more like family than workers, he'd have booted them out long ago. But somehow the Coopers wouldn't be the same without them. They were both like uncles you accepted as family, but would rather they didn't offer opinions or help out too much. He took his thoughts back to the blue pickup. He didn't know who it belonged to. Clara's foreman, Joe. The man always seemed to flank Clara whenever he saw him. Cord didn't know if it was to protect her or if he was actually stalking her. All he knew was the man rarely talked, and he'd been with Clara for over 10 years as her right-hand man. "What's your take on the fire?" Brand said, breaking into his musings. "Dunno yet. Want to have a good look at the spot it first ignited." "What's the widow want?" Cord tightened his fist around the steering wheel. "Hell if I know." "Now that's more like it, Dad," Brand praised, though Rebecca would probably wash your mouth out with soap. For some reason that amused him. His mouth twitched. "Is that right? She'd do that to you?" "Heck no, not me. But she threatened Bronk a few times." Then he started chuckling. "You should see her. She's not exactly short for a woman, but she's small compared to all of us. It's pretty funny. She gets right in his face, close as she can anyway, and waves that bar of soap around like she's already scrubbing the air with it. Problem is, Bronk starts laughing, and he laughs so hard Rebecca finally gives up and stalks back to the kitchen. Bronk thinks he wins, but it ain't so. He behaves for another few weeks after that." Cord grinned. She was a fearless little bit, all right. His wife, sweet Millie, had been compliant, amiable, shy even. He often thought if she'd been a mare, she'd have been considered too docile to be much good. The widow, on the other hand, was gorgeous, but openly headstrong. Wild, selfish, unpredictable. As a mare, he'd have sent her into the wild or sold her to the rodeo. But Rebecca, he didn't know her well yet, but he'd already seen a few of her qualities. He'd keep a mare like that. Spunky, full of energy, loyal to a fault. Time would tell if that assessment was correct. Then he'd decide which one of his stallion sons would fit her best. "Back to the widow," Brand said, bringing Cord out of his filly evaluations. "Enough said. Normally, that statement stopped all talk. Not today. Come on, Dad. It's just you and me. You tell me things. I tell you things. Remember those days? Our roots? Cord couldn't help himself. Reminded of Brand's gift to hoodwink. He chuckled. Most people were unsuspecting of Brand's particular talent, since the boy was so good-natured. Cautiously, he said, "Depends on what you want to know." "You take her to bed?" Cord winced. The guilt of his own bad decisions, like a stake to the heart. Maybe if he kept quiet, Brand would move on to a different topic. "Well?" No such luck. "Off limits, son." He gripped the wheel tighter, wondering why his 19-year-old was already going down these roads. Then he groaned, remembering his own promiscuous days that started at 16. Blast. He was glad his sons hadn't gotten themselves in trouble like he had in high school. He just hoped good favor lasted. Cord had finally gotten a good grip on his carnal propensities following his wife's death, but now he'd once again fallen into the same trap he'd fallen into in high school and warned his sons against. Cord had been invited into the Black Widow's den, and he'd gone willingly. He'd forgotten the number one rule about women. They viewed these kinds of relationships differently than men, and usually had an agenda. He should have known better. He'd been acquainted with Clara years ago, before she married, after all. As he looked back, it became clear the trouble he'd caused himself, and now it seemed to have begun again. "Come on, Dad, this is me, Brand. You can tell me." Cord could see Brand's grin out of the corner of his eye, and that rubbed him wrong. This was his son, not his buddy. They had plenty of buddies and only one parent. "None of your business, Nilla." "It's Vanilla, if you must call me that. Nilla sounds girly." Brand grumbled to himself, averting his gaze to the fields that were beginning to green up following an uncharacteristically dry summer. Cord followed his gaze to the fields. They needed that green grass for the herd of heifers and calves Cord was bringing in. Another of the perks of working for the widow. She wanted to be rid of cattle to focus on hay and a few other row crops. He'd come up with a plan to buy her cattle and yearlings during those many nights where guilt and restlessness kept him staring at the ceiling rather than getting much sleep. He'd gotten a heck of a buy on her heifers with first calves, especially since he didn't have to pay her for a year when he sold the yearlings for beef. Since the war, he needed to build up his herd. Ready cash was a thing of the past for the Bar Six, so the widow's bargain was going to keep them in business. He knew his sons didn't understand why he stayed on at Widow Mayfield's for longer than expected. He needed to keep her happy until they made their deal. Of course, he left before the papers were signed, but that was only a matter of time. One visit to her lawyer in town, and it was a done deal. His one regret was having not consulted Trevor before he'd made the decision. His firstborn knew this ranch better than he did, and Cord had left him in charge. Now he could only hope he hadn't created one more rift between them. Cord parked the fire rig next to the equipment barn, and both he and Brand bounded out. He leaned back in to grab his hat, then stuffed it on his head. The hay truck sat at the perfect distance from the barn, still smoldering its previous wrath. White smoke at this point. That was good. Cord strode up next to the truck where Willie and Stogie were standing. Stogie had his usual cigar on one side of his mouth, but it wasn't lit. He often kept it there when he couldn't light up, just to have something in his mouth. Willie, on the other hand, was chomping on a piece of straw. "Well, boys, figure out what caused your fire?" "Nope," Willie said. Stogie elbowed him.
"Stop being glib. Boss asked you a question that needs answering respectable-like."
"How?"
Willie looked truly baffled, but peered back at Cord.
"No, sirree."
Stogie groaned.
"You sure as Haiti don't get no better with age."
Willie scuffled his feet in the dirt, then raised his chin to face Cord.
We don't know what started that there fire, boss. Stove wasn't smoking, just like he said.
Cord studied the spot he'd seen the men fanning with their coats and pointed. Start here?
Seems to,
Stogie said.
Not sure, though.
Brand perused the entire truck, then rejoined them. Yeah, it was there. Okay. What I want you boys to do is unload this truck. Brand will help with the heavy lifting. Sort the bales. Good ones leave on. Add more to make up the load for Riley's. Bad ones pile out here. Then take them to the burn pile later. Cord gestured toward the darkest ashes amid the charred hay. What's that I see?
What you see, boss?
Willie said, squinting at the place Cord was studying. Cord bent down, dug around under a pile of blackened hay, and pulled out the object. Willie, Stogie, and Brand all came forward to inspect it. Isn't that your magnifying glass, Willie? Brand said. Willie scratched his head.
I was wondering where that thing went off to. Couldn't read a dang thing in the paper this here morning.
Willie. With the sun today, the glass was all that was needed to start that fire. It wasn't like it would be that easy, but it was sure possible. Cord looked Willie in the eye. Could be you set it down while you were helping load the truck yesterday?
Nah, don't think so, boss.
Cord scrubbed a hand down his face, exasperated, but convinced Willie he hadn't purposely done anything wrong. He should have retired these 2 years ago. Just clean out those damaged bales. Riley's are waiting on their shipment. Cord started for the fire truck, but then turned back. Brand, make sure you get this crate moved out of here quickly. The cattle are due in from the Mayfield ranch any time now. Yeah, I know. Trevor's been riding everybody all day about it. Once Cord backed the fire truck into the shed and closed the double doors, he ground his teeth when he saw a cloud of dust coming up the main road. Too small for the cattle truck, so it was a negligent visitor. People drove way too fast on ranch roads. In the summer, dusting the animals, the feed, the crops. In the winter, deepening potholes, destroying their private road. He put his feet in motion, prepared to dress someone down. Halfway to the house, he got a good look at the low stretch of red sparkling in the sunlight. A brand-new Caddy Coupe de Ville. Big, ostentatious, and fire engine red. The same color as his new truck. The widder. Ha! But the joke was on him. Groaning, he debated whether to turn back and help with the hay truck, but he could see the set in the woman's shoulders as she steamed up the walkway to the house. He knew that determined walk of hers. Better to get this over with and send her on her way. For good. Then it hit him like a headbutt to the chest. Rebecca was the only one in the house. Chapter 5. A loud banging on the front door brought Rebecca's head up from the finishing touches to another apple pie attempt. Twisting her lips in agitation, she assessed if she could leave the dough just now. She sighed, resigned. Anyone who worked or lived at Cooper Ranch knew better than to pound like that. It had to be a visitor. A dreadfully rude visitor. Swinging the back of a floured hand across her forehead, trying unsuccessfully to push her hair back to where it had escaped her ponytail, Rebecca marched to the door. More pounding set her teeth on edge. She wiped her hand on her apron and cranked the knob. The door whipped open, and Rebecca made no attempt to slow it. A stunning woman stood on the other side. Fascinated, Rebecca swept her gaze over the voluptuous creature with the styled long brown hair, pearls at her ears and throat, and a tight cashmere sweater in beige with matching slacks. She bore a deep scowl. Goodness, what a contradictory package she made. Big chocolate eyes, under thinly arched brows, seemed to widen as she swept her gaze up and down Rebecca, an expression of pure disdain on her flawless features. "You must be the cook everyone in town is talking about. Hasn't Cord fired you yet? I heard he had." Rebecca's heart dropped along with her mouth. She was wrong. This woman wasn't rude. She was downright ill-bred. With a tight smile, Rebecca's words were cold. "May I help you?" "Oh, my, no. There's nothing you could do for me. I'm looking for Cord." Another well-aimed barb. Whew! She should have put on the armor of God before opening that door. But no problem. Rebecca was known to have a sharp tongue when needed. "You'll probably find him out in the pasture." Rebecca glanced down at the woman's strappy high heels. "Oh, but look there. You'd probably sink to your ankles in manure." Then she met the woman's eyes and smiled. "Sorry, can't help you." Just when Rebecca was about to close the door in the woman's face, she caught a glimpse of Cord striding up the walk with purpose. Her heart sank. Drat! 10 seconds later, and this highfalutin female would have been dismissed. Cord, all confidence and masculine grace, trod up and stopped a few feet behind the starchy miss. The woman obviously heard him coming, since she executed an exaggerated twirl to face him. Her billowy slacks shifted around her long legs, then flowed back into place. The sweater stayed taut around her full bust and tiny waist. Suddenly, Rebecca felt like Ma Kettle. Probably looked like her, too, especially with her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, sporting an oversized apron with flour everywhere, as if Tinkerbell had sprinkled her with stardust. Come to think of it, her forehead probably had paste on it, since her own perspiration had mixed with the flour and tightened her skin. Cord doffed his sweat-soaked hat as he took a quick look up and down Rebecca, then wiped his forearm across his face. Was that to wipe off sweat or cover that shadow of a smirk on his mouth? Rebecca lifted her chin in response. Cramming his hat back in place, he grabbed the other woman by the elbow and escorted her into the house. Rebecca shut the door behind them and watched. Cord swung the woman back around. "Rebecca, this is Clara Mayfield. Clara, this is Rebecca Harper, my housekeeper." Clara tried to cozy up closer to Cord, but he took a step back. "You don't want to get too close. I stink." Well, that seemed rude, even for the roughest of cowboys, Rebecca thought. She didn't know Cord well, but what she did know of him had shown his intelligence, his polish. She rolled her lips in and bit down, trying not to look pleased. But Lady Mayfield seemed taken aback, not used to this kind of treatment. Then it hit her. Mayfield. The widow Mayfield. So this was where Cord had been for the last 5 months. No wonder she was acting so possessive. And no wonder Cord had been interested in staying longer. Though she seemed to be a first-class witch with a capital B, she was exquisite-looking. Rebecca could just imagine someone as overtly virile as Cord drawn in by someone like her. Hauled in, more like. Men were such suckers. Clara turned to rake her eyes over Rebecca again. "Your housekeeper? Not your fired cook?" Cord choked, coughed. While Cord tried to compose himself and the widow patted him on the back, Rebecca wheeled around and skedaddled to the kitchen. So, Cord had planned to fire her. How dare he tell the whole town before he had the decency to confront her? Facing the now half-risen dough, Rebecca seized it with both hands, squishing the gooey mixture between her angry fingers. Push, thump, smack. She worked over the dough. How could he do that? Embarrass her in front of an entire town? Thwack, roll, pound. Why? Did he dislike her so? But when she'd run off the road into that ditch, he'd helped her, had been attentive. He'd even been attracted to her, or so it seemed. But now that he knew who she was, he wanted her gone? Would she go? Should she go? She sniffed, reached up with a shoulder and wiped at the sweat on her face. Or was it her tears? She only cried when reminded what Jesus suffered to save mankind, or at sad movies. Why would she cry over a man? Thwack. "Beaten that dough into submission?" Colt said from the doorway to the mudroom. She hadn't even heard the back door open. But then Colt was quiet that way, with his speech, with his actions. "Oh, hi." She sniffed again, not wanting him to hear, but if she didn't sniff, her nose would surely run, and that would be bad for the dough. Colt disappeared for a moment. She heard 2 boots drop onto the mudroom floor. Colt strode back in, stocking-footed and determined until he was right at her side. Lifting a hand to her face, he gently edged her hair back to her hairline. He pulled his handkerchief from a back pocket and held it to her nose. "Blow." She shook her head. "No, you don't have to do that." "I know. Blow." With a side glance and sheepish smile, she did as he said. What a kind man. Ever since she'd arrived months ago, Colt and Bran had been her best allies. Bran sweet, Colt long-suffering. Using the corners that were left unsoiled, he dabbed at the tears on her face. "What's wrong? Never seen you cry." A squeal, then a phony laugh came from the other room. She rolled her eyes. "Oh," Colt matched her eye roll. "No need to explain." She looked into his blue eyes, so much like his dad's. What are they to each other? Her voice sounded pinched. Re-examining her words, Rebecca searched for others not sounding so jealous or desperate, then set her voice an octave lower. "I mean, why is she here?" Colt studied her face for as long as she held his gaze, which wasn't long. Turning back to the dough, she gave it another thump, then grabbed 2 pieces of waxed paper to roll out her crust. Sticking the wad between the 2 pieces, she pushed the roller down into the mixture to give it a start, then began rolling. Or at least she tried to. The dough had grown hard and sticky, a bad combination for pie crust. As she pushed the rolling pin, she hoped Colt would enlighten her. He didn't. A shrug was her answer. She never knew if Colt was unconcerned, uninformed, or just a whole lot smarter than most men, since he rarely gave answers. But Tenacious was her middle name, so she pressed on. "Well?" "Ignore them. It's Dad's problem." "And mine," she unexpectedly recognized. Shoot, shoot, shoot. She couldn't fall for a man she'd only known for a few short weeks, certainly not one who was 17 years her senior. Questions swam in her mind with no answers in sight. Should she wait to be fired? Leave now? Light footsteps and heavier ones rounded the corner and entered the kitchen. Every muscle in Rebecca's body seemed to stiffen, just like her dough. She pushed hard against the botched concoction. All she managed to do was roll the waxed paper into a U-turn. She pressed it flat and tried again. Same result. My. What are you trying to butcher here?" Widow Mayfield said over Rebecca's shoulder. Anger exaggerated Rebecca's movements. She rolled hard toward herself, accidentally sinking her elbow into the woman's stomach. A loud squeal pierced Rebecca's ear. "You clumsy oaf!" The woman erupted. Rebecca twirled around. "Oh, I'm so sorry." And she meant it. Cord was surprisingly silent, whereas the ever-aloof Colt sputtered once before he spewed a small stream of coffee on the counter. "Whoops." Then he was gone, padding away in his socks and out the way he came in. Cord strode to the sink, grabbed the dish rag as if this were an everyday occurrence, and cleaned up Colt's mess. He didn't say a word, not even a mumble to himself. The widow shot him a glare. "Did you see that?" See what?" Cord said as he rinsed the rag at the sink. "What do you mean, see what? She elbowed me in the stomach. Hard." "You were right at her back. You saw that she was using a rolling pin." "Oh, you think she didn't do it on purpose?" Cord threw the dish rag in the sink with a splat. Never once looking at Rebecca, and with his lips set in a thin line, he grasped the widow's elbow, then moved her through the doorway. Rebecca knew she shouldn't do it. but something made her tiptoe to the door jamb and peek around to see what Cord would do. He kept hold of the widow's arm while he opened the front door, then carefully stepped her over the threshold. "Have a nice day, Clara," he said while swinging the door shut. Her eyes went wide with shock. "See you in the—" Clunk. Rebecca scrambled back to her task like she'd never left it. New feelings expanded within her. How long had it been since someone stood up for her? She couldn't remember when anyone had. She put her weight into the dough. With each roll, it got stiffer. "I think you should give up on that, whatever it is," Cord said at her back. "What?" She twisted to face him. He was so close, her shoulder brushed his chest as she turned. He nodded toward her project. "Your dough. I think it's spent." She tried not to laugh, but the twinkle in his eye and the smirk on his mouth were too much for her. A giggle slipped through. He added a chuckle, and soon they were both laughing with amusement, with relief, and with something else entirely. But the widow's words soon seeped through. When Cord saw her smile drop off, his did too. Rebecca tried hard to give him a meaningful glare, but she worried it looked more like a plea. "Are you firing me?" "No." "But it's all over town that you did, or are planning to. Why would you do that, Cord?" She tried to lower her brows, take the whine out of her voice. "Tell the whole town before you talk to me." He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh. Taking a step back, he looked down into her face. "Here's the thing, Rebecca." He tossed a glance at her dough. "You aren't a cook." She puffed up, ready to fight back, to give her reasons. "Hold on. I'm not firing you." Relaxing a mite, she decided to listen. It was hard for her to do most times. "I'm shifting your responsibilities a bit." He bit the corner of his mouth, bringing her gaze there. He had a beautiful mouth. Surrounding his whiskers he hadn't taken the time to shave today, those lips were enticing, wet from his uneasy chewing. Her attention shifted to the long half-moon creases on each side of his mouth, noticeable even when he wasn't smiling, like now. They seemed to point to his strong, square chin and its slight indentation, not quite a cleft. Standing this close, she could see the wisps of gray lightly sprinkled throughout his dark hair, a few more at his temples. Heavens, the man had a tantalizing maturity about him. When her gaze came home to rest on his striking sapphire eyes, she realized his words had stopped, and now he was staring back at her. Heat suffused her face. She dropped her gaze and fluttered a blink. Embarrassed, he caught her admiring him. She whipped back around and gathered up her mess of dough, then squeezed past him to the waste can, dumping it. A pitifully loud thump made her want to flee out the back door, escape all that had happened in the last hour. But she had to buck up, hear him out, or plan on a long drive back to Harper Ranch. She stared back at the dough, trying to ooze its way out of the waxed paper, then turned slowly back to confront her fate. Cord had his arms crossed over his chest, a cool expression on his face, waiting for her attention. "Okay, I'm ready. Hit me with it." His mouth twitched, that imperceptible smile probably no one else recognized as such. She knew it was, though. The crease on that side of his mouth always deepened, just a bit. He pulled a chair out for her. "Sit down, Duchess." She was beginning to tolerate her nickname, but felt her face crumple over his command. "I'm going to need to sit? Oh, my." Her legs gave way, though, so sit she must. He turned his chair to straddle it. He still looked amused. The dog. "Don't look so worried. I'm going to put you to work. Work you're apparently used to, according to Jake." "Jake?" She perked up. "Have you talked to Jake?" "Yes. Yesterday. I caught up with him by telephone. He and Susanna are coming here within the next few weeks. Jake's exact words for you: Till the last Susanna will be by, eh? She smiled at Cord's perfect Scottish burr, all the while wanting to jump up and down like a child at her own birthday party. That's wonderful. I miss her so. And Jake, too. Hard to believe about that, though, eh? She couldn't hold back a beaming smile. Cord's return smile looked amused and grateful at the same time. Had he been worried about her reaction to a job shift? He reached up and ran his long fingers through his thick hair, making it stand up in clumps. His dishevelment and lip-biting only made him more captivating in his vulnerability. Jake says you used to work with your father outside on the farm. Yes, that's right. I loved it. Could it be? I helped with the animals, mostly, and driving a tractor or the harvester. Also helped with the rain machine. The harvester? No kidding. Cord looked impressed, then puzzled. Wait a minute. Rain machine? That's what my dad called it. It's just a movable pipe and pump system for irrigating the row crops. Works well, but it's a lot of work. She blew out a breath, then laughed. Before the rain machine, you should have seen me try to use the siphon tubes from the small ditch to the field. Anyway, I have never been able to master that skill. Dad does it so simply. Yeah, well, that takes strength and timing. A man's muscles and big hands are needed. She bristled a little at that notion, but had to agree, contemplating the muscles Cord and all his sons exhibited. A shudder of dread shimmied down her spine, forcing her gaze away from Cord's. Would she be able to manage ranch work? Or would she indeed lose her job in the end? The idea of running back to Harper Ranch with her tail between her legs made her knees feel like jelly. Worse yet, if she had to move home to California and face the mother who'd thought she'd found Rebecca the prime location to catch a husband. No, it wouldn't come to that. You'll have to tell me more about the rain machine, Cord said, grimacing at the sudden gloom on Rebecca's face and feeling a need to ease her mind. But for now, how do you feel about helping out with the animals? She raised her bright eyes back to his, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Colt wants to train and sell stock horses. Some mares he'll keep for breeding, eventually. A couple of stallions to stud out. Others he'll break then sell. Maybe even add some rescued and abused horses to the mix. It's been Colt's passion, the rescues. They'll be part of the Bar 6 operations. I tried to keep Colt's concentration on cattle, since I don't foresee horses needed as much as beef cattle in the future, but he's bent on trying. It's time I let him. Regret at his non-existent support in the past flashed to the forefront, but he pushed it back. Why was he telling Rebecca so much of his plans when he rarely even talked to his sons about the future of this ranch? It helps that Jake will be living close. He's got some great training methods he's willing to teach Colt. He may even become a partner. Rebecca gave him a wide smile. The radiant hope literally brimming from her face stopped him cold. He found himself studying her, each unique smile line in her face, and how her eyes looked almond-shaped when she beamed up at him like that. Her straight white teeth should be too large for her mouth, yet they were stunning. Cord coughed, bringing himself back to his point. So, I thought you and Colt could work together. He had a plan. That given time, Rebecca and Colt would fall for each other. Only the minute that thought played out in his mind, he wanted to haul it back, surprised at the ache in his chest. He tried to match her hopeful smile, but couldn't quite get his mouth to cooperate. Sure, that would be fun. Would Colt be telling me what to do, or you? His mouth twitched over her frankness. Though the widow was also blunt, her remarks were wounding, whereas Rebecca's were unusually naive. True innocence. It had been a long time since he'd seen that particular attribute. I'm always the last word, but Colt will be your immediate supervisor. You'll be working closely together. Another pang hit him. He ignored it. She hesitated, cocking her head to the side as she observed him. Finally, she graced him with an approving smile. "Yes, I can see myself working closely with Colt." Why did she repeat closely? He hadn't really meant closely, just in the vicinity of, like in the barn and the corral and the pasture. It's what you want, what has to happen, though he felt his face cloud over. "Colt's been wonderful since I came here. Helps me, watches over me, you know?" Maybe the kid already had a connection. Cord shifted his gaze out the kitchen window at the ominous clouds hanging over the black hills. How was this going to work if he couldn't get a handle on his own baffling emotions? What about the cooking and cleaning? He jerked at her voice and snapped back to the moment. His eyes wandered back to hers. "Here's the thing. The boys have gotten slack. They're grown men, for crying out loud. I want them to do their share of household chores, clean their own rooms, help with the shared bathroom, do their own laundry. You can still do the deep cleaning. Does that suit?" Her face lit up. "Yes. I've been trying to get them to pitch in all along, but they rarely listen to me when it comes to housework. They figure it's woman's work." "Well, no more excuses for them. They're big boys now. Don't need a mommy looking after them." He grimaced, then jumped back in. "Not that I'm calling you their mommy." She grinned. "And the cooking?" In an instant, Cord's man-in-charge performance crumbled to uncertainty. For a second time, he scrubbed a hand through his hair, nibbled at the corner of his mouth. Clara will be here tomorrow to cook breakfast. You're off the hook." Then he grinned, showing a smile he'd used to dazzle his wife all those years ago. The same one that had gotten him out of trouble a time or 10. Her mouth shot open. "Here? In my kitchen?" Cord started to remind her whose kitchen it was, but thought better of it. "Sorry, Rebecca. It's just for a few meals, until we find a decent cook." He winced. Wrong words. By her expression, a slap across her face would have hurt less. He hadn't wanted to involve Clara, had argued against it, but she'd dug in her heels, hinting that their cattle and yearlings deal was still pending. It was easier to give in. "I see." She bounded from the chair and hustled out the room. "Wait a minute, Rebecca." She scrambled for the stairs. "Rebecca!" He shot after her, but she was surprisingly fast. "It's fine," she called over her shoulder. "I'll talk to you later," she added, but he thought he heard her voice crack. By the time she reached her room, he was right behind her. She flung her door open and flew through it, swinging it closed behind her. It slammed on his boot with a thud. "Rebecca," he said in a voice used to soothe a skittish foal. She held the door against his boot, not offering him entrance. "Let me in. I want to explain." "Don't. I get it. I was never the cook in the family. I understand, really. Goodbye, Cord." She pushed at the door, but it only bounced off his boot again and swung open further. Before he could get a good look at her face, she twirled on her toes and crossed the room to the window. Wrapping her arms around her middle, she stood and stared out. The window was cracked open, and the sweet smell of coming rain permeated the room. Cord never meant for her to feel inferior. He moved up behind her and touched the top of her shoulder. She jerked. "Easy now." His fingers curled against her blouse. He was surprised at how small she seemed under his hand. He needed the muscles there, though with the first caress he knew it was a mistake. He should have never touched her. "Listen, I didn't mean to sound ungrateful. I'm glad you've been here to take care of my boys." "They're not boys," she interrupted, still facing away from him. Was she grasping at straws to get past her hurt, trying to insult him? "Well, now, it would sound funny to thank you for taking care of my men." Wouldn't it? He said, hoping to lighten the mood. She turned then, causing his hand to drop off. Her eyes met his with a look of sternness, all their own, though the glistening gave her away. They are men, every last one of them, taking care of your ranch while you were out gallivanting with Widow Mayfield. Stunned by her cruel true words, he teetered between retreating or lambasting her, when what he truly wanted to do was sink his nose into her glorious chestnut mane. But he could see she wasn't done. He forced himself to remain rooted to the spot. Now, either fire me or get out of my room. She thrust a finger toward the door. Cord was speechless. Before he could come up with a response, she placed a hand on his chest and pushed. He didn't fight her, just backed up under the pressure. Once he was out in the hallway, she dropped her hand. "And don't come back unless you're invited," she bit out, then slammed the door in his face. "Well, I'll be," he said to himself, feeling a twitch on his mouth. Chapter 6. Bacon drifted into her sleep-deprived mind. Trevor is Bacon. She smiled sleepily. What funny, cute nicknames Cord had given his children. Such a man thing to do to help ease the way of raising 6 sons alone. Sudden sympathy flooded her, then guilt for how she'd treated Cord yesterday. She sat up, swung her legs to the floor, and rubbed her nose. Bacon. The thought was back. She drew a deep breath in through her nose and instantly knew why. The widow was here. No doubt completing a scrumptious breakfast bright and early for all the Cooper men. Something she herself was incapable of doing, at least not smoothly. That hurt. She was a woman. She should innately know how to cook. Sitting on the side of her bed, the hard questions formed. Should she go down like nothing was amiss and join them? Endure the widow's gloating? Watch the men shovel in her delicious creations? Or stay in her room and brood? Leaping to her feet, she balled up her fists. She was not a brooder by nature, so yes, by golly, yes. She would traipse downstairs as if nothing had changed and brave whatever the widow dished out. Once she visited the bathroom, thankfully free of any male presence, she went back to her room and dressed in her cowboy garb for ranch work. She chose full-legged dungarees that had seen better days but fit well over her boots, and a threadbare denim blouse pushed up at the sleeves. She wanted to be one of them, to be functional. To heck with trying to outdo Miss Fashion's statement. God had made Rebecca Harper different than the widow, so trying to compete was impossible and ridiculous. The widow was a filly female, while Rebecca was a bona fide tomboy, the same as her older sister, Jessica. Rebecca loved the outdoors, the animals, even loved a good sweat under hard physical labor. She cringed a little. Her mother would reprimand her for even thinking the word sweat. After brushing her hair until it shined, she pulled it into a high ponytail, then took one last look at her freshly scrubbed face. Her hazel eyes seemed too large in her too fair skin without the usual touch of makeup, but she was done trying to impress anyone. She grabbed her straw cowboy hat and tattered jeans jacket, then bustled down the stairs, already feeling more light-hearted. When she entered the kitchen, Cord was headed for the table with a coffee mug in hand. One glimpse of her and he halted abruptly, swishing coffee over his hand. Wincing, he shook it off, then dried his hand on his pants without once taking his eyes off her. His lazy gaze wandered down from her sassy ponytail and scrubbed face to her scraped-up boots. By the look on his face, he hadn't believed her about working outside, or maybe didn't think she'd done much of it. She smiled to herself. Her work-worn clothes told the story. Bronk and Trevor were busy filling their plates with food, but Colt and Bran looked over her with appreciative expressions. With a lopsided grin, Colt gave her an affirmative nod, then shifted his gaze from her to his dad, then back again, his grin growing into a smirk. Flustered, she averted her attention to the coffee pot behind Cord. She knew what her face gave away, and couldn't risk any of his sons finding out about what felt like a schoolgirl crush she had on their dad. The silence in the room brought the widow's attention away from the stove and to them. Rebecca couldn't help but notice how extraordinary the woman looked in her crisp blue and white checked house dress with large square pockets at each hip. The brown piping at the neckline matched her eyes as she turned them on Rebecca's outfit, then grimaced in disgust. Rebecca sighed in defeat, seeing the widow with her perfectly coiffed hair in her perfectly ironed house dress, making a perfect breakfast with perfect long hair bobbing past her shoulders. Even her makeup was perfect. Apparently her apron wasn't even needed. So add perfect neatness to the flawless package. Goodness, but the tidy woman looked the part of an obedient little housewife, creating a glorious spread of food for Cord and sons. Instant nausea made Rebecca rethink breakfast of any kind. But as she finished taking in the scene, she understood even more why Cord had spent 3 months longer than planned in the woman's company. Oh well, no competing, remember? With a sigh of concession, Rebecca dropped her jacket and hat on a kitchen chair, strode up closer to Clara, and squared her shoulders. "What can I do to help?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Cord's pleased expression. "You?" The widow looked shocked, then burst out with a nasty laugh. "Oh, no. There's not a thing you can do. I'm sure the men would agree." "No," Cord said, sporting a scowl that matched his word. Clara looked confused as she centered in on Cord. "No, what?" "No, I don't agree." "Me either," Colt said from the dining table. "Ditto," said Brand. Bronk and Trevor were concentrating on their plates with mouths full, but both were shaking their heads no. "Go ahead and fetch the condiments, Rebecca," Cord said. "I'll get the orange juice." He handed Rebecca the mug of coffee he'd been holding. "Here's your coffee. I'll get your cream." He noticed she took cream. "She is not needed, Cord," the widow stated in a terse whisper that Rebecca easily heard. "I can handle everything." Cord leaned in slightly. "But you won't. This household runs on team effort." The widow tried to step close to Cord, but he crossed his arms, deftly keeping her out of his space. Rebecca wanted to shout her delight, but forced herself to behave. She set her coffee at a place on the table and returned for the butter, syrup, ketchup, and hot sauce. Oh, and of course, she mustn't forget the mustard for Bronk. Such a weird condiment for a breakfast like this, but he liked mustard on everything, it seemed. Clara puffed up as she watched Rebecca. "You will not put ketchup and hot pepper sauce on my table. And mustard? Who uses mustard for breakfast food? Besides, my food does not require such aid as yours must." Rebecca kept an even tone as she gathered items out of the fridge. "The men like it." "They will not need it, I assure you," Clara said, glowering, then turning back to flip eggs. "Maybe not, but I'll bring it to them just in case." It was so much fun sweetening her tone when the widow added acid to her own. Rebecca was so elated the men had come to her defense, she felt buoyant, practically buzzing with renewed confidence. When she accidentally clunked down the group of condiments too hard, all eyes came to her. "Sorry, I'll just sit now." She settled between Brand and Colt, then folded her hands demurely in her lap, watching the widow at work. After all, maybe she could learn something from the older woman. The older part made her smile. "What are you grinning at?" Bronk asked, in between bites. She pressed her lips together to remove her smile, then tried for distraction. "Why are you eating already, Bronk? We haven't said grace yet." Trevor froze with his fork halfway to his mouth, then dropped it to his plate with a rattle. Bronk kept right on eating around a smirk. "Put your fork down," Cord said to Bronk. "You want to do the honors, Rebecca?" Cord's words were clipped. "No, thank you, Cord. I think you should." He looked stricken. Because he didn't want to say grace? Or was it because people didn't usually deny him? Why? He asked. You're the head of the house. It's fitting. The widow turned from the stove then, bringing with her a plate of perfectly fried eggs. She used Cord's shoulder as she leaned in to set the plate down in front of him. She smiled into his face, then added, Why ever do you put up with her suggestions, especially about such old-fashioned traditions? He tilted his head up to her. Rebecca bristled. If the rest of the group hadn't been there, she was sure Clara would have planted a kiss on Cord's mouth. She was so close. She was probably used to such behavior with him since he'd lived with her for so long. A thread of jealousy slithered up Rebecca's spine and straight into her thoughts. How had they lived? Had he been welcomed only in her home, or also in her bed? Grace, you mean? He said to Clara, breaking Rebecca out of her green-eyed musings. Yes, that's what we're talking about, Grace. Cord glanced at each of his sons. Their mother wanted it done at every meal. Past time we started again. Clara looked miffed at the mention of his wife. It's a bit outmoded, isn't it? Any smart woman would have shut up by now. So what did that say about her? Cord glared at her, then dismissed her by turning back to those at the table. The widow harumphed, then hurried back to the kitchen, a smell of burnt bacon permeating the air. Sure enough, she soon came back with a platter of overcooked bacon, some with blackened edges, parking it on the table before she herself sat. Rebecca put her napkin to her mouth to stop the grin. Glancing around the table, she saw Brand and Colt were having the same trouble. Bronk was too busy heaping more food on his plate, and Trevor had his eyes on the platter with a look of horror, as if she'd presented them with a butchered pet. Bacon lover that he was. Undercooked bacon lover, that is. Rebecca had always made sure a third of the platter was undercooked for Trevor. In fact, at every meal, the Cooper men had very different tastes. That had been half the reason why her tardy or less than adequate meals. I like limp bacon, Trevor grumbled. Got any scrambled eggs? Bronk put in. Any fried over hard? Colt asked. Rebecca chuckled to herself, wondering what she could do to add to the amusement. After all, for 4 months she'd endured their demands for their own particular tastes. With a sigh, she decided against it. As much as she disliked the widow, her own empathy welled. The woman was trying, and pleasing this crowd was difficult on the best of days. What is this about? Cord said, scowling at each of his sons in turn. It's what Rebecca was doing. Didn't you notice? Brand admitted, throwing in with her, as usual. God bless him. His brothers all glared, rumbling their protest at him. Brand was always the one most forthcoming in spite of the brothers' protest. She catered to our preferences for months. Preferences? Preferences be hanged, Cord hollered, making Rebecca jump. You'll eat what's put before you. He turned his attention to Rebecca with an intensity that could split atoms. That's why it took so darn long to get food on every plate? She shifted only her eyes to each Cooper at the table and, as expected, received very different expressions back. What could she say that wouldn't land her in more trouble with this family? She opted to ignore the question. Let me get the jam and honey, Clara. I forgot. They all like different stuff on their pancakes. Without another thought, she was on her feet, escaping to the kitchen. Hold it right there, Rebecca, Cord said. Rebecca wanted to tell him to go hang himself. Instead, she stopped at his command, but kept her back to him. Bronk, you want to get your rear end out of that seat and go get the items Rebecca just mentioned? It wasn't a question, and Bronk fumed a little before he eventually sulked towards the kitchen. Now then, you boys will not, I repeat, will not make demands of the cook any longer. If you have special preferences, you'll make the food yourself.
Understood?
Yes, sir, Brand said. Trevor heaved a sigh, but otherwise didn't respond. Colt gave a quick nod. Bronk moseyed back in with strawberry jam and honey in his fists, looking like he'd slammed them to the table. At the last minute, he set them carefully amidst the other condiments and sat back down. "Aye, aye, Captain," he finally said. When he realized Cord wasn't going to stop staring him down, he saluted. The two men glared at each other for a few seconds longer. Then Bronk finally gave in and bowed his head. "Lord," Cord began, closing his eyes, "thank you for this food we are about to eat, and for the hands that prepared it. Guide us in the way we should go. Amen." A few amens echoed Cord's, then chaos ensued. Rebecca waited, as she always did, to retrieve what might be left. She noticed Cord watching her while his face filled with color. "Stop!" All four, plus Clara, froze in various positions of food retrieval and looked up. "That's another bad habit that will stop today. Rebecca will serve herself first. Is that clear?" Cord's disgust was palpable. "Yes," Brand said. "For crying out loud, Brand, you goody two-shoes," Bronk admonished. "He asked a question. I gave him a courtesy of an answer." Cord's neck turned crimson. "Why is it everything I, or Maria, taught you boys has gone right out the window?" "You've been gone for 5 months, Daddy-o. Whenever the cat's away," Bronk said around a mouthful of hotcakes. Trevor glared. "Shut up, Bronk." Cord swung his gaze to Trevor. "And that. We won't use that term around here again." Then everyone started talking at once, mostly protesting the time Cord was away and how Trevor had run things differently. Cord came to his feet and his chair tipped and crashed to the floor. "All right, I get it. I was gone. Working." The widow rose and came to stand behind Cord. She laid her hands on the muscles of his back. He tensed. A few rubs down his back, and he sloughed off her hands, moving around the table a few steps. Clara glared, planting her hands on her hips. But then her expression changed as her bottom lip slipped out in a full pout. Men would probably call it a pretty pout, but Rebecca thought it was a bit juvenile. "It doesn't mean things should fall apart around here," Cord went on. "All right, after breakfast, once Clara has gone home," he glanced at the widow. "Thank you, Clara, for the nice meal. We're going to have a family meeting, so plan on sticking around." The men groaned, but continued passing the food and then digging into their plates. The rest of the meal was awkwardly silent. Rebecca found it interesting that without conversation, the sight and sounds of the group resembled happy pigs in a pen of slop. For her, a feeling of cheeriness overrode any agitation the widow might have caused. She found it hard not to break into song over the revelations hitting Cord from all sides. He was finally realizing how things had gone for her for the 4 long months of enduring self-absorbed. Yet she had to admit decent and hard-working, sons of a questionably adequate father. Maybe God did have a plan for her time here after all. "The name's Clara Mayfield, Charlie. You know me." She removed her car coat and hung it on the hat rack by the door. "Sorry, ma'am. Have to ask everybody their full name or Mr. Phillips will have my head on a platter and serve it up to the nearest—" Yes, I know." Why did her accomplished, intelligent attorney hire such hicks to run the front office? "Sit down, Miss Mayfield. He'll be right with you." She winced at the flagrant misuse of the English language. It seemed, beside her lawyer, Cord was the only man with an education in this town. It was as if these residents lived in the hole-in-the-wall gang era, when the town's namesake, Sundance Kid, still lived here. No one had evolved since then. If it wasn't for Cord, she'd go absolutely berserk. It was why she was so determined to cement their relationship. The door to the back office opened, and her seasoned lawyer, Stanley Phillips, stepped through it. "Go on in, Clara. Have a seat. I'll grab your file, and I'll be right with you."
Right with you. See, that was the correct way to form that sentence. Charlie was an idiot. She entered the elegant office and glanced around. Stan, on the other hand, had class. The large mahogany desk gleamed with polish, as did his leather chair. The Dieffenbachia plant next to his desk on the right had grown another leaf or two since she was here last, and the philodendron plant on the left had been carefully wound around two support sticks, looking healthy and cared for. The only plant that looked sickly was the fern hanging from one corner. I could help with that plant, she thought nonchalantly. The green thumb was only one of her many talents. Stan Phillips took that moment to breeze past her to his chair. The door clicked shut behind her. Charlie's one ability. "How are you today, Clara? You look elegant as always." She did. Today she had on her apricot ensemble, slacks and low-cut sleeveless silk, with a gold belt at her waist. Gold jewelry sparkled at her throat and ears and wrists. One last glance in the mirror before she left home, and she knew she could get Stan to do anything she asked. Though getting him to do what she wanted this time might be a problem. Then again, she always enjoyed a good challenge. "You know that contract you're working on with me, Stan? The one where Cord Cooper will owe me for the cows and calves?"
"Of course. I have it ready for you. You should have brought Mr. Cooper. We could have finalized it this afternoon."
She shook her head, then tilted it provocatively. "No, Stan. I have something I want you to add to it."
"Oh? And what would that be?"
He looked confused, or maybe skeptical. No matter. She knew he'd do it. He always did. "I have a clause I want you to add to the fine print. Something in the back." Stan lowered his chin as he raised a brow.
"Where it'll be missed?"
"Now, would I suggest such a thing?" She batted her eyelashes. "If Cord doesn't read it all, well, I can't help that, can I?"
"You do know I usually go over the information in these contracts with my clients."
She pursed her lips and shook her head in reprimand. "I am your client, Stanley, not Cord. I'm planning to take the contract with me and get him to sign it. One less thing for you to do." Stan grasped the back of his neck and squeezed. She knew he hated fudging, but for her, he'd do it.
"Fine," he finally said. "What do you want me to add?"
"I want you to add a clause that says he must be married to me or face monetary damages, loss of property, maybe even jail time." Stan's eyes widened. Then he threw his head back into a hearty guffaw. She waited, a solemn look fixed carefully on her face. He caught her serious gaze and stared.
"You aren't serious."
"Oh, but I am."
"No."
He jumped to his feet and paced the small space behind his desk.
"You've asked me to do a lot of things, Clara, but this can't be done. At least, I've never done it before."
"Stan!" She crossed her legs, then swung the loose ones seductively. "You know anything can be put in a contract. Anything. As long as both parties agree. You taught me that." He shook his head adamantly.
"Now, Clara, this is not something you want to do. Think of how he'll feel when he reads this, or when you're pressing him for the marriage he's unwittingly signed up for. He'll hate you for it. Is that what you really want?"
"Oh, Stan." She grinned her famous dazzling grin. "You silly man. No one ever hates me. You know better. Besides, Cord has always told me when his sons get used to the idea, he'll make an honest woman of me." Cord didn't actually say those words, but he'd probably thought them. After fighting for every ounce of attention in her life, she was looking forward to settling down with the one man who satisfied her in all things. She wasn't about to let him go. Stan blushed, actually blushed, at the true meaning of her words.
"I doubt that."
He mumbled to himself, though she heard it, and chose to ignore it. She rose and came to him, stopping him mid-pace to rub his back up and down. Using her authoritative voice, she said, "Sit down, Stanley." He did, ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair, and huffed a breath. He stared at her, seeing the determination he knew he couldn't beat. He sighed heavily. "A compromise, then." "A compromise?" she asked, disappointed. "Yes, a compromise. The only thing I'm willing to add is a clause saying he has to be married. That is done sometimes, since married men are more stable, more likely to pay their debts. But I refuse to add a clause saying whom he must marry. In a cattle agreement." He waved a hand and scoffed. She was having a hard time ignoring his reaction to her brilliant idea. But she needed to coax him, not come up against him. Crossing her arms, she tapped one coral fingernail on her chin. Maybe that could work. I mean, who else would he marry? I'm the only woman in his life. And you're right, bachelors are less likely to pay their bills. So this would be just me ensuring he did, as the contract stated. A good woman helps her man, and a good man is faithful to his wife. Isn't that right, Stanley? That last statement was for her philandering friend. Yes, there was that look of fear. She'd known about Stanley's infidelities for years, and he knew that she knew. What a grand world this was. She grinned again, and Stanley groaned. Yes, grand world indeed.
Chapter 7. Rebecca grabbed her purse and slung it over her left shoulder, the chain handle clinking against itself as she went in search of a Cooper man. Anyone would do. She'd heard the thud of boots being discarded in the mudroom earlier, so someone looking for lunch was about to be waylaid. At the sight of Cord pouring himself a cup of the strong coffee brewed she'd just made, her stomach flipped and heart stuttered. She wanted to slap those two organs into submission, then remind them why risking hope again was a bad idea. A painfully bad idea. Cord hadn't seen her yet, having turned back to gather a plate with one of her sandwiches. It gave her a stealthy moment to appraise the handsome figure in front of her. When he caught her watching him, she felt the sudden need to sit and collect herself. Before she had a chance to do that, his gaze landed on the purse currently sliding down her shoulder. "Where are you off to?" She hiked her purse back up. "We need groceries." A hearty inhale, and she was back to herself. "I was hoping to convince Colt or Brand to take me to town, since my car is being painted today." They rarely trusted her with one of their own trucks after the Rambler incident. Cord nodded. "I'll take you. Let me wolf this down first. Join me." He pulled out a kitchen chair for her before flipping another backward and dropping into it. He took a big bite of the egg salad sandwich. This is good, Duchess." The surprise on his face sent up her hackles. "I'm not lousy at everything, Cordell." Cord bit down harder on the next bite. She'd heard he hated that given name. Well, she didn't much like Duchess either. So they were even. Maybe now he'd stop calling her that. She couldn't help herself. She dug deeper. "I'm told the name Cordell means rope. You should use it. Kind of apropos for a rancher, don't you think?" Annoyance vanishing from Cord's face, replaced by that small twitch kicking up one side of his mouth. "Apropos," he repeated. He huffed a breath that was more of a chuckle. "Yeah, I suppose." He nodded to the chair he'd pulled out for her. "Sit, Rebecca. We'll eat, then go." She gave him a wide smile as she sat. She loved it when he was amused by her college speak, as her family called it. He handed her half his sandwich. They didn't talk while they ate, shifting between stares at one another, to knowing smirks, to full grins. He even winked once. It was playful and fun, free of tension. The first real interaction Rebecca deemed positive since the night he'd rescued her. It was nice.
She wiped her mouth, then sweetly smiled at him. He did the same, then rose. "We should go." The weather was blustery, but not actually rainy yet, though the dark clouds said more of it was coming. Such unpredictable weather in Wyoming. How did they plan ranch work around such uncertainty? They were both quiet on the way to town, not uncomfortable in their silence, or peaceful, lost in their own thoughts, something she could definitely get used to. When they reached Sundance, Rebecca casually perused the storefronts as they drove by. Not many people were out today, given the weather. Cord pulled the red pickup into a parking space at the front of Decker's Market, then reached across Rebecca to open her door. The contact of his arm across her waist sent tingles dancing down her spine and into her legs. "I'll pick you up in, say, half an hour? Do you need more time?" She cleared her throat. "No, that's fine. I don't have much to pick up." Cord reached into the back of his jeans and pulled out his wallet, handing her a few 20s. She nodded her thanks, then hopped out of the truck, nearly crumpling on weakened legs. She caught herself on the door handle, hoping he didn't notice. She straightened and draped her purse over her shoulder. "See you soon." She slammed the big red door and gave a little wave. Grabbing a cart, Rebecca quickly strode down one aisle, then another, whipping items off the shelves, hurrying so Cord wouldn't have to wait for her once he'd returned. She strode up to the meat counter and perused the chicken selection. She loved beef, but living on a cattle ranch meant chicken sounded like heaven right about now. "Cooper's run out of steaks?" Rebecca swung around to a stocky cowboy, not much older than her and easy on the eyes. He took a step closer. She backed up too. A frown of confusion creased his forehead. Then it was gone. "Stick with me, sweet thing, and I'll feed you lobster." He grinned and patted his stomach. What did he want? She pulled the cart between them. "Oh, well, that sounds interesting, but no thank you." He laughed, and an old familiar burn of acid started up her throat. Why did he find that amusing? Had she missed something? "You must be tired of all those stinky cowboys by now." He stuck out his hand. "Name's Buck Matthews. I own the only surveying company in town, down on Cleveland Street." Rebecca hesitated, but didn't want to be rude. These people lived in a small town. Being friendly came naturally. Wasn't that all this was? "Rebecca Harper," she said as she placed her hand in his. She gave his hand a quick shake, then let go, or tried to. Buck held on. "You all right? You look a mite pale all of a sudden." "I'm fine, really." She didn't feel fine, though. Why was she still reacting this way to men her age? Buck glanced around. "No place to sit here. How about I buy you a cup of coffee across the street? You can sit. Let the blood come back into your face." "No!" Embarrassed for the outburst, she cleared her throat and lowered her voice. "I'm in a hurry. I need to keep shopping, but thank you anyway." Rebecca glanced around, half hoping for an audience by now. No one was near. She tugged her hand out of his. "It was nice to meet you, though." He studied her eyes. Why did men do that? What did he hope to see there? He reached out to grasp her arm. She leapt right out of her skin. "Hey!" Buck said with what she guessed might be true concern in his voice. He was frowning with worry. She wished he'd release her, but he looked hesitant to do so. Words escaped her. The room spun. She felt lightheaded. Black dots spotted his face. He didn't say another thing, and that was good, since her heart beat so loudly in her ears, she feared she wouldn't hear him if he did speak. "Rebecca?" came a familiar male voice from behind her, grounding her instantly. Relieved, she pulled in a huge breath, and her vision cleared. Cord swung an arm around her waist for support, and at the same time Buck dropped his hand and backed up. "What's going on here?" Cord asked. "Hello, Mr. Cooper," Buck said. The unease in his greeting explained everything. Cord was a well-respected rancher in these parts. Buck thought he was in trouble. Now that her brain seemed to be getting back its blood supply, she grimaced at her odd behavior. The scene with Buck had somehow unleashed painful memories and old reactions. ones that should have long since been dealt with instead of boarded up and avoided. But Cord, his behavior baffled her. She'd never had a man protect her from another man before, and she hadn't even needed rescuing. The young man held out his palms in surrender. "Sorry, Cord. I didn't do anything. I mean, Rebecca here seemed to be locked in a bad dream." Cord glanced at her, then nodded at Buck. Had he seen the whole episode? Did he realize she'd come unhinged for no reason? "I'll take it from here," Cord said, then reached a hand forward and shook Buck's hand. Buck nodded at Cord, then her, before he turned and scuttled off. Rebecca pulled away from Cord's hold, not wanting to meet his eyes. She stared at the selection of meats behind the glass, not really seeing anything, and faced for the first time what she'd been doing for the last several months, locking herself away with a bunch of hard-working cattlemen at a remote cattle ranch far from her home and her past. And it hadn't changed a thing. Not one thing. She ran her hands down her jeans, then rubbed them together, trying to gather herself. Groceries. That's why she was here. She'd only collected half of what she needed. Finally, she forced herself to look up at Cord to discuss the meats, but hesitated when she saw his grim expression. "Tell me the truth, Rebecca. Are you all right?" The backs of her eyes burned as tears threatened. What was it about sympathy that unleashed stinking tears? Ridiculous. It had been no big deal, except it was. She'd come to Wyoming to escape who she was, find a better way to live. She pushed back the waterworks. "I didn't get all the shopping done." She peered up into his face, waiting for her reprimand as Trevor had given her many times in the past for not being fast enough with the shopping. Cord searched her eyes, that deep stare that always penetrated her hidden secrets. She didn't mind it when he searched the same way Buck had. Why was that? "Ah, sweetheart, come here." And then he did the unbelievable. Right there in Decker's grocery, in front of God and the butcher and every milling patron, he held out his hand to her. As if on his personal tether, she took the 2 steps back to him, and straight into his warm embrace. He didn't say anything more, just breathed her in and held her close. That did it. Tears welled in her eyes as he used one hand to press her head against him. She blinked furiously, trying to staunch the dreaded things, then swallowed to rid herself of the lump. She thought she'd been successful, but when he finally leaned back to look at her face, his own creased with worry. One of his thumbs came up and wiped the maddening tears off her cheeks. She stilled under his tender touch. But she didn't want to be this person either, so needy and weak. Sucking in a breath, she backed out of his embrace. Cord trailed behind Rebecca as she resumed her shopping. Her reaction to Buck seemed over the top to him, but there was no doubt it had impacted her. He'd never seen her cry before, even after the accident where she could have died. Rebecca finished her shopping in record time, and they were soon packing the bags behind the seat in the pickup truck, Cord watching her every move. She was pale but functional. Once they were back in the warmth of the cab, Cord plopped his hat between them and aimed the truck in the opposite direction from home. One more stop. Rebecca glanced over her shoulder toward home. "Where are we going?" "Feed store. Colt asked me to pick up some oats." Cord shot a side glance at her. "Has this happened before?" "What? Me shopping?" "No, Duchess. Men flustering you." She sighed a forlorn sound. "Well, not really. It's happened." Cord gripped the wheel tighter. He had a bad feeling about this. "Not really? Or it's happened?" On another glance, he caught her nervously pushing her hair back. She inhaled a ragged breath. "It's nothing. Just forget about it." "Rebecca?" "No, really, Cord. I don't want to talk about it." Her voice was so small. Who was this woman? And where had the confident firecracker gone, who'd taken his home by storm and had thumbed her nose at the nearly impossible job of shaping up his sons. Out of his peripheral vision, he saw when she turned toward him on the seat. Maybe now she'd talk to him. Instead, she stared at his profile for long moments as he took them out of town towards the feed store. Every few seconds, a gust of wind bumped the truck, but Cord ignored it, more disturbed by the bump to his gut. Worry wasn't something he wanted to waste time doing, but it had him in its grip right now. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" "That you were hassled by men in town. I would have sent one of the boys with you every time, or better yet, come myself." "Oh my goodness, I wasn't hassled. All men here in Wyoming have been perfect gentlemen. It's just me." She turned back, gazed out her passenger window. "Besides, you've been busy running the fence lines with Trevor and putting out hay fires." She turned her face to him again. "By the way, when I ask what's going on at the ranch, your sons tell me to ask you. So, what's going on?" He shook his head. "Wish I knew. For a while I figured it was just bad luck. The incidents were so sporadic, unreliable. Now I wonder whether someone has it in for us." He slowed, eased around an uprooted bush blown into the road, then sped up again. "Have you seen anything unusual? Besides a woman who's gone out of her way to show up every day to cook you breakfast? That kind of unusual?" Her words dripped with sarcasm. He couldn't fault her for that. He'd also wondered whether the widow could be at fault. So far, he had no proof. "Beyond that," he said, glad to hear strength return to Rebecca's voice. Beyond that. Well, let's see. There are the handful of women who follow Colt around when we're in town. I'm sure he thinks he's saving Trevor from a similar fate. He handles as much as he can for being his big brother, long before Trevor even knows he has a need." Interesting observation. Rebecca certainly knew his sons better than he did. That was a little off course, though. Anything else out of the ordinary at the ranch itself? Well, Willie couldn't pour water out of a boot with instructions on the heel. Stogie's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. They're both a little useless as cowpokes, don't you think? Cord's mouth kicked up on one side. "But you can say that. They're harmless, though." "Yeah, I think so, too." Cord turned off the 2-lane highway and onto a drive leading to the feed store, surprised at how comfortable he was conversing with Rebecca. He hated traveling, but he thought he'd probably enjoy her company on a long trip. She amused him, had a natural ability for conversation, but more importantly, she had an intuitive understanding of his sons. The tires crunched against the gravel as he angled the pickup into a space between a cattle truck and the owner's Mercedes-Benz Roadster. He grabbed his hat, climbed out, and was coming around to open Rebecca's door when he saw her booted heels hit the ground. She slammed the door, glanced up at him, then hustled toward the building and opened the door. It annoyed him when women opened their own doors. But though her independence grated on him, he had to remind himself she was an employee, nothing more. Hat in hand, he was right behind her when she asked a clerk where the oats were, then scurried off. For the love of Pete, he was right here. Why was she taking charge? "Rebecca," he called out. "Hold up there, girl." She turned, took the steps back to him, close enough for his ears only. "I am a woman, Mr. Cooper. Full grown. Stop calling me a girl, especially in public." She was a daring little thing. Frankly, it would entertain him if it didn't aggravate him so much. "Fine. Woman." That hadn't helped much. She glared with fire. "Let me handle the oats. Go back in the truck," he said, pointing with his hat. "No." She hurried off, leaving him with his chin on the ground. "No?" He watched her tromp off until he pulled himself out of his stupor and started after her. "Cord Cooper?" a female voice said, drawing him up short. He stiffened. Why was she here? Clara strolled up to him, peeling off her coat. Her elegant apricot outfit with gold jewelry broadcasted her classiness. She stared down at his hat, then up to his eyes. What's got you so all-fired lathered up?" She chuckled. He followed her eyes to the hat he was mangling in his hands, smoothed it out, and stuck it on his head. Thanks again for breakfast this morning." She moved a step closer and gave him that come-hither smile. "My pleasure, big man. Just let me know if I can do more. Like supper?" She grinned like a cat who ate the canary's whole family when it hit him. Rebecca had run off to get the oats. From David. "Glad to see you, Clara." He turned, took 2 steps, then said over one shoulder, "No supper needs, thanks anyway." Then he sailed down the aisle. "Tomorrow morning, then," she yelled after him. He winced, jetted around a corner, then flew down another aisle, his boot heels thudding hard against the cement floor. By the time he reached the back of the feed store where the barrels of feed were kept, he heard Rebecca's anxious voice. It was too late. "No, thank you. I'm really not a drinker," Cord heard her say as he rounded the corner. "And as far as helping you with your new garden, I'm sure somebody here is more capable." Cord seethed when he saw David, the owner's son, drop a hand from her forearm the minute he saw Cord. "Yeah, you better stop touching her." David was a menace to most people with his slick-back hairdo and even slipperier manner. He'd always been a spoiled child and had never learned how to mingle with regular folk. He was also known for mistreating the ladies, and Cord had let Rebecca rush right into his trap. Cord stalked forward. "What's going on here?" One look at Rebecca's face told him what he already knew. "Nothing, I think," she said, then slanted a grateful smile in Cord's direction. "Hello, Mr. Cooper," David said, with a boldness born of wealth and privilege. Should he dress the boy down, or get the oats and retreat? Retreating had never been his first response, so he opted for the former. "I want you to keep your distance from Miss Harper here." He nodded in her direction. Rebecca seemed shocked by his words, but said nothing. David, on the other hand, glowered at Cord. "I wasn't doing nothing, sir." Sir. Though the word had been used with disdain, it reminded him how ancient he was compared to these kids. All at once he felt old again, cast right back to the days prior to Rebecca's arrival. The revelation brought fire to his blood and an ambush for reasons why he should keep his distance from her as well. An odd jumble of disappointment, guilt, and rage drew his hands into fists. "Don't ever touch her again." Silence met his rage. He expected it from David, but a mute Rebecca? One glance toward her, and he saw her jaw had dropped, but no words emerged. Seeing her speechless would almost be gratifying if he wasn't so blistering mad. Mad at the owner's punk kid. Mad Rebecca hadn't told him about her fear of men. Mad he reacted so violently to someone who hadn't done much more than flirt with her. He needed to get her out of here, back to Cooper Ranch and under his wing. Colt could come back later and get the dang oats. Taking a calming breath, he drew closer to take her arm and escort her out of the store. But a closer look at Rebecca's face, and his fury bled off faster than a hole to an oil pan. A look of awe had widened her eyes, softened her jawline, and curved a sweet smile on her mouth. Rebecca Harper was looking at him as if he'd hung the moon. Chapter 8. 3 weeks had passed, and Rebecca still found herself waking up to the vision of Cord becoming her own Marshall Dillon. No one had ever come to her rescue like that. Since that day, the scene had gone round and round in her head. The sight of him puffed up like a soldier ready for battle, fists clenched, strong legs braced, ready for a brawl between the bin of rolled oats and the rack of Carhartt shirts. Snaking her arm into her coat, she fumbled with the buttons, the memory of that day fading until she wondered if her vision of Cord, the hero, had ever been real. When her final button was clasped, Rebecca sped out of the house and into the gray light of dawn. Pulling her coat collar up, She breathed in the brisk morning air as it ruffled across the top of her head. Winter was closing in fast. Soon snow would be their adversary while working the horses. As a California Central Valley girl, born and raised, snow would certainly take some getting used to. She would, though. Anything to stay on at the bar 6. "Colt?" Rebecca called out as she whisked into the barn out of the cold. She juggled the muffins and coffee she'd filched from under the widow's nose, getting one muffin close enough to her mouth to bite. "You in here?" she said over a mouthful of banana nut delight. Clara was a good cook. She'd give her that, even if the woman was as much a bully as the new tomcat who'd been fighting the barn's mousers the last few weeks. Thankfully, she'd escaped another of Clara's masterpiece breakfasts. It was surprising the length the widow went to in order to be near Cord every day. The drive through inclement weather to and from town, where she'd been staying in one of her attorney's small cottages. Was she doing it to charm the Cooper sons, so she could ensnare the father? Or was it just the opportunity to graft herself into the bones of Cooper life in hopes of residing there? It bothered her that Cord seemed oblivious to either way. Rebecca headed for the tack room, hoping Colt was there, and she didn't have to track him down outside somewhere. She warmed at the day's plans. Jake was coming. She and Colt had been proud to only need an occasional visit from him for the truly difficult horses. Today was one of those days. She glanced at the piebald in question as she walked to the tack room, and the horse lunged and kicked at the stall door. Rebecca jumped to the side in a knee-jerk reaction. This horse and Cord sure had a lot in common. Both had bad dispositions, and both needed to learn how to get along with people. She wondered, would she see Cord today? Or would she be left at the end of the day with that same feeling of abandonment? She was tired of dwelling on the man, his blink-of-an-eye rescue, then his avoidance and testiness. Regardless of what was going on with Cord, she'd learned an important and distressing bit of truth about herself that day in town. Even after all this time, she expected people to misuse or humiliate her. Bottom line, she was still welded to her past. Rebecca crossed the threshold of the tack room. "Oh, there you are. Why didn't you answer me? Did you say something? Muffin?" She rolled her eyes, but let it go. He'd begun calling her Muffin the day she'd pilfered a few day-old muffins for him as well. He was inordinately grateful. Being the only Cooper who actually could skip the widow's breakfast, show and all. Rebecca smiled, but her smile slid south as she remembered Cord's frosty expression the first time he heard the food nickname. He probably thought such a thing should have been saved for a future daughter-in-law. She set Colt's coffee and muffins on a barrel next to him before handing him one. He downed it in 3 bites. "Come on." He grabbed a second muffin and nodded toward the door. "We've got a lot to do today." Once at the piebald stall, Rebecca addressed him. "You're going to be fine, boy." His response was a flare of his nostrils and an ear-piercing whinny before he pinned his ears back and kicked the back wall. "He's going to hate today's lesson," Colt said, his forearms on the gate, the sleeves of his shirt pushed clear up, revealing thick biceps. His hat was pulled low on his brows as he studied their project. Colt was a good-looking man, but he wasn't only that. He was kind and supportive and contemplative, never angry. The man was a complete package of excellence. What a shame Rebecca only thought of him as a little brother. Why his father was the one who made her legs wobble was as baffling to her as if the moon turned purple. Yet there was no mistaking the attraction. It was just there. If it weren't, she would happily leap off the seesaw for some peace. The sound of a truck engine reached her ears. A few seconds later, she heard the heavy footfalls of a man entering the barn. Rebecca's heart tripped with the hope that the newcomer might be Cord. She turned. "Laddie, lass, good morning to you both." Jake! Of course it was Jake. Never Cord these days. Rebecca blew a puff of air at the curls clinging to her forehead and strode forward to greet her brother-in-law. "Wow, I can't quite get used to you without a beard. Look at those dimples." Jake pressed his lips together as if that would erase the hated craters, and came forward to give her a hug. Holding her coffee away from his body, she hugged him back. Once she released him, he snatched her coffee out of her hand and chugged it. "Hey, that's mine." "Mine now, lass. Serves you right for always fixating on my face." "The dimples? Most people would kill for those." "Take them, please." "Hey, Jake." Colt reached around Rebecca to shake his hand. Rebecca peered past him. "Bring Susanna by chance?" "Nay. She's with Jessica shopping for new furniture, appliances, paint for the house. Big job. The lass is good at it, though. Nae much she canna do." He half grinned then, showing only one deep dimple this time. Rebecca punched her brother-in-law in the arm. "Newlyweds." Jake's hearty laugh masked the sound of another man's footsteps until they'd stopped right behind Jake. She shifted to see past her brother-in-law. Her heart seized, then drummed. "Jake, good to see you." Cord came forward and shook Jake's hand. "How's your bride?" "The lass is well and happy." "Good to hear." Jake turned to Rebecca. "I need a word." Cord's deep voice rumbled, making Rebecca's nerves rumble right along with it. "A word with me?" He looked to Colt. "I'd like to borrow Rebecca for a spell." This time her stomach fluttered right along with her heart. Why did he need to borrow her? For the first time she noticed what Cord was dressed in. The work clothes Rebecca had come to know as his mud-sloshin' get-up. Dirt-crusted boots, stained blue jeans with ripped pockets, threadbare chambray shirt, flat-ribbed black hat with one battered eagle feather sticking out from the band. He hadn't shaved today. In a word, he looked roguish and mouth-watering. His eyes trapped her in a stare. When he finally let loose of her gaze for Colt's, she exhaled and swayed in relief. "I want to, with Jake here, do you need her?" he asked Colt. Alone with Cord? She loved the idea. No, she didn't. Because what if he didn't need her on the ranch anymore? Colt's mouth moved into that imperceptible grin, so like his father's. She was sure Cord hadn't noticed. It seemed no one but she knew the two men's identical twitch of amusement. "No, sir. You can have her." His lip twitched again, and her heart took a nosedive. She couldn't risk what the conversation would be. She groped for an excuse. "I really have some work to finish up in the house." Cord lifted an eyebrow. "No, really. I didn't finish up the dusting yesterday since Colt needed me longer, so—" She gave a small wave and started past Cord. He caught her by the hand, firm yet gentle. The warmth of his touch tingled straight up and into her head, making her ears buzz. She had no choice but to look at him, make him understand she couldn't go with him. Slowly, she met his gaze and got trapped again, as if sinking in two mesmerizing pools of quicksand. "I think the house will survive." He gave her one of his rare smiles, snapping her out of her hypnotic stare before sending her right back in. "Okay." The word came out weak. Her knees trembled. "Toughen up, Rebecca." With rallied bravado, she stiffened and tugged her arm out of his grasp. "What do I need?" she managed to ask, barely. "Not a thing." Cord gestured with his hand for her to go ahead of him, out of the barn. "I have the horses saddled." She came to an abrupt halt, twisting back. He nearly trampled her, stopping short just inches away. "Whoa, did you forget something?" No." She gazed up at him, becoming more flummoxed by the second as she peered into the bluest of eyes. "I just wondered when you saddled the horses. I didn't see you." Then the truth of it penetrated her foggy brain as a sliver of displeasure pushed aside her trepidations. "You did it before I got here? How did you know Colt would agree to let me go?" "I'm the last word, remember?" Cord chuckled, the sound low and confident. "Besides, I knew Jake would be here." She did remember Cord was in charge, and she knew Cole didn't really need her today. But what if he had? How unfair of his father. She could see the gap in his relationship with his sons more and more as time went on. Yet his sons were used to his dictatorship, and she wasn't one of his children. She'd be darned if she'd let him treat her as one. "Well, you see, boss," she drew out the last word, "it is my job to make sure the house stays in order, and I think now would be a good time to wrap up a few chores. So I think I'll stay." Cord reared back in surprise. Did she go too far? Sudden anxiety had Rebecca turning and speeding toward the barn door. Cord caught up to her, grasping her elbow, and used her momentum to keep her walking on out the door. The saddled horses, a dappled mare, and his black gelding Trapper, were tied to the top slat of the corral fence. He scuttled her around to face him. "What's this all about, Rebecca?" His voice was tight, his grip hard. "As I said, chores." She slowly pulled against his grip. He held tighter. She tried not to look indignant. By the look on his face, she failed. He dropped his hand from her, ran that same hand over his mouth, and sighed. "Okay, I handled this all wrong." Now this was interesting. Cord wrong? "I should have asked you if you'd like to take a ride with me. Truth is, there's something I'd like to talk to you about, and it's best I do this away from Snoopy ears." Snoopy ears? The expression was so cute she had to bite her lip to keep from grinning. And why was she giving him such a hard time anyway, especially after his noble gesture weeks ago? "Besides," he went on, "I thought you'd enjoy the break and a ride. The colors are remarkable this time of year." His eyes shifted to the trees that were yellowing up. "You'd like the view of Devil's Tower from our corner of the world. What do you say?" He paused, then slowly brought his eyes back to hers. A rumble in the distance had her glancing at the dark clouds overhead. They looked a bit threatening, but this seemed important to Cord, and he knew Wyoming weather better than she did. He didn't seem the least bit fazed. Maybe she could manage a ride with him, because right now he looked as uncomfortable as a young boy facing the principal over a fight he'd started. His adorable little boy expression broke her. Tough man-in-charge Cord Cooper had a vulnerable side, and it couldn't appeal to her more. "Okay, sure, I'd love to," she found herself saying through a smile. The smile he gave back was just as large, and the image was glorious. It changed his face, softened his jewel-colored eyes, and crinkled laugh lines into his coppered skin. Well now, if she could bring about this pleasant sight again, she would willingly go with him anywhere, no matter the topic of conversation. She ignored the twinge of worry. Rebecca was about to move to the mare's side when she caught sight of the flashy red Cadillac still parked in the drive, and it stopped her. "What about Clara?" Cord shrugged. "What about her?" "Wouldn't it be rude to leave her like that? I mean, she comes here to see you." Cord caught hold of her elbow again, guiding her to the mare's side as if hiding her behind the immense animal. "She comes to feed us." This time Rebecca yanked her arm out of his hand and scowled up at him. "No, Cord. She comes for you, not to feed your family. Are you truly that thoughtless?" He averted his gaze, his lips twitching in a look of disgust. "She offered to help out until I find a cook. I let her. It's fine. Let's go." So that's what this was about. Cord was using her to escape the widow. Should she let him? She thought of the many sharp-tongued rebukes the widow had launched her way and decided, yes, she would. Still, someone should tell the woman. "I'll be right back," she said. "Where are you going?" She thought it best not to say. Noticing the jacket Cord had draped across his saddle, she told him a half-truth. "I'm going to trade coats. Get my heavier one. Be right back." When Rebecca returned from the house, not finding Clara but leaving her a note, she stopped at the barn entrance. "I'm back," she called from the open door, then turned to the horses. She wanted to be in the saddle when Cord came out, but when she hiked her leg into the stirrup, she realized the mare was too tall to heft herself up. Cord was swiftly at her back, lifting her easily aboard. After handing her the reins, he donned his jacket, then climbed onto the gelding with ease. Without a word or backward glance to the house, he led them up the drive towards the highway. Neither talked until they reached a gate along the right side of the road. "We'll take a shortcut. Follow me," Cord said over his shoulder. Rebecca watched him lean to the side of his horse to pull a wire off the post, then swing the gate inward. He gestured for her to go through, re-anchored the gate, then led them down a narrow path into the open pasture. Rebecca followed behind, watching his strong body sway in perfect tune with his horse. Cord pulled back on the reins and made a quarter turn. "Come on, slowpoke." "Be right there." Cord smiled then, a small, tender smile that warmed her deep down. When the mare reached him, he reined his gelding back in step with her. "Let's give these steeds their heads." Without another word, he pressed his knees in, and Trapper shot forward. The mare flicked her ears and stretched her neck straight into a lope. Rebecca yelped, grabbed the saddle horn, and held on with both hands. Once her balance returned, she concentrated on the ride. It was absolutely exhilarating. The wind in her face tangled and twirled her hair behind her. She couldn't remember the last time she'd let loose and ridden flat out. No thought of property or safety or even good judgment. It was so unlike her, yet her smile was so broad, the wind whooshing in and dried out her mouth. She licked her lips and grinned some more. Rebecca kept her eyes on the man in front of her. He barely moved in the saddle, though his jacket flapped at his back. His wide shoulders, steady with perfect posture, made her heart swell with pure satisfaction. Was this the same Cord Cooper she'd witnessed daily for weeks now? The smile vanished, a cold chill racing down her spine. Yes, it was the same man. The man who controlled everything and everyone, forced his control on his already grown children, herself included. The same man who now had the woman he lived with for 5 months on his premises, in his house, in his kitchen, feeding his sons as if she belonged there. Did she? Is that what Cord planned to tell her? Heart sick and suspicious now, she lost all joy in the ride. There was a reason Cord had brought her out here, other than to show the help the lay of the land. Her throat constricted as if a noose were tightening around her neck. She felt trapped. Maybe she should pull her mare to a stop and demand Cord tell her right here and now what this little ride was all about. This must be why he didn't need to go tell the widow he was going on a jaunt around his ranch with another woman. The wicked woman was likely in on it. That does it. Rebecca pulled back on the reins. The mare shook her head, snorted, and ignored Rebecca's request. Instead, she sped slightly to catch up to the gelding. What? Wasn't the mare going to heed her rider's command? She yanked this time. The mare tossed her head, trying to get a good hold of the bit in her teeth. "Oh, no, you don't," Rebecca muttered, tugging the bit back where it belonged. "You will not try to buffalo me." "What?" she barely heard Cord say over her shoulder from 4 lengths away. Grating at the mouthpiece side to side enough to stop the mare, but not enough to injure her mouth, the mare finally gave up and stopped, but let out an ear-piercing whinny to her male counterpart. The gelding answered back with a snort. Cord slowed his horse easily, turning him back in the same smooth motion. Once the animals were muzzled to muzzle, the gelding shook his head, jingling his bridle at the same time his master shook his head at Rebecca. Dratted males. "What's wrong?" He looked bemused. "Why did you bring me out here, Cord?" His look of confusion shifted to guilt. Her anxiety rose. She tried to swallow past her now parched throat. So, this really was a setup. "Your ranch is beautiful. she said brusquely, gesturing with a hand at the vastness of it. "The view of Devil's Tower is spectacular, but something tells me you didn't bring me out here to show me the view." She flattened her lips and jutted her chin, daring him to contradict her. Bam! Rebecca nearly spilled out of the saddle at the clap of thunder. The mare skittered to the side. Cord's gelding jumped, but Cord had him controlled within seconds. It took Rebecca several more to get her horse and her racing heart restrained. Then a long roll, as if God had hurled a bowling ball down a heavenly alley, rumbled overhead. Before the mare could react a second time, Cord took hold of her reins and stopped her from prancing about. Cord glanced up and frowned as if noticing the black clouds for the first time. He yanked his hat off his head and plopped it on hers. It was huge, but she stuffed it down as low as possible. "Follow me, now!" He turned Trapper and shot forward, heading to the edge where pasture left off and the forest began. "Shouldn't we be heading to the ranch house rather than farther away?" Rebecca felt a drop, then two, a definite plummet in temperature, then a deluge of rain, all while holding the hat to her head and trying to keep up with Cord. She watched carefully as he slowed to enter a thick forest. She followed exactly where he entered and glanced around. This didn't look like the same Wyoming she'd come to know. Had they just entered the Black Hills National Forest? Or was this just a section of trees on Cord's ranch? Whatever it was dense, and she'd lost sight of the man. Rebecca slowed her mare and tried to determine which way he went. She knew he entered here, so where could they have gone so quickly? It was as if the forest had swallowed them up. Just then, the mare raised flared nostrils and whinnied. The gelding answered. Oh, thank heavens for horse sense and the strong bond between these two. She gave the mare her head, and sure enough, the animal quickly found her friend without Rebecca getting lost and making a fool of herself. She blinked up at the immense stand of green pines. It was almost as if the rain had ceased. The trees were so dense. Only a few random drops hit her face before she looked down again. No wonder Cord had led them to the protection of these boughs. So why didn't Cord stop here to wait out the storm? If anything, he'd sped up. Before long, the thick forest gave way to a clearing, and within the clearing was nestled a small log cabin. The rain pummeled the roof, the sides, the windows, as if intent on scouring it all the way down to the studs. Light flashed. Boom! Rumble! The thunder spoke, reminding Rebecca the storm was far from over. Soaking wet now, she shivered in the cold. Cord looked over his shoulder for the first time. Now he's worried if I followed? He halted at the porch and dismounted, dropping the reins over the makeshift hitching post. He took the mare's reins from hers and tossed them over the post as well. It's open. He nodded toward the front door. Go on in. I'll come back for your horse once I check the lean-to. Then I'll be in. There should be towels and blankets in there. Strip down, dry off, and wrap up in a blanket. I don't need you getting sick on me. She stared at him as he tugged his own horse around the south side of the cabin. He acts as if it's my fault I'm soaked. She wanted to throw something at the back of his head. She closed her eyes and turned her face up, letting the drizzle sluice down her cheeks. Inhaling a deep breath and exhaling through pursed lips, she tried to calm herself, to think this through. The smell of new rain helped to soothe that big bundle of nerves their ride out here had caused. Cord clearly had something important on his mind concerning her. What could it be? And why the ride in order to divulge it? The mare sidestepped and tossed her head, picking up on Rebecca's anxiety. The possibility flooded her mind. If he didn't plan to fire her, what else could it be? When she shifted through memories of their past weeks together, searching for clues, her accident and the town incident were all that came to mind. He'd had to rescue her, more than once. Maybe that was the problem. He saw her as weak. Why had she been such a weakling in town? The two men who'd approached her, they had different motives. Those men. Yet her reaction to them had been the same. She was appalled all over again that she hadn't grown up enough to put her past behind her. She'd lost everything back in college. A potential career, her friends, the young man she'd hoped to share her life with. No, that wasn't right. She hadn't lost her friends. Her friends had betrayed her. She pushed the memory far back where it still lived. This wasn't about her past, painful as it was. It was about her future. She liked it here at Bar 6. Could do some good here. Frustration picked at her brain. Was she just the hired help? Used and easily discarded? And now Cord needed to ease his own conscience by taking her for a final ride to break the news? And why not? She'd been invisible to most people in her life, unless they needed her to do something for them. Even Susanna had needed her to get through the difficult years without the use of her voice. She'd been glad to do it, but look at her sister now, married to a gorgeous, talented man, and looking forward to a future with him and lots of babies, leaving Rebecca behind once again. A horrible thought struck her like a lightning bolt. Why shouldn't Cord fire her? You're not the one in his bed, now are you, Rebecca? A vivid picture of what that might look like flew through her mind before she could stop it. He needs you out of the way to make a life with the widow. She expelled a heavy breath over the heart-wrenching thought. She would lose so much if Cord made her leave. What's wrong? Cord was standing at her side now, his right hand braced at the cantle of her saddle, the other holding the bridle's cheek-piece. His head was tilted up, eyes on her. He blinked each time a fat raindrop struck him in the eye. Was he going to do this? Bring her into his cabin, dry her off, and then bam, you're fired. She stared into that face with the sapphire eyes, a questioning look now in them, and she wondered if this beautiful man was about to change her future. He squinted, two lines forming between his brows. Are you frozen to your saddle? She had, in fact, frozen to the spot, but not from the icy conditions. Reminded now of the cold, she shivered. I thought so. Here, let me help you down. In the next moment, Cord had a hold of her waist and was tugging her toward him. Her legs were stiff with wet and cold, and her denim pants stuck to the leather. He must have realized she couldn't stand yet, since once her feet touched the ground, he held her against his side. She shook first one leg, then the other, trying to bring feeling back. In spite of the reckoning she saw coming, Rebecca enjoyed the feel of Cord's strong arm at her back, his large hand radiating heat into her hip. The tingle of pure joy started at her heart and wove its way down to her toes, curling them. Surely Cord felt the sensation the same as she, this electrical impulse between them. But one sidelong peek at his face made her curling toes cramp in place. Her heart seized its frantic beat. The look on his face was, she didn't know what, but it wasn't good. The hand at her hip squeezed, his lips thinned. A knot of muscle in his jaws clenched and unclenched even as he returned her stare. Strength rushed back into her legs. She twisted out of Cord's hold with such vigor she misstepped and landed palms first against the mare's rump. The mare huffed a complaint and shifted a step. Rebecca caught her balance, spun around, and pressed her back against the horse. She stared up at Cord, but couldn't seem to form any words. What would she say if she could? You good now? He asked, his expression giving nothing away. Dazed and silent, she worked at pulling herself together, then nodded. The outhouse is over there. He nodded to the small enclosure off the north end of the building. He took another grip on the mare's bridle and led her around the building to join the gelding. Rebecca watched him for a few beats before she put her feet in motion. After a quick, uncomfortable trip to the outhouse, Rebecca entered the tiny cabin. Only the dim light streaming through a couple of small windows and the open door allowed her to see inside the structure. With one quick twirl, she took in the whole lot. An open fireplace, one comfy chair, a small bed, a makeshift closet with shelves, a kitchen with one cupboard, a sink with a hand pump, and a table with 4 wooden chairs. She looked for a way to turn on the lights and realized there were no lights, only a lantern in the middle of the table. Of course, too remote for electricity out here. That made the log cabin even more intimate. Her mind wandered off to thoughts of Cord coming through that door, sweeping her off her feet and laying her at the base of the hearth in front of a roaring fire. The door slammed shut, bringing her out of romantic musings to a dripping Cord, standing just inside the doorway, a pile of firewood in his strong arms. "Why haven't you stripped?"
Chapter 9. Rebecca blinked. Why haven't I? Oh, yes, his demands. How could she forget? I was admiring your little cabin. He didn't look happy about her remark. Or was it her lack of obedience? Rebecca? His voice took on that tone of parental authority she hated. Right away, sir, she snapped, then saluted. She turned away, dropped his wet hat on the counter, then went to retrieve the towel and blanket before he could say another word. There was the sound of wood dropping next to the fireplace, just as she grabbed what she needed, including a man's flannel shirt and thick socks, and bringing them back to the bed. She glanced at Cord, who had discarded his coat to a hook by the door and was hunkered down in front of the open hearth. The lantern on the table was now glowing orange, and he was working on building a teepee of kindling in the fireplace. With the scratch of a match against the rock, he lit the wood. It instantly bloomed with light, adding another measure of coziness to the room. Her body reminded her of how cold and wet she was with a deep shiver. Did she actually need to remove all her clothes? Dang it all. But she was wet to the bone. Her clothes would have to dry in front of the fire. She cleared her throat. Cord? He shifted slightly in order to look over one shoulder. I'm going to need some privacy to change. He huffed an exasperated breath. I've better things to do than watch you strip, Duchess. You're plenty safe. He turned back to grasp a piece of wood to move the kindling around a bit, then laid the chunk of wood on top of the pile. Rebecca scowled at his back, wishing he could feel the blaze from her glare. That's twice he dismissed her as if she were nothing more than an annoyance. Fine, she'd strip. Right here. She threw the shirt, socks, and blanket back on the bed and started with her jacket. She tugged, trying to pull it off. It stuck to her sweater, pulling and lengthening the sleeves until they hung way past her hands. Oh, for crying out loud. Her sweater was a sagging mess. A lot of good her coat had done. She threw it on the floor with a splat. Need help? Cord asked with amusement in his voice, still stabbing at the fire. No, I don't need help. Next came her sweater, up over her head. In her haste, she made a bad decision not to undo the row of buttons down the front and caught one in her snarled, wet hair. Drat! Now she was good and stuck. The more she pulled, the more it tangled in her hair. Hurriedly, she worked the knots with her fingers, but didn't get anywhere. She did need help, but Cord would only scold her for her inability to unclothe herself. Pulling her arms out of the soggy and misshapen sweater, she let it dangle from her hair while she grabbed one of the blankets off the bed to wrap around her middle. Then she dragged on the flannel shirt. It was huge and looked more like a dress once it was buttoned. The sleeves hung way past her hands, but it was soft and felt wonderful against her cold skin. Once she rolled the cuffs up, she drew her attention back to the sweater knotted in her hair. Shoot! She forgot her pants. Reaching up under the blanket, she tried to yank at the wet denim, her scalp complaining over every movement with the sweater attached to her head like a wet flag in the wind. The jeans stuck tight to her legs, nothing worse than wet denim. When she was finally freed of soggy garments,
She shivered uncontrollably as the air shot under the blanket and hit her now naked legs and the wet underwear she would not remove. She dropped down on the edge of the bed to put the socks on her freezing feet, grimacing at the loud squeak of the springs.
"Everything okay over there?"
"Just fine," she panted.
"Doesn't sound like it."
This time his amusement was gone, and a touch of testiness had slipped in. She was done being reproved, hurried, or dismissed. "Leave me be, Cord." Apparently he didn't like being scolded. He was on his feet and facing in her direction before she could check if she was all put together. His gaze perused her from the foot she was pulling a sock on, straight up to the sweater hanging from her head. Was that a look of desire? But his expression changed to exasperation so fast, Rebecca wondered if the ardent look had been there at all.
What did you do?" Another reprimand.
"You hurried me. I got tangled." He crossed the room to her until his booted toes halted just inches from her shoeless feet. She could feel the warmth of his body, smell the rain-freshened, woodsy scent of him. He was so still. What was he doing? A crash of thunder made her jerk, and her gaze zipped to his face. He was partially bent over her, assessing the situation, his hands stuffed in his back jean pockets, as if holding back from touching her. She studied the angle of his strong face as he explored the problem. Those sharp, all-knowing eyes were thankfully not attached to hers at the moment.
"I see what's needed. This is going to hurt, Duchess."
She stiffened. Having Cord this close robbed her of her voice, so she nodded.
"Hold real still."
She was trying hard to. With his long fingers in her hair, Cord took hold of the soggy sweater in one hand as the other unknotted her wet locks strand by strand. He had to yank a few times, but he was amazingly careful. Her eyes were on his face, just inches from hers. All she could see now was his square chin angling into an equally strong jaw, dark bristles already shadowing it. Gad, he smelled good.
"There, all done,"
he said much too soon. He straightened with a smile on his face, presenting the sweater to her like Trevor's dog, Dash, might offer up a gopher. Just as she took the wet sweater from his hand, he reached over and ran his fingertips through her hair. To put it right, she suspected, but the intimate gesture had her tummy tumbling all over itself. Cord studied her face, searched her eyes. Ever so slowly he ran his fingertips lightly down her cheek and across her bottom lip. "Did I hurt you?" Her breath caught in her throat. The husky rumble of his voice attached to that tender sentence an intimate touch, and that was it. Desire flared, but so did skepticism, and ultimately anger. Cord was so unpredictable, first treating her as he might a daughter, and now as what? A lover? She reached up and forced all 10 fingers through her own hair, scratching at it, trying to soothe the ache from her scalp and calm herself at the same time. No, I'm fine." She felt rather than saw him still hovering. Rebecca pushed her heavy hair back from her face and raised her chin to look him in the eye, frustrated that as long as he remained so close, her unsettled nerves would never fire smoothly. He must have picked up on her agitation since he uncurled and stood. "I'll be right over there." He nodded toward the fire, but ventured in the opposite direction. She watched him push aside one of the stored blankets. Then he was back to drop a hairbrush in her lap. Retrieving her jacket, pants, socks, and the sweater she had plopped on the floor, he went on back to the fireplace. Thinking she must look like a plump ragamuffin with terrible hair, she picked up the hairbrush and tackled the wet mop as she watched Cord drape her clothing over a chair. The act was sweet and surprisingly personal. He turned the chair round so the fire could dry them. "What about yours?" Rebecca asked as she yanked at a knot. Cord raised his eyes to her, then straightened his tall frame. "My what?" "You know, your wet clothes." "Worried about me?" he said as he strode past her to the hanging shirts. She decided not to answer. Cord pulled a plaid shirt off a hanger, then turned to face her. She stopped her detangling and stared back. What was he waiting for? "Are you?" he asked. "Am I what?" "Are you worried about me, Duchess?" His voice was softer this time, like it wasn't a tease. She jerked her chin up to look at him, quickly out of patience for a verbal dance she didn't understand.
"What is it you want me to say?"
That, yes, I'm worried about you? That if you don't change, you'll catch a chill? Is that the kind of thing a daughter would say? She'd said too much, implied too much. She could see by his shocked expression he hadn't thought of her as a daughter. Yet all this time she'd thought... Daughter? His face filled with color. Was he embarrassed? Angry? Daughter? He said again, more exasperated this time. Why had she planted that stupid idea in his head? What in the world could she say now to fix this?
That's what you think you are to me?
Her sister was right. Rebecca was an imbecile when it came to men. She sat foolishly, just blinking up at him, not knowing what to say next. Cord looked grim, his lips compressed. Idiot. That's what she was. In a few quick moves, he was back at the fireplace, the flannel in one hand, the wet chambray and thermal shirt he'd pulled off in the other. With his bronze back to her, he spread the wet garments over a second chair, then turned back to her. He stood in one place, challenging her to run her gaze over his upper body. She took that invitation and looked her fill. He was a perfect specimen, sculpted torso and flat stomach, a dusting of dark hair that swept across his chest, as splendid in his masculinity as were his young sons, yet with a deeper dimension. Is that how a daughter would look at her father? He said, clearly proving a point. Heat filled her face, yet she couldn't look away. He was right. It wasn't how she saw him, and she'd been mistaken. It was apparent now he hadn't seen her as a child either. She lifted her chin. No, it's not. Their gazes locked. She didn't know who they were to each other yet, but who they weren't had become quite clear. Chapter 10. Cord was the first to look away in order to get into his shirt. He had it on and partially buttoned when a flash of light and boom of thunder startled Rebecca, nearly sending her off the bed. She glanced anxiously towards the window. He followed her gaze. The world was nearly black as night outside, between the thunderclouds, rain, and forest shadows. He loved this isolated place. Staying here usually settled him, soothed his raw soul. A memory of a time when it hadn't came to him. The year Millie had been pregnant with the twins. He'd had a particularly hard day branding and tagging calves. When he finally dragged himself in long past time, when the boys should be in bed, he found them still up. The three oldest were screaming and running rampant through the house that looked like a tornado had hit, the youngest wailing and crawling after them. Millie was sitting at the table, face in hands, sobbing without even a glance at the mayhem around her. He remembered the fury he'd felt in seeing her neglect. He'd taken charge and cleaned up the mess, then escaped the next day to this little cabin. Oh, sure, he'd volunteered to round up strays in order to justify leaving, but what he'd been after was the solace this place would give him. What he'd gotten was tremendous regret over his judgment of Millie that day, and every day since. "Who knows how long we'll be stranded here," Rebecca said, shooing away his memories. "I should probably fix us some food." Rebecca, always ready to take care of people. She was the opposite of passive, so different from Millie. Millie broke down when things got tough. Rebecca took the bull by the horns. Except for that day in town. What had caused Rebecca to be so overcome by two very different instances, two very different men? Had she ever been that way with him? Come to think of it, that night in the ditch, she'd blamed her weight on not wanting to be carried. He hadn't cared enough to notice before, but now he needed to know the reason, see if he could help. He looked down at his feet. His boots were soaked and had to come off, and he knew darned well without a boot tree he'd have to struggle with it. It was as good a way to test her as he could think of. "I could use some help over here."
Help? With what?
"My boots, sweetheart." She scooted to the edge of the bed, giving him a sour look.
Why are you calling me sweetheart when you've barely tolerated me these last few weeks?
Tolerated? More like avoided, so he could actually sleep at night. She had a way of trapping herself inside his head until he wanted to bellow for relief. It was one reason he'd pushed her toward Colt. He shook his head to clear the fog of lust. "Please, I need you to help me remove my boots." He watched as she squared her shoulders.
Gonna give me a piece of that sharp mind?
She planted her hands on her hips.
Who helps you remove your boots at home?
At home. Those words coming from her mouth sounded better than they should have to him. The boot tree.
Oh.
Her hands dropped to her sides.
Okay. You'll behave?
Cord chuckled. Rebecca truly said anything on her mind. Yet at the same time, it showed her reluctance to get too close to him. His smile fell off. When he didn't say anything more, she said,
"Well?"
Not wanting to tease her any more, he answered, "Yes, sweetheart, I'll behave." The room lit with a beaming light. Boom! Crack! Rebecca jumped a foot.
Oh my goodness! That wasn't just thunder. Something crashed.
Her gaze shot to the window.
The horses!
She picked up the tails of her blanket as if she were in a ball gown and ran to the window, swiping at the condensation to peer out. Cord was behind her in a split second, peering over her head to scan the area. He saw nothing but sheets of rain and ominous clouds riding the tops of the trees. "Stay here."
"Cord!"
Rebecca's voice reflected worry. He stopped before opening the door and glanced back.
"Be careful."
He nodded, dove out the door, and pulled it closed behind him. Blustery cold met him, but warmth filled him. He couldn't remember the last time someone had cared enough to say something like that to him, and really meant it. Why did it have to be her? Head down against the wet wind, Cord darted around the corner of the house to the lean-to. A large branch from one of the pines lay next to the cabin, and there were pieces of the lean-to's roof scattered about, though the structure itself seemed to be intact. He went inside to check on the horses. He wasn't surprised the mare seemed unconcerned about the storm. The gelding was all she ever wanted. But Trapper was nervous, shifting in place and snorting. With each clap of thunder, he tossed his head, nearly snapping the rope that secured him, as nervous as Cord's little cabin mate. With the next crack of thunder, Cord knew the only way forward for either he or Rebecca was to cut and ride the storm. Rebecca waited for it seemed an hour before Cord plodded back through the front door, all wide shoulders and grumpy disposition, rainwater streaming from his hat. Once he was secure in the warm cabin, he threw his hat back on the counter and ambled to the fireplace, soaked and looking frigid to the bone. Even his lips were blue.
"What did you find? My word, why were you gone so long? I was getting worried. It's pouring. Your pants are soaked, and no coat to boot. Here, use my towel."
Without waiting for an answer, she patted at his face and shoulders before he grasped her wrist and stole the towel. "I can handle it myself, girl." Rebecca puffed up. She hated being called girl, and he already knew that. Was he getting back at her for the daughter comment?
"I can help."
Cord peered out from the towel hanging from his head. "No." He went back to rubbing.
"Oh, for crying out loud, why not? I help your sons with such things."
Cord yanked the towel away from his head and scowled. "What do you mean, with such things?" She carefully pulled the towel away from his tight fists. He let her.
"Drying sopping hair and backs."
She moved behind him and began patting at his sodden back. He stiffened. Carting away drenched and muddy clothing, cleaning mud-spattered boots and hats, warming up clothing and blankets by the fire to wrap them in? Cord cursed, cutting off her explanation. He swung around and yanked the towel back. You warm up? What in tarnation? They're grown men, Rebecca, not children. Yes, men, but also children, your children. She grasped the corner of the towel again, pulling ever so slowly so he wouldn't notice. Once it was out of his hands, she went about drying his shoulders, then his chest. Stop that! Yanking the towel out of her hands again, he threw it across the room where it slapped against the wall before it hit the floor in a heap. She started for it, but he caught her by the hand and pulled her back to him. Now let me get this straight. You've been coddling my sons as if they were 5? It was exactly how she had to think of them, as if they were her own young sons. She'd learned that trick the first difficult week in residence at Cooper Ranch. It was the only way she could close the distance between herself and the men she was there to help. Things had gotten more comfortable the moment she realized what a heedless bunch of cowboys they actually were. Full-grown men, sure, but the work-till-they-drop kind, unmindful of anyone else around them, except for Bronk, that is. But he was just a case of an overgrown bully. Bullies she could handle. She tilted her head back in order to search his face. Was he truly mad at her for taking care of his own sons? Well, yes, but... And they let you? He raked his other hand through his messy hair. Don't answer that. Of course they let you, he muttered. Cord's grip tightened before he dropped his hand from hers, his eyes fiery. Tell me, were they smiling while you dried them? Rebecca lowered her gaze to his chest, unable to match his glare even though his words made her shiver and burn all over. Did they smile when she dried their hair and shoulders and such? Yes, maybe they did. What did that matter? Why would that make Cord so mad? She wrinkled up her nose, looked back up. Maybe. Ah, son of a... Cord swore, then threw his hands up. You shouldn't trust them. Rebecca scowled at him. Well, no, she hadn't got close enough to involve trust, so that wasn't a problem. What are you talking about? What does smiling have to do with anything? Cord swung around, took 2 steps, then turned back to face her. The man was magnificent. In his rage, the muscles across his chest and arms were coming out all over the place. The lines bracketing his mouth, the angular jaw, white teeth flashing with his furious speech. It all mesmerized her. You really are naive, aren't you? He bit out. That stung. But at the moment she couldn't seem to react as she watched the splendor of the man. Everything about him cried out masculinity. Now she understood how her sisters were immobilized during Clint and Jake's tirades. It wasn't because the men scared them. No, not at all. It was because they were powerless in their fascination with them. The Cord was off limits to her, 1,000,000 miles from possibility. At least she could admire him without having any emotions involved, especially the ones she'd long since banned. Trust. Rebecca? His incensed voice broke into her enthrallment. She blinked, rewinding her thoughts, wondering if she'd said anything aloud and praying like crazy she hadn't. Yes? He shook his head in dismay, probably because she'd missed his point. He took a deep breath, then blew it out in a quick burst. My sons were taking advantage of you. Apparently you can't see that. She crunched up her face, trying to wrap her mind around his point. In what way? I'm not understanding you, Cord. You're naive, sweetheart. Men will always be men. If they can get you to pamper them, especially if you're touching them, they will let you do it every time. No, more than that. They will get you to do it. Which ones of my sons did this? Or did they all do it? Her eyes widened, her mouth agape. Did he think she was going to tattle on them like they had about her cooking? He might think her naive, but she sure as heck wasn't immature. She'd been willing to help them out. There'd been no taking advantage. She set her mouth into a thin line, lowered her voice. "What's the real reason you're upset, Mr. Cooper? Truly." Her hands went back to her hips. This man was making no sense. He scrubbed a hand down his face. "The boys don't need you to scrub them dry. When I get back, I'll make sure they understand to handle their own blasted clothes and boots, too." His expression seemed to shift. Contrite? "Criminy, Rebecca, it's no wonder you haven't been able to handle the cooking. You're doing everything else for them." He took a hold of her elbow, the warmth of his hand sending tingles up her arm. Grabbing a kitchen chair on his way to the fireplace, he planted it dead center and guided her to it. Then he hunkered down in front of her, his jeans squishing as they dripped rainwater on the floor. Horrified that she'd been arguing with him while he had to be half frozen, she patted him on the thigh. "You need to shed those. You'll catch your death." The expression fell off Court's face. His lips twitched with that baby grin. Do people even use that phrase anymore? "Well, yes, of course. What do you mean?" He waved her off. "Look at me." Her eyes met his. "We have something to talk about." Her stomach plummeted. Was she ready for this? He was going to fire her for sure, now that he knew she'd done things all wrong with his sons. Sidetrack him. Shed first, talk later. He pressed his lips together, studied her face for the truth. If compassion wasn't going to work, she was more than willing to use her other weapon, stubbornness. Lifting her chair, she tilted her head in silence to wait him out. Surprising her with a chuckle, he lowered his head and nodded. When he raised his eyes back to hers, he said, "There's the girl I know and love." "Love? Be careful, Rebecca. It's just a saying." "Woman," she said. "What?" "I keep telling you I'm not a girl. I'm a woman." She lifted her chin again, waiting for his ridicule. He rose to his feet and peered down at her, all brawn and smooth assurance, raking his glittering eyes up and down her flannel and blanket-clad body. "I've never disputed that, Duchess." He turned to the kitchen then and toed off his boots, then removed his wet socks. "I know you didn't need any help with your boots," she said with a mock glare. He chuckled. "How about some hot tea?" Wasn't he going to get out of his wet clothes? Fine, let him stay wet. All of a sudden, the reason he brought her here loomed before her. Was he going to stretch this out forever? "What is it you wanted to talk to me about? Or were you planning to torture me all day and night?" She clearly shocked him by the look on his face. Why was he shocked? "That can wait. Let's get you comfortable first." Using the hand pump at the sink, he filled the teapot with water. So, he was going to drag this out. Was it that bad? "You can talk while you heat water." "How are you going to do that, by the way?" Cord ignored her question, strode back over, and squatted down in front of the fireplace. He swung out a bar, hung the teapot on it, and nudged it over the fire. Then he twisted on the balls of his feet toward her. At eye level now, he studied her face. She entwined her fingers in her lap. Cord placed one of his big hands over both of hers. "Relax. What has you so tense?" She inhaled a huge breath, then spewed. "You, if you want to know the truth." "Did you bring me here to fire me? Because if you did, I wish you'd just do both of us a favor and just get it over." "Whoa, whoa. Never heard anybody blanket a room with words like you can, Rebecca." Still, in a squat, he patted her hands, then rested his arm across his thigh. "Take a breath." She didn't want to obey him, but her body apparently did. She took in a slow breath, then let it seep out. "First of all, I have no plans to fire you, so get that right out of your head." "Oh, thank you, God." Rebecca whispered to herself as she squeezed her eyes shut. One of his fingertips lifted her chin. Heat rose to her face from the tender touch. Ah, isn't that delightful? A blush. Condescension? Now she was back to wanting to murder him. What do you want, Cord? The words were blunt, but she had her fill. I brought you out here to show you my land. No, you didn't. She smashed her lips into a grim line, trying to staunch the flow of angry words she feared would come. He blinked, then lowered his eyes. Shifting back to the fire, he used one finger to push the teapot in deeper, paused, then turned back. His face relaxed and now showed a definite sadness in the brackets around his mouth. Oh, Duchess. Rebecca felt the burn of tears but refused to let them fall. What was it he was about to say? The ride was to show you my land, yes, but also to talk privately about my sons. He heaved a sigh, then sank to the floor. He tried to sit cross-legged like a young boy, but his long legs didn't bend that way. He looked so tormented by his confession, he seemed oblivious to his own body's attempt to readjust. Ultimately, he raised his knees and slung his forearms over them. He'd surprised her, though. This was the last thing she expected him to say. As she studied his grief-stricken face, worry took hold. What is it? Is one of them sick? I should know this. I should have paid more attention. I should— No, he snapped to stop her. No, he said again on a whispered breath. No, thank God. It's just— In an instant, her heart raced toward his. She could sense it now. What must it have been like for him to raise 6 sons on his own while he grieved the loss of his wife? Before she thought it through, Rebecca's palm cupped his cheek, and there it came, compassion, her weakness. Others called it a strength. She knew better. It was her trap, a place where any person could manipulate her with ease. It had happened before, too many times. Each time she'd fallen like a dead log to the ground, splintering in all directions. College had taught her to withhold it from anyone but family. It was why she'd been so careful to ask Jake if his cousins could be trusted before coming to Cooper Ranch. It was why she kept herself as personally uninvolved as possible with any man her age. And it was why she feared she'd already stepped into Cord's dilemma, as if it were a sticky mud bog, before she'd even heard it. Had she learned nothing from her past? The warmth and bristle of Cord's cheek brought her back from her dark thoughts, when he parted his lips to speak, but rubbed his thumb over his bottom lip instead. She leaned in to better hear him. She didn't know what he planned to say, but knew instinctively it would arrive on a wisp of a breath. He pinched his bottom lip, shooting more worry into Rebecca. Something dreadful was eating this poor man up. Cord seemed to choke on his words. He looked up, caught her gaze. His eyes were agonized, glittering with age-old pain. Rebecca sucked in a breath and held it. His nostrils flared on a deep intake of breath. I'm a rotten father. Chapter 11. Stunned by Cord's admission, Rebecca didn't move. Her hand still rode his cheek, her eyes remained locked with his. She was surprised he hadn't moved away from her touch. Were those tears forming? Who was this hurting, humble man? Oh, Cord, that's not true. Yet it was. She shook her head as if that would flush away all she'd seen of his less than adequate interactions with his sons. He placed his hand over hers and pressed it against his face. It had been instinctive. Out of his need to receive comfort, she knew, but his warmth melted away her previous misgivings. You know it's true, Rebecca. You've seen the result of it. Lack of respect, disobedience. He squeezed his eyes closed for a moment, then caught her gaze and held it. They make bad choices. Act out. The list goes on and on. My sons are grown, but they're a mess. He trailed off, shifting back so her hand fell away from his face. Angling his knees up, he propped his forearms back onto them. His gaze fell between his legs, the crackling fire behind him throwing his face into angular shadows. She knew he had more to say, but he couldn't seem to spit it out. He rubbed a finger under his nose. Before being gone so long at Clara's place, I hadn't really noticed. He fell silent again. The strident whistle of the teapot made Cord jump. He flinched and shook his head in embarrassment, shifting around to pick up the potholder he'd brought to the hearth. He collected the teapot from the hook and poured the hot water into 2 mugs that held tea bags. They sipped tea in silence, the air thickening with things left unsaid. Soon, Cord ambled to his feet, groaning with stiffness. He rubbed his backside, hot from the fire, then took his seat in the kitchen chair facing the blaze. The silence continued until Cord turned in his seat to face her. His expression had changed. Resting a foot over his knee, he gripped the ankle with one big hand. "What happened in your past, Rebecca?" Dread gripped her. "What do you mean?" she said too quickly. He lifted one brow. "Your fear of men." She scooted to the edge of her chair, barely restraining herself from bolting for the door. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't fear men. I showed up at the Bar 6 a month after you left for Clara's, and that's where I've been for 4 months now, living amongst men. Why, Rebecca." His voice was calm, soothing. Swallowing her remaining words, she stopped to listen. She needed to do that more often. "We both know you have walls up. What caused that?" She thought about denying it again, but found herself settling back into her seat. Staring into the fire, she said, "I don't have fear. I love men. Well, certain men. My dad, your sons, you." Her eyes widened, shifted to his. She jumped back in before he could comment. "It's I don't know, lack of trust, probably." "Probably. Tell me what happened in college." She jerked her gaze back to him. "Jake's got a big mouth." He didn't deny it, only nodded. She scratched at an eyebrow and sighed. "The men you encountered that day in town." Funny how he didn't have to say what day. She knew. They both knew. Buck is a good man, would never intend harm. David, on the other hand, he's someone to avoid. But your reaction to them, that was the same, Rebecca. That tells me you didn't hear them. Not really. You just put up your walls and what? Plan to wait it out? Then run? "No, I wouldn't have run." She averted her gaze. "Don't usually have to," she whispered. "Then you do wait it out." She looked back, and the pity she saw there was exactly why she'd never told anyone but her immediate family about her past. "Tell me, Duchess, lay out for me what happened in college all those years ago." He grimaced, like he'd just remembered how few years ago it was. Yet another age reminder, broadening the gap between them. Except she sensed the true gap came from somewhere else. "Why do you want to know?" That sounded harsh. But why would Cord Cooper, prominent Wyoming rancher, want to know anything about the past of a young California college student? "Why hang out old laundry?" she said. "Suffice it to say, I was dumber than a box of marbles." That tiny smile curved his mouth before he chewed the corner of his lip, and it disappeared. "Come on now. There was more to it than that. Start from the beginning." She closed her eyes for 2 heartbeats, then inhaled a thorough breath. "Fine. I'll make it short." His look said he doubted that. He was probably right. She gave him a teasing glare, then averted her gaze so she wouldn't have to watch his reaction. "I wanted to be a counselor, help kids in the school system, so I majored in psychology," she said sadly. "But the major was popular, and the class I needed to take spring quarter freshman year was full. so I stood in line for hours to get an ad card from the department head." She stopped, her eyes gliding over to see if Cord was even listening. He hadn't moved, was watching her intently. "The first day of class, my roommate, Marilyn, intercepted me at the door and told me Brent had gotten some pretty rough news that morning, and he wanted me to come over as soon as I could." Cord dropped his foot back to the floor and leaned in, but didn't say a word. "Brent was let's say at one time I thought we had a future. He and Marilyn were my best friends, all through high school and that first semester of college." Cord rubbed a thumb over his chin but remained expressionless. "I didn't want to miss that first lecture, but as long as I showed up with the ad card sometime in that first week, I was told I'd be okay." She shrugged. "I mean, Brent needed me." "You couldn't say no." "I couldn't say no." A bitter smile twisted her lips. Back then, she would have given him the world if he'd wanted it. The only reason she was still a virgin now was that Brent never asked. Cord gave a subtle shake of his head, then frowned. Did he think her weak? Stupid? Tainted? When I got to his dorm, he looked terrible. She rubbed her palms against her thighs, wishing she could rub her gullibility off as easily. Blotchy nose, bloodshot eyes, like he'd actually been crying. He said his mom called him that morning, told him his uncle died of a heart attack the night before. Brent's dad died in Korea, so his uncle would have been. Old pain rose up. She pushed it back down. We talked for a good 2 hours, the length of my psych class, but I wasn't just going to walk away. I waited until my bladder was about to burst before even leaving long enough to use the restroom. When I got back, he was... She cleared her throat. Completely different. Cord slid to the edge of his seat. He held himself in a rigid posture, an advocate ready to fight. Her next breath was ragged. Perspiration broke out at her armpits. She thought she'd gotten over this. She understood well enough that talking about it then would have been good for her in the long run. But now? And why Cord? Why had he been the only one who cared enough to press? Cord was waiting, so she went on, dreading the words she'd have to say. He acted, I don't know, annoyed? Smug? Aloof? Something. And then he looked me straight in the eye and gripped my shoulders. A devious glint, along with a smirk, had made her stomach churn at the transformation in the man she thought she knew. And he kissed me. Not sweet and tender as she thought their first kiss would be, but hard and nasty. And he laughed at me. I squirmed to get away. His fingers dug in deeper. When I thought I might have to kick him or scream, he turned me towards the door. With a hand to the small of my back, he gave me a little shove out the door and shut it behind me. No explanation, no apology, nothing. Like I was dismissed. No, more like discarded. It was the last time he ever talked to me. What a fool she'd been.
What had he been after? Cord asked,
his frown growing deeper. Nothing. And everything. Chapter 12. The barn door slid open, letting in late afternoon light and the racket of heavy rain. Colt glanced up to see Stogie's bent frame coming through the open barn door, his hat dripping a path of rain as if it were his own storm cloud, his bright yellow slicker buttoned wrong and clashing with the old codger's gray hair. Colt jolted forward when he saw what the old man was tugging behind him, his dad's gelding. Where'd you find him?
The son of a gun was trying to eat the new filly's hay right out of her mouth, right there at the trough under the south overhang. She was minding her own business, and there he was, giving her fits that she wouldn't share. Didn't Cord take this old boy earlier today?
By then Colt had long since stopped listening and was checking over the gelding, head to hoof. A spike of fear in his spine because Trapper was still saddled. What could have happened? His dad was a superior rider, and this made no sense. "Where's Coop?" Trevor said, coming through the barn entrance. Unlike Stogie, he stood tall and straight, his hat centered, his slicker tidy. It was as if he'd stood in a wind tunnel to rid himself of excess water. But then Trevor always made the picture-perfect rancher. "Don't know," Colt returned anxiously. "Trapper came in alone." "Check the saddlebags." Colt frowned in confusion, but rarely disputed anything Trevor said. The eldest was seldom wrong, and even if he was, everyone on the ranch found it easier to go along. Colt grabbed the rag that always rode in his back pocket and rubbed the rein off the saddle, then the bag over Trapper's left flank. He opened the pocket and peered in. A scrap of brown paper was folded neatly at the top. Colt snatched it out and read aloud. "Got trapped by the storm. Rebecca is safe with me at the cabin. Will return on the mare whenever storm lets up." Trevor nodded, then passed Colt and Stogie for his original destination. "How'd you know that was there?" Colt said to Trevor's back. "Where have you been, little brother?" Trevor said over one shoulder. "Coop taught us to leave notes there if need be." Colt was baffled. He'd never seen his dad do that before. Didn't remember being taught that. "Since when?" "Since always. Probably too busy with all those ladies following you all the time to pay attention." Then Trevor was gone through the office door. "Well, I'll be," Colt said to Stogie. "Did you know about this?"
"My heck yeah, boy. Where you been?"
Where indeed?
"Say, why'd Gord take that girl with him today anyways?"
"Good question, Stogue." Colt slapped the old man on the back. "Took her right out from under me. Said he had something to talk to her about."
"Huh. Is that right? He gonna fire her, you suppose? Heard tell in town that's what he was fixin' to do. Sure do hope not. I'm kinda attached to that young filly. How about you?"
Colt's thoughts ground to a halt. What was his father up to? Rebecca sat stiffly in the armchair and examined Cord's face. She didn't want to say more about her past. Turned out, recapping the incident for Cord had brought back every humiliating moment. Besides, the rest of the story was even more painful, and what did it matter now anyhow? But Cord wasn't satisfied. He had drilled those sharp eyes deep into hers and demanded she tell him the rest. When she refused, he set his jaw in stubborn silence and banged around making more tea. After carefully handing her another cup, he dropped down in the chair to stare into the fire, and that's where he remained. The longer he stayed mute, the more fidgety she became. She worried he wouldn't give up until he put a period to this conversation. She couldn't take the silence any longer. "Cord, there's nothing more to be said about my past, so why don't we talk about your sons? It was why you brought me out here, wasn't it?" Rebecca was surprised by the derision in her voice. But he had brought her here for more than a discussion of her own bad decisions and lost love. Cord's elbows stabbed into his thighs as he kept his gaze on the flames, his hand wrapped around his mug. Interesting how men rarely use handles, and how manly it looked. The way he gripped that cup, though, tensing the muscles up his arms to his brawny shoulders, she feared something would shatter soon, either the ceramic cup or maybe his sudden black mood. She hoped his mood. Maybe she shouldn't have told him about her past. It had clearly distressed him, though she wasn't sure why. It wasn't as if he could do anything about it. The discussion had enlightened her, though. She understood now that she had kept her wounded self bottled up and shelved firmly in her past. It hadn't been healthy and was why, before now, she remained in phase 1 of all relationships, the safe phase, where she could interact with people, help them even, but never get close. She tugged at the flannel shirt she was wearing, then straightened her blanket. If she truly believed God was in control, and she did, she should have been over her suspicion of people by now. Until that day in town, she hadn't even realized her distrust was still so solidly in place. Face it, Rebecca, you came to Wyoming to escape. To escape her past, to escape those who knew how she'd mucked up her future, to escape her friends. and even to escape men, at least serious relationships. She shifted in her seat, geared up for a chat. Her own mind would keep yapping at her if she didn't get Cord talking. She was sure by his countenance his thoughts were back on his own failings. Without knowing it, Cord had already helped her toward overcoming her past. Now she would return the favor. Maybe that was the only reason she was on the bar 6. The thought exhilarated her and saddened her all at the same time. Pushing aside her own conflicted thoughts, she concentrated on the man in front of her. "Cord, what is it?" He inhaled a breath, so huge his back stretched his shirt. Just as Rebecca was about to jump in with more words, Cord spoke. "Tell me something. Have you noticed anything odd about my sons?" He turned his head to peer over his shoulder at her. "Be honest with me." Rebecca groped around her memories while she listened to the soothing patter on the roof. The cracks of thunder were in the distance now, but they were there, along with flashes of light now and again. She loved the rain, thunderstorms especially. She had ever since she was a little girl sitting on her daddy's lap, watching the live show, God's show. Cord turned the chair to straddle it backwards. He crossed his arms on top and watched her, waiting for an answer. What in the world was he after? "Well, I don't know what you mean by odd. All I can do is tell you what I've observed." He nodded for her to continue. "You're all the salt of the earth kind of men. As Jake had assured me before I came to the bar 6. He was right. Men don't come any better. That includes your sons, dispirited as they may be. It's why I've been mostly comfortable with them." She saw Cord was about to hop in at that moment, but she didn't want the topic to switch back to her. "They're good men, Cord." Cord rubbed the corner of his brow with his thumb, the lines round his eyes tight. "That's quite a compliment, Duchess." He rubbed his fingertips into his temple, then across his forehead. Those hands, capable hands, knuckles scarred from the labor of an active rancher. He was every bit the good man his sons were, but he didn't see it that way. "What else do you see? Tell me everything you've noticed." Rebecca reached up with both hands and pushed her long hair out of her face and behind her ears. Cord observed silently. "Okay, I'll start with Trevor." He nodded. "Trevor is the hardest working man I've ever known. When I first arrived on your ranch, I tried to make separate meals for him since he was up before dawn and back late every night. I finally had to tell him I'd make his meals, but he'd have to rewarm them if he couldn't be there for the scheduled times." Cord growled his disapproval of Trevor's behavior, but otherwise didn't interrupt. "He has no social life that I can see. Too many responsibilities." She'd despised Cord before she'd met him in person because of what he expected of his sons, especially Trevor. Maybe this discussion wasn't such a good idea. He must have seen that on her face, since his expression shifted to annoyance, matching her own. "Go on." "He takes good care of himself. Hygiene, clothes. He's well put together, always. Impeccable, really. An interesting phenomenon for a cattle rancher. But emotionally, he won't let anyone near him. I don't think I've ever seen him offer a hug or take one. Never dates, barely shakes hands. He's old and cynical before his time. Not a good thing." Cord gave a quick nod. "That dang dog of his seems to be the only living creature he cares about. Sometimes I think if he didn't have Dash, he'd reach out to people." Didn't he see the dog was Trevor's only refuge? Taking a calming breath, she continued, "He does have demons, and I have no doubt he will one day have to face them. But for now, though he truly works too much, he's in a pretty good place. Then there's Colt," she went on. "He takes up the slack, shoulders a lot of responsibility since he's afraid Trevor will one day break." She was frowning hard now. Cord was too. Well, he asked for this. He would get her full observation, like it or not. "Colt is the calmest of your sons. Of the ones I know, anyway. He's quiet, runs deep. An old soul, gentle, observant. He's a kind man, always there for everyone, including me. He's by far the most grounded of your sons, but I worry for him since he's sort of frozen in time. I don't see him moving on until Trevor does. I think he believes he was abandoning ship if he left the ranch. Or even if he had his own parcel of the spread. Have you noticed how many young women flock to Colt under the guise of horse problems? She laughed. Heck, I don't blame them. I should snag that young man for myself. He's quite a catch. Cord rolled his jaw to the side and his nostrils flared on an intake of breath, but he said nothing. She didn't know what that reaction meant, so she plowed forward. Brand, I don't know if he's there for everyone, but he is for me. He's another one with an even temper. More charming than Colt. A real sweetheart. Trouble is, the women love him too, but unlike Colt, he takes them up on it. So he's a young Don Juan. She smiled sheepishly. Cord grimaced but kept quiet. More talkative, a bit of a con artist, but he works hard. He's loyal, watching out for his delinquent twin all the time. That alone would make anyone go gray early. Cord rolled his eyes, then dropped his gaze to the floor. So much for him to swallow. She laced her hands around one knee. Yeah, then there's Bronk. He's wild, outspoken, and not in a good way. Tough on anyone who's near. He's stubborn, belligerent, a surprisingly hard worker when he thinks you're not watching. And the one who's hurting the most. Cord's head shot up. Hurting? Come on, Cord. You've seen his behavior. Cord scrubbed a hand through his short hair, making it stick out all over again. Of all my sons, he's the one who got all the attention I had in me to give. He's been a holy terror for everyone else since birth. And you say he's the one hurting? Sarcasm dripped from his last sentence. Rebecca huffed a breath, exasperation heating her face. Are you saying you've never figured it out? Cord leaned back, grasped the top of the chair with both hands, his knuckles white. You want to enlighten me, Duchess? She glared right back. He blames himself for his mother's death, and probably you, too. Cord leapt to his feet, flinging the chair out of the way. It crashed against another at the table, and both skidded into the cupboard. My, what a reaction. Explain yourself! Rebecca wrenched herself upright to meet his challenge. Of course, standing didn't give her much advantage. Cord's head tilted down until they were nearly nose to nose. She could feel the heat of his breath on her forehead as he huffed like a bull. He's the last born, Daddy Cooper. His mother didn't make it through the birth. Who told you that? Colt. Cord pressed his lips back into that grim line, narrowing his eyes. And me? Oh, shoot. She shouldn't have said anything. It was just a guess on her part anyway. But the counselor in her just sort of knew. Hedge. You what? She said as she maneuvered towards the front door. She should have excused herself and stayed out a while, like until tomorrow. Cord grasped her arm, held her in place. You said he blames me too? She shook her head, strands of hair slipping into her face. Without thought, Cord fingered the mop of curls back behind her ear. The gentle touch was so opposite his rising ire that it touched her heart. His brow knit together with concern. Duchess? Her thoughts had fled. What was she saying again? She dropped her gaze from his, trying to regain her bearings. Cord shook her arm to bring her eyes back to his. Are you all right? I forgot what I was going to say. It was true. The realization that she trusted him, that he cared enough to be tender with her in the middle of their argument, had taken her aback. Let's sit down. You look like you're about to fall down. There was that soothing voice that went with his tender touch. Her heart was doing crazy things. She could almost feel each gouge inflicted from her past healed one by one. Cord guided her back to her seat, sat her down, then retrieved his chair to join her. Her shoulders rose on a deep breath. "I'm sorry. Where were we?" "You were about to tell me why Bronk blames me." He eyed her carefully, his voice tempered now. How could she hurt him with what she easily could have yelled at him earlier? "Tell me." There was no hope for it. She had to say it now. "You are the father." "Are you going to state the obvious or tell me your point?" Now he was annoyed. She wished she could sink right through the floorboards. You're the one who got his mother in a family way." She felt a deep flush heat her face. Confusion clouded his. He tilted his head down just before his gaze darted back up. "The family way? You mean pregnant?" She nodded, then glanced down at his hands. Both were fisted around the chair back again. Looking back up, she saw his eyes sharpen, dark with rising fury, like the ocean in a typhoon. Cord reached out and grasped one of her hands. "I'm not getting your meaning, Rebecca, so you'd better spit it out. Now." Her worry at how he'd take the news flew straight out the window with his demand. "Or what?" He actually jerked in response, his hand flinging off hers as if her skin had shocked him. She was again reminded no one talked back to this man. That was half the reason his sons were so troubled. They couldn't get 2 cents in, or had stopped bothering to try. Cord was like an army tank, running over anyone who dared come up against him. Well, she dared. Rebecca readied her sharp tongue for battle. He beat her to it. "I just want to understand. Are you saying I got Millie pregnant so Bronk blames me for his conception?" "You're missing the point." Rebecca tried to stop herself, to take a moment before hitting him with the painful message, but he'd riled her and her mouth didn't cooperate. "If she hadn't been pregnant again, with twins no less, she wouldn't have died." As soon as those words hit her ears, she wanted to suck them back in. Cord's brows rose, his eyes swirling with emotion. Darn, this wasn't the time to not understand what she saw. Shock, grief, indignation. He dropped back. "So, he thinks but for me, she would not have had so many kids, and therefore would have lived." Bitter anguish filled his words. Remorse squeezed Rebecca's heart. "It's just a guess, mind you." "What? I thought Bronk said something to you. You're just guessing about this?" His hands flew in the air. "For the love of—" "I'm right," she said, interrupting the beginning of another tirade. Even though he had a right to know, she regretted having to be the one to tell him. He halted, hands still raised, as if he were a conductor holding a note of an orchestra. Somehow she'd reached him. He believed her. She could actually read that in his expression. Cord lowered his hands inch by inch as if he fought against the weight of her words. Horror flattened the life out of his expression, leaving only a hollow, blank look. His eyes welled with tears that didn't fall. Rebecca inhaled a painful breath, wanting with everything in her to wrap him in a hug. Compassion hit her so powerfully she wondered if she'd be able to take another full breath. She'd managed to crush the spirit right out of this already hurting man with just 2 words. To think she could have heaped on his ruins. "Thank you, Lord, for stopping me." Stiff with the effort, Cord rose and strode out the front door.
Chapter 13. Barefoot and devoid of a plan, Cord pounded down the steps and into the gray, rain-drenched world. The toad croaked with all its might from under the shelter of the boarded porch. He knew how it felt. He wanted to bellow his own sorrow. If she hadn't been pregnant again, with twins no less, she wouldn't have died. Rebecca's words, always her words, but she was right. It had been his fault. He'd thought that same thing when the twins were born 19 years ago, and 1,000 times since. But Bronk, feeling the same way? That had never crossed his mind. No wonder the boy was wild. How had Rebecca become so astute? The boys had told him she spent some time talking with them here and there, but he had no idea she understood so much. Go back in. Learn more about your sons, Cord said to himself. Hang guilt and pride. He tilted his head to the sky, letting rain batter his face, wishing it would wash away the sins of his past. Funny how he thought of his misdeeds as sins. His wife had drilled that into his skull. Millie, how he missed her sweet nature, her compliance, her ability to go along with anything and everything he wanted. You treat her like a doormat, sonny, Blunt Stogie had once told him. Maybe that was another truth he'd ignored. Cord rounded the corner to check on the mare, took a few steps into the lean-to, and cursed. The dang dapple was gone, and now he was stranded with a woman he couldn't stop thinking about, could barely keep his hands off, and who'd just injected a painful truth about his youngest straight into his heart. "Cord, come in," came the voice of that woman. He came out of the lean-to so she could hear him better through the howling wind. "The mare's gone. I'm going to look for her. I won't be long." "The mare took off? Without Trapper? She wouldn't do that. Oh, is Trapper gone too? What's going on, Cord?" Words. Rebecca was loaded with them. What her brain must look like, cluttered with 1,000 letters. To think she amused him with all those words, when she didn't put him into a rage, or on the wrong end of an emotional battering. "I sent Trapper home earlier with a note so the fellas wouldn't worry. I know how attached the mare is to him. I should have known better, tied her better." He cursed again. Rebecca pleaded with him to come inside, out of the rain, that he was barefoot and could catch his death, that the mare was long gone, just more words that didn't help a thing. He ignored her plea and rounded the corner of the cabin, letting out a shrill whistle. He knew Rebecca was right. The mare had surely found her way back home by now. Or if not back in the barn, she'd have found shelter under a tree where his sons would collect her later. The dang horse could take better care of herself than he could himself right now. Helplessness swarmed him. What he needed was mental space, to wrap his head around Rebecca's accusations, to finally come to grips with what he'd known soul deep for nearly 2 decades. He hadn't left his poor wife alone even when he knew she was becoming frail. Consequently, she'd had one child after the next 5 years in a row, the last being twins who'd exhausted her body beyond repair. He'd done that. "Cord!" He heard her call just as he came around the north corner towards the front porch. He'd been gone a while. At first, he wanted to storm back in and confront her about Bronk, but why? She was right. He couldn't change it now. All he could do was decide where to go from here, except he was stuck. He needed Rebecca's help, and he'd have to get his own damn ego out of the way in order to take it. She was still standing where he'd left her, worried and waiting for him out of that deep-seated compassion she radiated like a beacon. Her head twisted in his direction as she caught sight of him. "There you are!" Relief was heavy in her voice. "You must come in out of the rain. You'll catch—" "My death, I know." He cringed at the nip in his voice. Her compassion vexed him. Why? Because no one had ever shown him that kind of consideration before? The widow? Certainly not. His wife? If she had, he couldn't remember a time. He padded up the steps, the smack of his bare feet against the wet wood loud even against the noisy storm. Once under the eaves next to her, he shook his head. Droplets of water sprayed in all directions. Rebecca jumped back. "For heaven's sake, Coop! Are you a dog?" She laughed. He stopped the shaking, watched her broad smile, and warmed at the sound of her laughter. The beautiful, tinkling sound made him stutter in his next breath. Gut-struck and annoyed in equal parts. His annoyance usually won out.
Not this time. Caught in a moment of time, he took in everything about her. Those striking green eyes filled with mirth. That dazzling smile spread wide. But it was more than the physical he saw. It was her goodness, wrapped in compassion like a gift offered without reservation. He inhaled her herbal scent, most keen when she was wet. He had a perfect recollection of the first time he'd experienced that scent. That day he found her in the ditch, and carrying her in the blinding rain with her soaked head nestled under his nose. He took a step closer. Now he longed to taste her lips and complete the circle of senses that came alive whenever she was near. The ones he fought. This time he let them flood him, fill him, until reality yanked him back, waking him out of his daydream. What was he doing contemplating a next step, forbidden as it was, with Rebecca, when his sons were his mission? Where could a connection with Rebecca lead? Hadn't he already proven to himself he was unworthy as a mate? He backed a step, squeezed his eyes closed. Her voice was still in his head. She'd called him Coop. As good as it sounded coming from her lips, he hated the nickname. Trevor had used it instead of calling him Dad, and his son's use of it had been ripping chunks out of his heart for years now. He gestured to her attire. About catching that chill, your get up will do you no good out here. His words were brusque, opposite of what he'd been feeling. He ushered her through the door. The moment the door was closed behind them, he spun to face her. She sought his eyes with a staggering intensity all her own, planting her hands at her hips, hands that now glistened from the wet gusts on the porch. His gaze traveled over the rest of her, remnants of the sensory stimulation still alive in his thoughts. "Cord?" she questioned, coaxing his gaze upward along with heat to his face. He locked eyes with her, waiting for a tongue-lashing over his ardent perusal. It never came. She wore a sort of confused look, or more like worry. He should say something. Couldn't quite put a sentence together. His skin should have felt chilled from icy rain, but instead it was on fire. She did that to him. Was it the sheer physical attraction? Or was it her complexity that had him spinning? He had to get a hold of himself. He ran a hand over his wet face, then through his soggy hair, mostly to keep from looking her in the eye again. Water dribbled off him, puddling the floor. I should change. When he finally managed to squeeze into his youngest son's clothes, since those were all he found, he gathered his sodden outfit and returned to the fireside and a sweet-smelling Rebecca. Hanging his clothes over an extra chair, he noticed Rebecca had stopped brushing her hair to slide a glance up and down his body. Yeah, he felt ridiculous, knew he looked it. The denim shirt pulled tight across his chest, so he'd left the top 4 buttons undone. The pants were too short, showing his hairy ankles and bare feet. Could have sworn he saw a flare of interest in her eyes as she checked him over. A twitch at the corner of her mouth, a press of her lips, and then her gaze flew back to his face. His own expression must have looked comical since she was biting her lip to keep from laughing. He dropped his chin, trying to see how he looked through her eyes. He felt the corners of his mouth lift. Bronk or Brand's old clothes. They were a tad smaller back then. He glanced back up at her and, seeing a smile on her face, released one of his own. They grinned at each other for a few beats before her smile dropped off, and the return of his restlessness made him turn back to the fire. Rebecca started talking, about nothing, about everything. He tuned out the flux of her empty words. Flinging words showed her nervousness, words to fill the room, to fill the silence, words that kept people from getting too close, words that soothed his soul, even when he wasn't really listening. Cord's gaze meandered back to her. He watched as the gibberish rolled out of her mouth, a beautiful mouth. She finished brushing her hair, and it hung in natural waves about her face and shoulders. there was a flush to her cheeks that made her eyes stand out in a face that had the creamiest skin he'd ever seen. She wasn't a classic beauty like his wife had been, or even the widow was. But there was a magnetism that drew him. It wasn't her youth. That alone scared him into tomorrow. No, it was that giving, radiant spirit. And now, with his shirt and the fluffy blanket surrounding her entire frame, he wanted to cuddle her to his chest and stick his nose in that glorious hair just to breathe her in. Unsettled by his fluctuating thoughts, he gave her his back, squatting down in front of the fireplace, grabbed a log, and prodded the fire as if inflaming it would burn the fever right out of him. Forcing his mind back to sanity and the main reason he'd brought her here, he knew he couldn't delay for her one-sided dialogue to wind down. He shifted on his toes and slung an arm across his knee to look her in the eye.
When 4 goats jumped on the hood of the car...
Rebecca's smile faded as she looked at Cords quizzically. What? A burst of nervousness swelled so rapidly in Cords' chest, he found himself tongue-tied. Rebecca treated him to a gentle smile. What is it? She was in counselor mode. Best to rip the bandage off quickly then. I got Millie pregnant in high school. Rebecca felt her jaw drop, startled not so much by what he said, but by how bluntly he said it. Cord stared at her, his own eyes wide as he absorbed her surprise. Or did he see her expression as shock, condemnation? His brow darkened. Need firewood. He mumbled and was out the door before she could put 2 words together. Rebecca waited, confused but forcing herself to give Cord whatever time he needed. This was old news. Surely he knew she would not judge. When he finally returned with an armload of firewood and dumped it in the box, she padded toward him and handed him 2 cups, one of soup, the other of hot tea. She'd made them while he was outside. He took them both without looking at her. Rebecca felt the muscles in her back loosen. A tentative truce was better than none. Now back in the kitchen chair in front of the fire, Cord mindlessly stirred his soup. His eyes focused on the flames. Rebecca blew on her own hot liquid, mindful of her tendency to fill space with words, and Cord's need to formulate every thought before delivering it. A burst of wind battered the glass. Rain beat a steady tempo against the cabin. Cord's gaze into the fire intensified. He shifted his weight back, deposited an ankle onto his knee, and, ignoring the spoon in his cup, took a gulp of the hot soup. He grimaced. Careful, it's really hot. Rebecca retrieved 2 glasses of water for them. Handing one to Cord, she said, Tell me more. He took a big gulp of water and sighed, gave Rebecca a lingering glance, then nodded as if putting to rest a struggle inside his head. I was a typical teenage boy, randy and reckless. His gaze zipped to her. Sorry. She smiled and patted his knee. Think of me as a counselor. If you have to stop and apologize for truths that may be a little audacious, this could take days. Audacious? He mouthed, his lips tilting up on one side. Well, you know the outcome of my behavior. I got my way. Millie got pregnant. Did you leave her to fend for herself? He ran a hand down his face, blowing out a breath that seemed to relax him a bit. No, I married her as soon as we found out. Her folks were enraged. Mine were none too happy. But we did our best. I brought her to the ranch, and we lived with my folks. Did her parents help? Yes, they helped. Until they died on the highway in a snowstorm not long after the twins were born. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. He nodded. My own dad died out on the range when Trevor was 2. My mom a year later. I wouldn't have made it without Maria. He stared into his cup. Oh, Cord. So much tragedy, so quickly. How awful. That explains so much. He'd been too young to face all that. So much death, and then 6 sons to raise without their mother. Anyone would have lost their way. He was surprisingly stable for all that loss and toil. She leaned forward a bit, wanting to touch him again, but not daring to disrupt his candidness. She remained respectfully still, engaged. "What did your mom die of?" He pressed his lips together into a wistful smile that deepened to pain. "Broken heart, I expect." Rebecca gulped. She did reach out to him then and gave his knee a squeeze. He fell silent for so long. Rebecca thought he was done talking. She decided to give him the time. He began again. "I was never there for Millie." His eyes met hers. They were awash in sadness. "I just got her pregnant, over and over again. Bronk is right. If it wasn't for me, she'd be alive today." Regret at having told him that washed over her. Rebecca reached for his hand. He pulled away, averted his gaze. "The twins were a fast and brutal delivery. We were home alone, packed and ready to go. The kids were with Millie's folks. Having twins put Millie at risk, and she was fragile anyway." He paused, cringed. "Since we had a ways to travel, we intended to stay near the hospital until the babies came. She had lower back discomfort for a couple of days, so we decided it best to go earlier than planned. We were getting ready to leave within the hour when her labor came on." His face screwed up into a grimace. So hard, so fast. There was no way she could endure the drive to the hospital. I started to leave her side to go call the doctor, but she screamed and begged me not to leave her. I stayed only long enough to change her into a nightgown, let her squeeze my hand for a moment, then tugged away to call the doc. Shook his head. The doctor didn't come right away. What did we know about birthing twins? Millie just screamed and sobbed for it seemed like hours, and nothing happened. Finally, she pushed and pushed and pushed, and Brand was born, right into my hands. His eyes glistened over, his voice rough. Rebecca wondered if he'd ever shared this with another living soul. Cord smiled cheerlessly. He was scrawny and tiny, our Brandon, but he couldn't have been more beautiful to me. I cut his cord, cleaned him up, swaddled him, and held him close to my heart. Cord swiped at his eyes and cheeks. Rebecca's heart clenched as tears welled. After that, Millie's contractions got worse. Her belly stretched weirdly like Bronk was sideways in there. She was in agony. The doctor still hadn't arrived. It was just me. I had to do something. He stretched down and plunked his mug of tea onto the floor with a thunk. Leaning forward, he planted his elbows into his knees, his face into his hands. He rubbed hard at his eyes, his cheeks. She heard the rasp of his whiskers against his palms as if he were scrubbing away the memory, the pain, keeping emotion in check. It was hard, but Rebecca bit the inside of her cheek to remain silent. "Why, I'd helped many a cow give birth, some horses, too." I knew I had to turn Bronk, get his head down. I pressed my hands over Millie's belly as deeply as I dared, guessing which side his head was on, and gave it a hard shove towards the birth canal. He sucked in a breath and held it, his face contorted with imprisoned emotion. Rebecca thought he'd never exhale when finally he did on a choke. A few tears streamed down his cheeks, and Rebecca felt the tumble of her heart over that precipice of longing, straight into the abyss of wholehearted adoration. She fell hard for Cord Cooper in that moment, so hard she wondered if recovery would ever be possible. Cord's eyes pierced hers, and she felt his anguish deep in her bones. She screamed, "Rebecca!"
It wasn't natural. I figured I'd ripped something inside her, shoving him like that.
Cord dropped his chin into his chest, shook his head.
I heard a car drive up. Knew it was the doctor. I told Millie I'd be right back, scooped up little Brand and ran to the front door. All the while, Millie was begging me to stay.
Cord was taking in labored breaths now, reliving the horrors of that day. Rebecca couldn't stand it any more. She rose and gathered his head to her chest.
God is in control of life and death, Cord. There's nothing you could do.
They stayed in this position for long moments, Cord's breath rigid and choppy. She wished he'd trusted her enough to truly cry, to clear out that old, putrid pain. When it seemed he had composed himself, he leaned back enough to look up into her eyes. His next few inhalations were uneven. His eyes glistened. He took a deep breath and went on. By the time Brand and I returned with the doctor, Bronk was there between Millie's legs, in a pool of blood, crying his little heart out. And she was gone. A searing pain tore through Rebecca. She slid light fingertips over his shoulders and across his cheeks. He flinched. The picture of his eyes clouding with tears of ancient misery would stay fresh in her mind forever. Unable to see him like that any more, she drew him in and crushed him to her once again. So much pain. My poor broken man. The truth of it all came crashing down around her. He blamed himself not just for impregnating Millie over and over again. He believed his actions in trying to help Millie had killed her. That day, Cord shattered to pieces, and there had been no one left to put him back together. Chapter 14. Cord stared into wide eyes swimming with tears. For him. His heart thumped hard as Rebecca clasped his head against her chest. All he could think was, how can she be so charitable? But then, she didn't know the whole truth, did she? He shoved that thought aside for a moment of basking in her compassion. He'd never experienced anything like it. He was used to being the object of blame. How he'd let Millie down, escape responsibilities, used the widow, left Trevor and Colt to run the ranch, and on it went. Criticisms from his sons, the neighbors, the hands, the widow's employees, the townfolk. You name it, he received it. And he deserved every last bit. But to have sympathy laid at his feet? Not once. He didn't know what to do with it, so he just let her hold him until his guilt rose up and overpowered his need for comfort. He nudged her away. The confusion he felt must have shown on his face. Rebecca flushed a bright pink and sucked in a tight breath. She released him faster than he could open his mouth to explain, turned on her heel and scurried toward the kitchen counter, her back to him. He was at a loss for words as he listened to the drumming rain on the cabin's roof. Before long, she squared her shoulders and turned, her hands braced behind her at the counter's edge.
What are you not telling me, Cord?
Stunned, he stared at her determined mouth and knew she was ready for a fight. Awkward seconds passed. Don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. I sense there's more. More in the death of your wife. What happened to you could happen to anyone. It wasn't your fault. You did your best. You're a smart man. You know that. So what is it? What's keeping you at a distance from your sons? From another marriage? From intimacy? True intimacy, not the kind you glean from a mere sex partner.
Cord flew to his feet. Watch it, Duchess. You know nothing about me or my private life. Both hands came to her stomach as if she were stopping the flutters there. She held his stare with the bravado of a seasoned wife.
Oh, but I do. I know there's something more. Something...
Her voice trailed off as she gazed up at him. She wasn't the least bit daunted by his size, his words, his deliberate attempt at intimidating. Nothing. Copying what he usually did to her, she walked towards him, searching his eyes for truth with concern in her own. Would she be able to see that black memory, the one that haunted him daily? No, of course she couldn't. This was Rebecca. She could never read expressions. Yet she did understand so much. Would have made a great counselor. No, Duchess, there's nothing more. The lie was like acid in his mouth. Her eyes squeezed closed. Was that disappointment on her face? Hurt? He didn't know, but was surprisingly relieved when she raised her chin on an inhale of breath and resumed her stare. If they remained this close, with so much undercurrent between them, they'd need a lightning rod to quiet the air. She grasped his forearm. "Cord," she said in a quiet, coaxing voice. She gave his arm a quick shake. "Please, what is it? You can tell me. Trust me." He clenched his teeth, feeling his jaw bulge. The air had grown thin. He was having a hard time taking in breaths. There was no one he could trust with his worst moment. No one. "I have nothing to say." "But you do have something wedged deep inside you. I can see the pain in your eyes, beyond the loss of your wife." He took another step closer, trying to shut her up with his size alone. She simply tilted her head back farther to keep her eyes glued to his. Damn her! She needed to give this up, release him from voicing a confession he'd regret for the rest of his life. No. She could try all she wanted, but she would not dig this from him. Not now. Not ever. She reached up and captured his face in her hands. Shock and heat exploded through him like a range fire. She stroked one soft palm against the coarse growth there, effectively shutting down the chaos of his mind and awakening his body. "Please tell me," she said in a whisper, stroking his cheek over and over. "Whatever you're harboring, it's eating you up inside. Can't you see that? Feel that?" He stepped backwards to put some distance between him and those gentle hands. He needed to get away from this temptation. Before he knew it, she'd have him confessing all kinds of things, true or not. He ran an agitated hand through his hair and ambled to the small window, watching the unrelenting rain, how it washed the glass, the branches, the earth. He wished it could wash his tainted soul. "Coop." Finally, something to attack. He pivoted around. "Stop calling me that!" A boom of thunder off in the distance seemed to stamp his statement. He managed to stun her. "Why?" "Trevor calls me Coop. I've hated it since the day he started." She turned against the nearest counter again as she returned to counselor mode. It was clear she was comfortable wearing that hat. "Why does he do that, Cord?" Thankful she acquiesced, and happy he'd left the other topic behind, he answered as honestly as he could. "He started using Coop instead of Dad the last time he allowed me to disappoint him. He'd been guarding himself with it ever since." He looked away, let his gaze wander about the cabinets. He strained to come up with an answer that didn't put more nails in his coffin of failures. "Cord?" She'd never let it rest now. Rebecca never let anything drop. But maybe he wanted her to dig. Needed her to dig. At least about his sons. He faced her, let his gaze be caught by hers. "I didn't show up for a special day." He stuttered to a stop. This was harder than he imagined. She came forward, grabbed both hands from his sides and held them tight. His pulse sped from the contact. Why did she find it so easy to touch when she was helping? "Cord, listen to me. I'm your friend, and I love your sons too. Don't ever forget that." His friend? Yeah. He supposed that's all he'd ever be. "I was supposed to be at a Trevor's first championship calf roping contest. He was only 12. He worked hard to get there. I didn't show up until the end. Missed the whole dang event. He never forgave me. Why did you miss it? Such an innocent question, such a bitter pill to swallow. He wanted to bark, "Enough said," at her, but he held back. It wasn't the first time I disappointed him, nor will it be the last. Yanking his hands from hers and missing them all at the same time, he strode back to the window. Maybe it was time for silence for a while. "Stop stonewalling." "Stonewalling?" "Yes, stonewalling," she said again. He turned from the dreary storm to face the glum subject. "What do you want to know, Duchess? How I failed my son? How I continue to fail them all?" Rebecca's face twisted up, all indignant-like. If he wasn't so aggravated, he'd think it cute how she wrinkled her nose like she'd just come from the manure pile. "Will you please stop talking down about yourself? Look around you. You have a beautiful spread in Crook County, Wyoming, with cattle and horses and hay. You have 6 capable sons, good men. You are as healthy and handsome as they come, and you have a wonderful future in store. Stop feeling sorry for yourself." He'd stopped listening at healthy and handsome. Did she really think him handsome? "Cord, are you even listening to me?" He refocused in on her. Yeah, I am." "Okay then. Let's get back to Trevor. Why did you miss his competition?" "I was picking up yearlings in Montana. From your Uncle Roy, as a matter of fact. I'd gotten waylaid by an accident on the highway. But with me, there's always a mitigating circumstance." He didn't miss the eye roll she gave as she said, "Work. You had to work. And you're beating yourself up over that? I thought maybe you were going to tell me you were off gallivanting with a gorgeous widow or something equally sordid." Sordid? This time, he didn't think her 2-bit word charming. "The widow was married at the time. I've never been the cause of a cuckold." Disgust was clear on her face, but relief was there too. "You win, Duchess. Sit. Let's start again." At least he'd get the subject back on its sons. She huffed out a breath and whisked back to the cushioned chair, sitting on the very edge like a Victorian lady greeting her gentleman caller. "Now, where were we? Oh, yes. You mentioned mitigating circumstances." Whoa, she really did listen. He couldn't quite sit yet. His body hummed over her low opinion of him. "I could have sent one of my hands to pick up those yearlings. I didn't have to go myself. If I had done it that way, I would have been there to see Trevor compete. It could have been that simple." "And that makes you feel guilty?" "You're darned right it does." "But you were working. You'd been waylaid by an accident. Didn't you explain any of that to Trevor?" Cord blew out a breath and laughed, a humorless sound even to his own ears. Try telling that to a 12-year-old kid. Besides, I'd disappointed him before. Many times. Calling me Coop is a way to hurt me back. Each of my sons has his own way of telling me where I crossed the final line with them. Like I said, Miss Counselor. I make a lousy father." Rebecca watched as Cord stretched his back, then settled in the kitchen chair, arranging it to face her cushioned armchair. His brows curved upward between his eyes, showing his worry. "So how do I change that?" His eyes had darkened under the strain of his angst, an emotion she could actually read. Seeing Cord this vulnerable was melting her heart. He was not the arrogant control fanatic she'd once thought him to be. She didn't know why it took him until his sons were grown to come to this, but all he wanted now was what any father would want, a way to bond with his sons and become the father he was meant to be. She gazed off as she scoured her mind for a way to explain to him that God needed to be at the helm of his plans, that if he wanted to see results concerning his sons, he needed to pray, put them in God's hands, and ask what his part should be, then take action. It was just that simple, and just that hard. But she knew she couldn't hit him with all that initially. Like anyone, he would need to learn to trust God. She needed to start him slowly. "So, Rebecca, tell me how you've managed to keep my sons in line." She nearly choked at that bold statement. Did he truly believe that? "I haven't. Or haven't you noticed?" She laughed, snorted, then rolled her eyes at her unladylike reaction. Cord chuckled, but sat back and seemed more at ease. "I can't seem to stop controlling instead of connecting. Tell me what to do. What you do." She also sat back in hopes of keeping them both relaxed. "Here's a suggestion. Be conscious of the times you're about to control. Then change your course before you do. Let your sons be their own men. Make their own decisions. And stop scolding them like they're little boys, especially in front of others." That was a lot. She'd let him chew on that for a while. He nodded. "Is that what you would do?" She sighed, looked into the fire. "What I would do is probably very different from what you would do." "In what way?" Rebecca pulled her gaze back to him. She wondered how he'd take this news. "I'd start with God, with prayer." Cord sucked in a subtle breath through his nose. He didn't reject it straight away, and that was good. Moments passed as Cord seemed to ponder her words. Finally he said, "Does it work?" How could she make him understand? "Even with all the practice I've had leaving my troubles in God's hands, I fail at it every day. Mind you, God never fails us. All we need to do is keep the faith, believe, trust Him. So easy, yet we make it harder than it needs to be. He gives us free choice, kind of like what I'm suggesting you do for your sons, the freedom to make their own choices. God never forces Himself on us. He always lets us choose even though we may fail, which we often do. The hope is to grow from that, build character." Cord came to his feet and turned to the mantel, dropping his forehead on his crossed arms as he stared into the fire, or at his feet. She couldn't tell. He stood that way for so long, Rebecca sifted through what she'd said to him. Had she misspoken? Given him too much to digest? "Help me, Lord." She rose slowly, not wanting to disturb his ruminations, but concerned nonetheless. She stood at his back for long minutes before finally daring to touch him. He flinched. "I'm sorry. Did I say something to upset you?" Cord slowly turned. She was close as he faced her, but she didn't back away. He stared into her eyes. The worry had left his, and what she thought she saw instead was remorse or sorrow. "What is it?" "My own choices have been so bad. I want to save my sons from repeating my mistakes." "You can't do that, Cord. You can't save them from living life. They'll only rebel." Which they had already done, each in their own way. But she didn't want to twist the knife by reminding him of that fact. He was already hurting, worse than she'd imagined. "So much of what you think you did wrong was you keeping the ranch running. You had to work. Children understand that about their fathers. My dad is a farmer. When I was little, certain times of the year we only saw him late at night, if we happened to be still up. He doesn't have the luxury of, say, a teacher, who's home after school with the children. I understood, never felt neglected. He loves us, and we all knew that. Your sons know this about you as well." His eyes softened as he lifted a hand to her face and slid the backs of his knuckles down one cheek. The touch was tender, full of feeling. "How did you get so wise? You're far older than your years, you know that." Her first thought was to make light of his statement, but she sensed he had something lurking deep in his soul that needed to be released. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from filling the silence with nervous words, and waited. "I've done so many things I'm not proud of," he said softly. "How I treated my sons is only one piece of that larger pie. Do you ever wish you could back up and start over? Do things differently?" "Of course," she whispered. "It's human nature. We all have regrets. I've recently decided I need to live better, so I don't have regrets. I've been examining things more closely in order to not have to look back and—" Cord's lips touched down on hers, stopping her words, shocking her senseless. His arms snaked around her, gently pulling her in. Big hands spread at her back, pressing her soft body into his hard muscles and angles. They fit perfectly. Before it had barely begun, Cord broke the tender kiss and peered into her eyes. He stared with an intensity she'd only experienced from these particular sapphire eyes. Every one of her breaths hitched as he kept her in place, shifting through each one of her thoughts. Or so it seemed. Was this a gift of his, to read people for truths, or just with her? Well, if he looked hard enough, he'd see it. She had fallen for this man, and she couldn't keep it from her eyes. Moments passed while her breathing adjusted. She held perfectly still in his arms, immobilized there, not pinned, more hypnotized. She couldn't speak even if she wanted to. No words were needed anyway. His eyes shifted, warmed, penetrated more, if that were even possible. Then they dropped to her parted lips, and her breath log-jammed in her lungs on a gasp. Cord groaned as if he'd lost a mental battle, then dove back down and took her mouth again. Shocked and exhilarated all at the same time, she recognized this kiss was different from the sweet one he'd just given her. It wasn't hard, nor was it tender. It was hungry, possessive like it was long overdue. Her insides swirled with warmth. In that instant, any dream she'd had of him holding her, kissing her, was a thin resemblance. He stole her breath with every caress of his lips over hers until he slanted his head and sank deeper into the merging of their mouths. She was floating on air, feeling, hearing, tasting everything at once. The rasp of his scruff against her chin, the subtle taste of tea on his tongue, the expanse of muscle surrounding her, hearts pounding in rhythm with one another. They weren't just skin to skin. They were soul to soul. Cord stiffened and broke the contact. Dropping his arms to his sides, he took a step back. His eyes were wild with frustration and something more. Hunger? Disappointment? Fear? Darn it! She couldn't read his expression. He glanced at her gaping mouth and pressed his lips together as if fighting the need to kiss her again. He squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, his control was back in full force. Rebecca knew the next words out of his mouth would scorch. "What have I done?" he mumbled to himself. She reached out. He stepped back further. "Cord!" "No, don't say anything, Rebecca. It's late. Get some sleep. I'll be back." "Where are you going? There's nowhere to go. It's dark. It's still raining." "Stop worrying about me, and don't wait up for me." Her heart fractured and sank. A little more with each boot he stomped into, the hat he donned, and the coat he shrugged on. When he stepped through the door, she heard wailing wind and pelting rain, then the thump of the closed door. So that's what the death of hope sounds like. Chapter 15. Boards creaked and a male voice thrummed, waking Rebecca out of a fitful night's sleep. She'd still been awake when Cord returned to the cabin, what had to be hours later, yet he hadn't shed his clothing or stoked the fire. The longer he brooded in the frigid darkness, the more she tried to disappear under her covers, but she still felt the cold coming off of him, even in her dreams. Sitting up in bed, she rubbed the sleep from her eyes and pushed her wild hair back from her face. She glanced towards the fireplace, looking for Cord. A blanket lay crumpled in front of the fireplace, but there was no sign of him. She could hear him, though, out on the porch talking to whoever had shown up. That was her signal to get up and get dressed quickly. Still groggy, she slid to the edge of the bed and dangled her legs to get her bearings. The flannel shirt she wore had twisted around her waist from all her tossing and turning. She scooted off and did a little stretching dance, unraveling the flannel at the same time as her kinks before getting dressed. A cough, or was it a choke, came from the kitchen, startling her to a halt. She twirled in search of the source, wrapping her arms around herself. Cord, standing next to the counter where a thermos sat, had the long fingers of one hand looped through the handles of 3 empty mugs. She hadn't heard him come in. She glanced towards the open door, then back to him. He was running his gaze down her bare legs to her feet. A brisk heat filled her cheeks at what she must have shown him when she'd done that little wake-up dance. No help for that now. "Good morning, Cord." He cleared his throat, but said nothing, but just nodded acknowledgement. Well, I need to get dressed," she said, then moved toward him. His brows lifted. Swiftly, she gathered the clothes that had been drying over the kitchen chair. Clutching them to her chest, she stared at a mute Cord, waiting for him to leave so she could dress. She wanted to grin her triumph when he seemed to be stuck in place, looking like a terrified bunny caught stalking too close to a wolf. When he still didn't move, she gave him her back, stepping to the bed and spread her clothes before turning back. Cord was not to be found, but she heard his voice over the others on the porch. Once she was fully dressed and the bed made, she gathered her borrowed clothes and wrapped them up in the shirts she'd worn to take back with them, then wandered over to the window to view the brightening sky. No longer raining in sheets, it did still drizzle a bit, but the sun was just beginning to shine through sporadic clouds. The ride home would be uncomfortable, but she was looking forward to slipping back into the normal workings of the Bar 6. Happy she would still be there. The front door opened, and Cord and another man came through it. Once inside, a woman slipped out from behind Cord into view. The widow. Her stomach flipped. Why had Clara come, of all people? Had she missed Cord that much? To be willing to ride in the rain to retrieve him? Or had it been her own stupid note, alerting Clara they were together? Rebecca looked her over. The woman was the epitome of cowgirl classic. Long hair pulled high in a ponytail spouted from a hole in her flat-rimmed hat, giving her a youthful look. She wore snug blue jeans and a white blouse. The short-fitted denim jacket with a woolly white scarf wrapped neatly around her neck gave her that touch of class she always exuded. Rebecca clenched her teeth, trying to overcome jealousy. At times like this, she had to muzzle her mouth, or everyone in the room would know of her weakness for Cord. Cord rinsed out the 3 mugs in the sink. Why hadn't he offered her any coffee? Then looked her over from bed-tousled hair to booted feet and nodded. "Ready to go back? Clara's got a big breakfast planned." He shot a quick glance at Clara, then turned back to Rebecca. "You have to be as famished as I am." She nodded her head up and down a few too many times. "Yes, sure." Then she turned away to retrieve the work-worn hat with the now missing feather Cord had lent her on the trip out, and the bundle of clothes, praying he couldn't see the pain in her eyes. "Rebecca," Cord said. She turned and he threw a men's denim jacket at her. It looked like the same one Cord had worn the first night she met him when he'd rescued her. "Colt brought these to wear back." She turned to Colt and gave him a pasted-on smile. "That was thoughtful of you." Glancing back at Cord, she noticed the grim expression writing his mouth. Was that because their special time had come to an end and he was feeling the loss, as she was? Or was he thankful to be done with her? Her mind wanted to interject that Cord had only brought her here to learn more about his sons, but her heart argued against that theory. After all, they'd kissed, and they'd talked for hours, hadn't they? If that wasn't intimate, She didn't know intimate. You don't know intimate. And once again her mind reminded her of her shortcomings. Trying her best to silence her thoughts, and not wanting to watch the longing on the widow's face for Cord, she stuffed Cord's hat on her head, donned his huge jacket over hers, then strolled out the door as if her heart wasn't in her throat. Once each lady had returned from the outhouse, and they were all gathered outside, the cabin once again abandoned to emptiness, Colt turned to Rebecca. "I'm sorry I only brought Trapper back. Figured you still had the dapple." Cord came up beside Rebecca, his intense frown adding to the flash of dark whiskers, making him look rakish and unscrupulous. Or was she just seeing him in a different way now that they'd spent the night together? Well, not really spent the night. Though, by the look on Clara's face, there was doubt in her mind. That may be exactly what she and Colt both thought. Was that why the widow came here this morning? To see for herself? "The mare ran off during the storm," Cord said. "Figured she was looking for Trapper. She never came home? Thought that's why you showed up." Colt glanced at Clara, then back to Cord and shook his head. So it had been the widow's idea to come. "Take the ladies home," Colt said. "I'll find her. She's probably with the cattle up by Devil's Tower. You know, when she can't find Trapper, she'll seek out the steers." Cord's expression warmed as he looked at his son. Imperceptible to most, but to Rebecca, the crinkle around his eyes was plain as day. Respect. "That's where she'll be. See you back home." He turned to Rebecca. "You can ride with me then." A thrill shot through Rebecca. He chose me. The look on the widow's face was worth every insult she'd had to endure from the snotty woman. "No, Cord," Clara said. "I need to ride with you." Her offensive gaze raked up and down Rebecca's body, a sneer clear on her mouth. "She weighs a good 30 pounds more than me." 30 pounds? Rebecca fought back. 25, maybe, but not 30. And no wonder when Rebecca was 5'8" and the widow was at least half a foot shorter. Besides, she was big-boned, where Clara was petite. Well, that thought didn't help. She was happy she hadn't said it out loud. "She's right, Dad," Colt said quietly, shooting an apologetic look at Rebecca. "The mares are small, and you know how Trapper hates 2 riders. Better keep it as light as possible. I'll take Trapper. Get the dapple faster that way. She'll happily follow him back." Cord didn't look happy. He chewed on the corner of his lip, then finally nodded in acquiescence. "Then the women should ride together." "No!" they both said in unison. Cord scrubbed a hand over his mouth, his thumb and forefinger lingering on his jawline. "Fine. Clara, you're with me." Slinging his saddlebags from the porch rail over his shoulder, he clasped a hand around Rebecca's elbow to escort her to the dun mare Claire had ridden in on, the smaller of the 2. He secured the clothes bundle to the back of the saddle, then asked, "Need some help up?" Why had he asked? He knew she needed help before. "No," she said, determined to do it herself this time. Cord searched her face, waiting for more. He lowered his voice and leaned in a mite. "That's it? No more words?" This was what she craved, the closeness she'd felt the last 24 hours with Cord's hand wrapped around her arm and his breath on her face, and it was all slipping away. "No more words." She backed away from him then. His hands dropped, and she almost imagined a ripping sound. Would this be all there'd ever be between them? His eyes never left her face. With one final look, she turned towards the mare and climbed aboard. Forcing a smile, thin though it was, she waited until Cord threw the one set of saddlebags in place on the other mare and lithely spun up. Colt was standing at Clara's side and easily lifted and placed her behind Cord. When his passenger cinched her arms around his lean waist and pressed her chest against his back, Rebecca lost the stomach for their company. She reined her horse over to where Colt had Trapper tied. Her back to the pair, she tried to block out the crone's flirtations, but it was no use. Rebecca's stomach spun another turn. Seeing Cord and Clara together like this reminded her that Cord had lived on the widow's ranch for 5 months. Negative thoughts tore through her mind. If he was truly so concerned about his sons, where had his desire been to be a good example such a short time ago? She seethed inside, but held her errant tongue in check. She would not let Cord know how disappointed she was. No, this was not disappointment. This was downright old-fashioned hurt. Colt strode toward Rebecca. With one hand on her horse's withers, the other at the back of the saddle, he tipped his face up and said, "You okay, Muffin?" She glanced down into those gorgeous sapphire eyes that perfectly matched his dad's. "I'm fine, Mush," she said, knowing his reaction to his nickname would make her laugh. When he groaned and rolled his eyes, she didn't exactly laugh, but she did chuckle, and for that she was grateful. She gestured towards Devil's Tower. "I'm going with you to find the dapple." Colt frowned. "Nah, go on back. It's cold. Get some breakfast." She shook her head so hard she knew it confused him. "I need to help. She was my responsibility." "No, she wasn't. She was She stopped him with a hand to his shoulder. "Please, Colt," she pleaded for his ears alone. His eyes drilled into hers. Finally, when she thought he might say more, he only nodded, saving her from having to tell his father. Colt turned to Cord. "Rebecca's coming with me." "What? No. Rebecca, you need to come back home." Home? That sounded so good. She wanted Cord's home to be hers. "Be careful, Rebecca. Those aren't thoughts you should foster." "Rebecca?" Cord said, a little louder this time. Rebecca didn't turn to face him. She couldn't. Seeing the widow wrapped tightly around his waist hurt her heart, whether her mind admonished her or not. Colt glanced up again and saw the pain written clearly on her face. Whether he understood it or not, he never failed to protect her. "It's fine, Dad. I'll take care of her. Go. We'll be close behind." "Is that what you want, Rebecca?" She heard apprehension in Cord's voice. Still, she couldn't look back. She waved a hand over her head, hoping he'd get the message.
"Let's go, Cord,"
she heard Clara say.
"I'm getting cold."
Her voice was muffled, speaking into the muscle of Cord's back, no doubt. "Fine. Don't be out long. I'm sure Rebecca's cold, too," Cord said. His mare's hooves squished through puddles and mud as he turned for home. She looked down at Colt, who was still studying her face. "What's going on, Muffin?" Tears sprang to her eyes at his care, but she held them back. She shook her head. There was no way she could tell Colt of her feelings for Cord. They were off track, ridiculous, and Colt was sure to laugh. Then she thought about that statement. No, he wouldn't. Colt never found another person's pain amusing. He would be sympathetic, concerned, help her try to figure out a solution. Still, "Nothing. I just don't like the widow, is all. She rubs me the wrong way." Colt tilted his head back and laughed, a glorious masculine sound. "You're not alone, Muffin. You're not alone." Cord shifted in the saddle for the 10th time, trying to convey the message that Clara had too strong a hold on him. Double meaning intended. The harder she clung to him, the more he wanted to jump out of his skin. What had he originally seen in this woman? After meeting Rebecca, his previous motivations concerning the widow were a blur. She hummed. "You are so warm and hard, all muscle and heat." Snuggling in even deeper, she crossed her arms at his waist. "Clara," he warned. She rubbed her face into his spine, sending signals to all the wrong places. "What is it, darling?" He turned his head to whisper over his shoulder, as if there were others who might overhear. "We talked about this." The mare slogged down the trail, every step forward accompanied by the thick sucking sound of mud trying to hold her hooves in place. The noise set Cord's teeth on edge. It might not be raining anymore, but the clouds overhead still looked threatening, perfectly matching his mood. Clara leaned in harder, her arms gripping him tighter. "Oh, now, Cord, you didn't mean it." He needed to get off his dad-blamed horse and away from this viper. One of her hands vacated his waist for the top of his thigh. He caught it with his gloved hand, returning it to his stomach.
"You're no fun anymore."
She jiggled her arms up and down.
"Loosen up."
"Be still." He hated that his body responded when his mind was shouting to repel her. As a man, the last 2 decades had been a trial. He loved being married. The fact was, monogamy agreed with him so completely he'd never looked up from his half of the relationship until it was too late. If he hadn't been so stinking needy, Millie would be alive today. It was why he'd forced celibacy on himself after her death. It was what he deserved, until the widow wore him down. What a fool he'd been. He'd held out for almost 4 months before she'd caught him good and ready one evening. A steak dinner, 2 highballs too many, and his weakened willpower had crumbled. He lived in a fog of lust after that for a full month before he woke up. Clara inched up his back. He opened his mouth to reprimand her again when she said,
"When I came by to fix breakfast this morning, I was so worried. Oh, Cord, to think you'd gone riding off with that girl yesterday and got caught by the storm."
"Woman, not a girl." Cord didn't know why he'd said that. He guessed it was Rebecca's objection to being called a girl that had sailed into his head.
"What?"
Now he wished he hadn't said anything. The last thing he wanted to do was debate the asset of the Duchess with the widow. Never mind. A change of subject should do it. "Why did you come out with Colt?"
"To rescue you."
Of course, she'd insinuated herself into this.
"I'm the one who insisted we come."
Cord closed his eyes for a few heartbeats. His time in the cabin with Rebecca had been comforting, nerve-wracking, informative, tormenting, stimulating. In a word, gratifying. Whenever he conversed with Clara, her personality wore him down. He'd let her think she rescued him and dropped the subject. "Did you feed Trevor, Bronk, and Bran before you left for this adventure?" He heard the rebuke in his own voice. Kind of hoped she did as well.
"No, of course not. I had to leave with Colt."
Again he wanted to demand, why, when they both knew Colt could handle it himself. Instead, he put her to the test. "How are my sons, Clara?"
"What do you mean?" "Hungry, I guess."
"Notice anything new? Are they working too hard? Getting enough sleep? Any women in their lives?" The grip she had on him loosened considerably.
"How should I know? I don't pay them any mind."
"You just mindlessly feed them every morning? You don't have conversations with them?"
"You should know. You're there every morning."
"Not always."
"Why do you want to know? They're grown men. Come and go as they please."
"I'm still their father, and I care how their lives are going. You should too." She actually jerked against his back as she stiffened.
"Me? Why me?"
"You claim to care about me. If that's the case, my sons are a huge part of my life." He winced, wishing he could take back his words. He'd only been trying to make a point. The last thing he wanted was to prompt Clara to take more interest like Rebecca instinctively did. His mind drifted off to the kiss he'd shared last night. He'd made a grave mistake. He hadn't been able to resist the combination of her caring spirit and that sweet mouth. He wondered if it had been her first real kiss. It wasn't her lack of response. No. In point of fact, her response was surprising and pleasing. No, it had been the freshness of her response, the innocence. That thought fired him up and chilled him all at the same time. You're too experienced for her. Too dang old. There was no doubt he was ready for someone in his life again. The loneliness was eating him alive. Lonely, but not alone, Stogie had once told him. Stogie had cornered him one day long after Millie had died and reminded Cord he had lost his own wife many years past. Surrounded by people on a daily basis did not mean you weren't lonely. Stogue had clarified that for Cord after he'd lived with the gnawing emptiness for a few years. It had gotten more tolerable after that. So, should he relent and take up with Clara again? It would be simple. She wanted him. She was experienced. He grimaced and shook his head. "What?" she said, breaking into his thoughts. "Pardon me?" "You shook your head. I just wondered why." The trail to the road was coming into view. Ignoring Clara's question, Cord reined the mare down the narrow pathway. Soon they were at the gate. He swung his right leg over the horse's head and hopped down. "Scoot on up to the saddle." Confusion knit her brows. Why? He was tired of her questioning everything he asked her to do. That dang dominant nature of hers had frayed every one of his nerves long ago. It made even short conversations with her trying. He'd always accommodated her by helping her see the reason for every one of his requests. Not anymore. Do it, don't do it. It didn't matter to him anymore. He lifted the wire from the post, swung the gate open, and turned back in time to see Clara had moved into the saddle. Good. Maybe he should have dealt with her this way long ago. "Take the mare up to the barn. I'll be right there." "What? Why? Come on, get back on. There's no reason for you to walk all that way." All that way? What, a few hundred yards? Again he ignored her request, grasped the bridle at the animal's jaw, and pulled her through. Once on the other side, he gave the mare a sharp slap to her hip, sending her into a trot. Now that the barn was in sight, she wasn't likely to slow down. Cord placed the wire back over the post and strode off up the drive. Why had he allowed Rebecca to go with Colt? Colt could have found the dapple himself, as he had countless times. Cord's toes curled in his boots. Because Rebecca wanted to go with him, that's why. To be with his son? Or to avoid him? Either notion ate a hole through him. Wasn't this what he originally wanted? For Rebecca and Colt to want each other? Maybe it was too late to get them to back off. His strides lengthened, gravel and mud splashing out from under his soles with each step. He passed the house, already coming up with ways to avoid Clara and her breakfast, inspecting the mare's legs, taking a long shower, tidying up his underwear drawer. Anything. Upon entering the barn, he saw their mare tied to the outside of Bonnie's stall, still saddled. If Rebecca had ridden back with him, she would have seen to the horse. Clara, on the other hand, was either neglectful or so spoiled she expected other people to do these tasks for her. Cord yanked off his hat, staring down at it like it was a traitor. The old feather was no longer in the hatband. Rebecca had lost it in the downpour on their way to the cabin. It didn't matter. What did matter was she'd given his hat back to him, through Colt, before she trotted off to follow his son. He twirled the hat between both hands, remembering how much he'd wanted to race over and force it back on her head. For warmth, for protection, for her to have something of his. The hat came to a stop in his hands. Only when he looked down and saw a dent in the brim did he realize he'd been crushing it, swept away by a fleeting, mad desire to freeze her out, permanently. Only that he could never do. Inhaling deeply, Cord took in the sweet smell of clean hay, heard the soft nickers from the horses. He calmed inside. The mare swung her head into the stallion's stall. They nickered and touched noses, reminding Cord again of the staggering kiss he and Rebecca had shared. Just thinking of it made him want to do it again and again. Once Cord unburdened and brushed the mare, he put her up, gave her hay and water, and then tromped off to the main house. A curl of smoke rose from the chimney, adding to the structure's hominess of rock and mortar and logs. Funny he'd avoided his own home as often as he could after Millie's death. Now it represented comfort to him. He had to admit it was because Rebecca had made it feel like home again. Entering through the mudroom, he freed himself from his squelching boots and made his stocking-footed way into the kitchen. The smell of bacon brought a powerful hunger pang. along with a growl. So much for avoiding Clara and the hot breakfast.
"Glad you're hungry," Clara said. "Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes."
Cord glanced into the dining room, seeing his sons, minus Colt, already seated, appearing ravenous. "You'd speed things up if you'd offered to help," he said, giving a piercing stare to each of his sons one by one. They glanced at one another, but none of them moved. "Do I have to hand out assignments?" Bran groaned but came to his feet. If Colt had been there, he would have followed suit. Not so Trevor and Bronk. Cord bit his tongue, trying to remember what Rebecca had said about them. Trevor had been ignored at a young age, yet at the same time had been put upon for far too long. Bronk was bitter and angry for his father's part in his mother's death. He would have to tread lightly if he was to make his way back to these boys' hearts. When Bran came back through the doorway from the kitchen, he had platters of steamy food up and down his arms, like a practice waiter. Impressive. Cord took hold of two and settled them on the table. Trevor took one look at the platters. "That's not enough bacon." Clara stood at the corner of the table and glared at Trevor.
"It's plenty for the 5 of us."
"He usually gives some to his dog," Bran put in. Trevor shoved an elbow into Bran's side. Bran grunted, but knew enough to stay quiet. "You can have mine," Cord said. "Join us, Clara." His tone of his voice was harsh, but he didn't appreciate Clara glaring at his sons. Wisely, Clara did as she was told. Once she was seated, Cord blessed the food and they dug in. Silence prevailed as they filled their stomachs. Cord rose first. "I'm heading for the shower. You men," he corrected, hearing Rebecca's reprimand. "Help clean up the dishes for Clara." He swung his gaze to her. "Thank you for another tasty meal. I'll see you tomorrow." Cord got as far as the bottom of the stairs when he felt slender fingers grasp his arm.
"Hold on there, Cord Cooper."
He swung back and looked down at Clara's snapping brown eyes.
"We need to talk."
Chapter 16. Talk? Cord's spine tingled with apprehension. Why hadn't she hit him with this, whatever this was, out on the trail? "What is it, Clara?" His tone reflected his irritation. She pressed those generous lips together.
"I have the contract for the cattle and yearlings for you to sign. I'd like to get that back to my lawyer today."
Today? Things were always urgent with Clara, were always on her timeline. It had been that way for the 5 months he'd lived on her property. Why should it be different now? "Fine. I'll be down shortly," he said. "Wait in the living room." Again she pressed her lips together, but held her tongue and nodded, releasing her hold on his arm. Behind closed doors, Cord stripped and stepped into the steamy shower, the hot water sluicing over tense muscles. The last 24 hours had taken their toll. After taking too long to unwind in the solace of his shower, Cord dressed and found Clara in the formal living room. He glanced around the sterile space of too much white. He remembered the fight like it was yesterday. He and an adamant Millie arguing over how to decorate this room. Mostly, Cord had let his wife decorate the house however she wanted. But white? In a ranch house? It was non-negotiable. After returning from a week away on cattle business, he was greeted by white walls, a white sofa, white rug, white drapes, even a centerpiece of fake white calla lilies on the glass tabletop. He fumed for days. Now he wished she were here so he could tell her the room was elegant and made him think of her.
"I find I like this room the best in your house,"
Clara said in response to the way he was perusing it as if for the first time. "Is that right?" He strode past her to the large front windows. What was taking Colt and Rebecca so long? It had already been several hours. If the mare was where Colt thought she was, they would have been home an hour behind him and Clara. No sign of them. He huffed a sigh, then turned to stand behind the chair across the glass table from the poised window. He pressed his hands into the high back until the padding squished flat under the pressure. She laughed a sultry, charming laugh. "Oh, Come over here, Cord. She patted the spot on the couch next to her. I won't bite. She laughed again. Not too hard, anyway. You say you have the contracts to sign? She rolled her eyes. Cord, come sit down. There was that commanding sound to her voice he'd come to despise, especially in that last strained month before he'd left her ranch. I'm fine right here. She shook her head and pulled a face as if he were a disobedient child. My, we've become quarrelsome these days. Fine. She opened the file folder she had resting on her lap and removed a thick stack of papers. Turning the pile, she plopped it down on the table between them. Here you are. She leaned over and spread the papers to get to the back page. Just sign next to that red X, and we're all set. Cord stared at the enormous stack of papers. He'd signed many a contract in his day, but had never seen one this size. Came around the chair to sit. What do you have in there, Clara? Am I signing away my life and ranch and sons? She laughed prettily. Oh, Cord, you're a riot. Of course not. You know how contracts work. A lot of red tape is all. All it says is what you and I have already agreed upon. You'll pay me monthly for the cattle you already have in your possession. Based on the payment amount we agreed on, you'll be paid up in 5 years. And it says you'll pay me when you've resold the yearlings in a year to the government, or whomever. Doesn't matter to me what you do with them. So why the inch-thick stack of paperwork? Leave it. I'll take it in and have Stanley go over it with me. Clara opened her mouth, but the sound of hoofbeats drew his attention. He was on his feet and at the window before she could speak. He turned towards the door and was about to stride through it when she called to him. I need to go, he said on a half-turn. It was drizzling outside. Without his hat, Rebecca would be wet and cold. If he helped with the horses, she could get to the house that much quicker, dry off, warm up. Clara marched toward him, a deep scowl on her face. No. I'm going out of town. You must sign this now. Catching his forearm, she tugged him back towards the glass table and the hefty contract. Joe will be here any minute to pick me up. Clara, I'm not going to— Listen, she said, still holding tight to his arm. You'd have had more time if you hadn't been dilly-dallying in the shower for so long. She was surprisingly strong when she wanted to be. Not that he couldn't throw her off and be out the door in 0.5 seconds, but the gentleman in him relented. Just sign it. You have 3 days to rescind if you want. That way I can go on my trip and not worry about the signing. I'll be back in 2 weeks. He stared down into her face. The pleading was there, but so was something else. What aren't you telling me, Clara? Releasing his arm, she threw her hands up in the air. Nothing. I just have a lot on my mind. He frowned in concern. Is everything all right? She smiled then, yet it didn't reach her eyes. Everything will be fine, Cord. Just sign the papers. There was that annoying authority in her voice again. When were you planning to tell me you wouldn't be here to cook breakfasts? The look of shock on her face was fleeting, but it had been there. She smiled again. I'm telling you now. It just came up. He didn't think so. She was keeping something from him, and in his experience, that was not a healthy thing for him. Glancing at the stack of papers that seemed to have grown another inch, he groaned. He needed to take some serious time to look them over, but she was right. He could rescind if need be. If this would keep the deal in place and get her out of his hair. He shrugged, strode back to the table, and picked up the pen. Bending down, he scribbled his name next to the X and threw the pen back down. I've got to go out and greet the kids. He winced at the words he'd used, hearing Rebecca's voice in his head about how none of them were kids anymore. Of course, Clara said with an extra twinkle in her eyes. Rebecca hopped off the dun and began to remove her saddle, moving as quickly and efficiently as Colt did with Trapper. Numb as she was, the easy camaraderie she shared with Colt thawed her heart a little. Once saddles and bridles were stowed away, She and Colt rubbed down the animals in companionable silence. A large figure entered the barn, deep thuds against the earth making his approach. Rebecca looked up, and her stomach flipped. Cord. Still troubled by the image of Clara clapped to Cord's back like a lichen, and feeling horribly unattractive with her own matted-down hair and damp clothing, she couldn't quite bring herself to say much more than, "Hi." "Hello to you, too," he said, with not quite a smile, but a look of genuine pleasure to see her. On second thought, he was probably only relieved they were back safely. "Looks like you found the dapple." He had addressed her, but Colt answered, "Yep, she was out with the herd by Devil's Tower, just like I thought." "Good. Throw me that towel, will you? I'll dry her off for you." He pointed toward the extra cloth. Colt looked puzzled for a second, but tossed the extra barn towel over. "How was your ride back?" "Fine. Just damp," Colt said. Rebecca glanced up at Cord. He was looking her over from her wet head to her muddy boots. His brows were dipped low in a frown. What could he possibly be thinking? About their time at the cabin? About their kiss? As she couldn't help but do? Then the light went on. He was out here to reconnect with Colt, of course. She rolled her eyes, knowing no one would see it. No wonder he offered to help in a task she and Colt could have easily done. How could she be so witless? She was about to excuse herself when Willie came half running, half hobbling through the open barn door like there was a mountain cat on his heels, his gray hair hanging in gobs under his hat. Rebecca had never seen him move so fast. "There you are, Cord!" Willie halted mid-stride like his tether had caught, his gaze on Cord's hands. He blinked. "What you doing trying off that there animal? You got cow hands to do that." "Never mind that. What happened?" Cord knew, just like she did, that Willie never moved that fast unless there was something drastically wrong. Willie screwed up his face, brought a hand to his hefty chin, and rubbed. Cord threw the towel over his shoulder and hustled over to Willie. He grabbed both his arms and gave them a shake. "Think now, Willie. What happened?" Trapper shifted impatiently. Colt patted him on the rump, his own gaze shifting from Willie to the open barn door. Willie scratched his cheek, and then his eyes flew open. Good. He remembered. But no, apparently not. Cord stared deep into Willie's eyes. It looked like a blank stare to her. But what did she know? Finally, Cord ushered Willie toward the exit and scanned outside, the frown she'd already seen deepening. "Okay, now think, Willie. Why did you run over here just now?" Willie's bushy eyebrows shot up, and then he poked a gnarled finger into Cord's chest. "That there widow's foreman came to pick her up in that baby blue pickup of his. They took off out of here like their britches were on fire. Done run straight over Dash. He's hurt. He's hurt real bad." "No," Rebecca squealed. "Not Trevor's dog." Cord's eyes widened in horror. He tore straight out of the barn, Colt in hot pursuit, saddle pad in hand. Rebecca's towel dropped from nerveless fingers. Then she, too, was sprinting through the mud after the pair. When they reached the drive where the accident had happened, the blue truck was nowhere in sight, and Stogie was bent over the injured animal. He had tied a kerchief firmly around the Queenland's heeler's muzzle. Dash was trembling, whining at every exhale. Mud and blood splattered on every part of him but his head. Stogie stroked the downy fur at the base of Dash's ear with one hand while checking the snugness of the makeshift muzzle with the other. Rebecca's heart banged hard against her ribcage. She dropped to her knees out of the way next to Dash's head so Stogie could help Cord and Colt. Cord glanced at her, sharing a mournful gaze, then went back to assessing the dog's injuries. The glance had been brief, but she'd seen everything in it. The worry the dog might die, and the anxiety for a son who would interpret Dash's death as one more neglect and one more reason to blame his father for it. Cord ran his hand from the dog's right shoulder to the paw. Dash jerked his head up and lunged for Cord's hand. Cord flinched hard enough to almost topple to his backside in the mud. He shook out his hand, eyes wide on the kerchief-muzzled stogie had so deftly tied. "Call Warren. It's serious." Colt backed away from the slowly gathering crowd of cowhands and hollered at someone whose boots had just sloshed to a halt in a puddle. "Go to the house and call Doc Willows." The newcomer ignored Colt. "What happened?" That was Bronk or Brand's voice. Rebecca couldn't tell which, what with the worry hard on his words. "It's Dash. He's been run over. Go!" Cord barked. Gravel crunched underfoot as the twins sprinted for the house. "It'll take Doc an hour, even if he's even able," Willie said from the rear.
"Can't wait till Hunter's a vet. He needs to hurry himself up,"
Stogie said. "Anyone seen Jake?" Cord asked as he whipped the towel off his shoulder to cover the mud beneath Dash's injured leg. "He went to Roy's place to pick up Susanna. He'll be back tomorrow, most likely," Colt said. Cord raised his head to search out his son's face. "Colt, get clean rags from the mudroom." Colt flopped the saddle pad next to Dash and gave a curt nod. "And have Brand boil a big pot of water," Cord added. Then Colt was off. Willie leaned over Cord. "Why so dad much blood?" "It's got to be coming from a couple of places." Cord spread his fingertips across Dash's ribs, belly, and spine, ending with a quick assessment of a range of motion through Dash's right hip and knee. "Where's those rags?" Just as he said the words, Colt dropped a pile into Rebecca's lap. She unraveled the tangle and handed one rag to Cord, who candy-caned it down the length of Dash's foreleg to his paw and gave it a squeeze. With a whine, Dash's head came off the ground again, fear and pain evident in his dark eyes. "I think an artery's ruptured down here," Cord said. "The pressure of the cloth should hold him for now."
"Where the devil's Trevor?"
Stogie piped up. Rebecca saw the worry in Cord's eyes. "He had a bundle of barbed wire to unravel. Had to repair another dang fence, this time on the west side," Colt said. "He probably made Dash stay home to keep him safe." "Yeah, real safe," Cord muttered. For now, it was good he wasn't here, at least until they stopped the bleeding. Blood seeped through the foreleg wrap and then seemed to stop. Near the paw, anyway. The portion of cloth nearest Dash's chest wasn't just stained with blood. It glistened with stringy globs of fresh clots. Cord's mouth thinned into a hard line. "Help me turn him to his back a bit." "And get him on the blanket. No sense in him staying wet," Colt said. His hands joined Stogie's, and the three men transferred Dash to the saddle pad, not quite on his back, but enough to see more. Dash whined, and his nostrils flared. They all saw a gaping hole streaming blood from Dash's armpit.
"That gol-darned highfalutin filly and her recklessness!"
Stogie barked. Cord cursed. "Willie said it was Joe's truck. I can't believe Joe didn't see the dang dog."
"Never said he didn't see him,"
Willie put in from behind the group.
"Looked to me like he'd run him over on purpose."
Cord's face flushed crimson with rage. "Who would do that?" Rebecca shoved the rest of the rags in her lap toward Cord. "Stuff these in the hole. There's nothing we can do until the doctor gets here." Cord glanced up and nodded, doing as she suggested. Dash was breathing harder now. Since Cord had finished his prodding, he carefully unwrapped the kerchief from around Dash's muzzle. Dash's tongue lolled into an open-mouthed pant. Cord checked his gums. Still pink, and he's alert. That's a good sign for now. He'd been squatting the whole time. His legs had to be asleep by now. Rebecca moved over a couple of feet and lifted her chin toward an empty corner of the saddle pad. "Cord, sit on your bum. You have a long wait." That quick twitch at his mouth gave her hope he was doing all right. He leaned back and sat as if he were made of rubber. It was so graceful. "Bum, huh?" She gave him a weary smile. "Been around Jake too long, I guess." Cord smiled back at her, a tender smile full of warmth. The look made her yearn to be alone with him again, back at the cabin. "You're getting blood all over your clothes," he said. She glanced down at the worn jeans, sweater, and jacket she'd been wearing for what felt like days. The rain had stopped, but the gusts made her wish she hadn't removed Cord's extra coat. When she looked back to his face, it seemed they were the only two sitting there in the middle of that muddy road, having a normal conversation. Something special always accompanied them when they were near one another, that sense of overwhelming contentment, no matter the circumstances. "Oh, well, I'm kind of done with these clothes anyway," she said and grinned. Cord settled to the blanket and took over stroking Dash's head. Rebecca watched that big rugged hand of his so carefully caressing the animal. "I'm so sorry, boy. We'll get you fixed up." Cord glanced up at the onlookers. "Go on back to work, boys. Rebecca and I will stay with him." The cowhands shuffled off one by one, mumbling words of concern for when Trevor found out. Rebecca looked over at Cord. "The fence Trevor was fixing, snipping, or just rusted this time?" "Don't know. I'm tired of our string of bad luck." "No such thing as luck, Cord. You know what Thomas Jefferson said, 'The harder I work, the better my luck is,' or something like that." She'd said it to lighten the mood, but by the frown on his face, clearly she had only dampened it. "What would you call it, then?" "Things happen. Sometimes it's just odd, rusted fencing. Sometimes it's wear and tear. And sometimes it's vandalism. Sometimes it's worse." "Exactly. Like theft." "Are you missing cows?" A silent chuckle bobbed his head and shoulders. "They're cattle, Duchess. Steers or heifers or bulls." "Yeah, but they're all cows, aren't they?" "Technically, a cow is a female who's given birth more than once." Rebecca felt her eyebrows go up in surprise. "Okay. So males are bulls? Even I know that. What are heifers?" "Females who have yet to give birth." How could her father have failed to teach her these details? Of course, the only animals they had now were sheep and a handful of horses. "No need to be this complicated," she scoffed. "What are steers, then?" "Castrated bulls." "Oh, of course. I should know that." They continued their conversation about the cattle, then the ranch in general, when finally they'd moved on to a subject she was totally interested in, Cord's personal history. The veterinarian roared to a stop in his white truck. The man was quick, at their sides in a matter of seconds. A young, attractive man with loads of curly blonde hair and baby blue eyes. He fell to his knees on the saddle blanket and set his black bag on the ground next to them. Cord wrapped the kerchief back around the dog's muzzle tight. Dash's eyes went wide. "What happened?" he asked as his hands flew through the physical exam. "Run over," was all Cord offered. The doc's head whipped up to Cord. "Trevor told me Dash doesn't chase cars. Who did it? How?" Back to assessing Dash's injuries, the doc seemed to be waiting for an explanation. "It might have been on purpose, or just sheer stupidity." Cord's look of disgust and worry rattled Rebecca deep down. How could she help the situation? Trevor was going to be livid, and she feared Cord would be the target, just when reaching out to his sons had become foremost in his heart. Doc removed the knot of rag now soaked with blood from Dash's armpit, studied the area, then quickly stuffed it back in place. "The leg got torqued, likely tangled under the vehicle. Nearly lost it, looks like. The joint is still intact, but he needs surgery."
"His lungs sound clear, but I can't rule out contusions."
"Which will make anesthesia more dangerous. I'd like to give him 24 hours before I put him under." The doc pinched the webbing between the dog's toes with a thin, plier-like contraption, and Dash whimpered and turned his head. "That's a good reaction." Dropping the plier thing back into his bag, he turned to Cord. "Anesthesia carries a higher risk with possible chest trauma, but Dash is stable. The question is, do you want me to do the surgery here? Or I can bundle him up good and take him back to the clinic to do the surgery tomorrow." Rebecca watched Cord's face, so worried, so conflicted. Her heart went out to him, and she doubted it would ever return. "Lord, when Trevor comes home, please help him come to grips with this quickly. Help Cord." And please let Dash survive this. As if her prayers had summoned him, hooves pounded hard against the ground in a straight line towards them. Trevor.